You said you're gonna run ads, right?
Yeah, some people trickle in like ahead of
Yeah.
time, and whatever.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Also,
We're gonna
I
do
don't have my stream open. I should probably do that.
an announcement real quick.
It's good. Okay, I think we're good. I can see you on stream. I can see me on stream. Let's get the YouTubers up. Alright. Okay. Oh, there's no music. I gotta. It's actually really difficult for me to hear with the Spotify music. I didn't think of that one.
Do you have like an XLR or anything?
I have a Blue Yeti, so I have a very crappy microphone, like the cheapest Blue Yeti I could get, basically.
So I got this Go XLR, and the Go XLR Mini is great too, and it's been a lifesaver, dude. Because you can control output audio versus like what you hear. It's like I can set my Spotify music to be good volume for chat, but then I can either crank it up or turn it way down if I need to hear better, if I want to blast a song and not blow out everybody's eardrums.
Yeah, I usually toggle it from the actual like OBS itself. Yo, what up, Jadu? How you doing, man?
Oh, nice.
Oh, holy shit, is that a real person? Yeah, it is. It is a real person. What up, NFT? I gotta run some ads. I've totally been getting distracted here. Let me run those ads. There you go. 3 minutes of ads running now.
Oh my god.
How you guys doing?
Hang on,
I'm gonna see if I can find a way to play music without me hearing it. Spotify. Let's have that run through a different audio channel.
Here we go. I gotta sub to your channel so that way I don't get stuck in ads.
Oh. That's fair, I guess. You don't have to sub. I don't think you need to. Next, step up your game. You gotta get a webcam on. You first, big dog.
Whatever, dude. I don't look as good as the mouse.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to get a PNG tuber. That's the real trick here.
What would you do if you did a PNG tuber? I guess you would just do your little mascot.
My little guy, yeah.
Mustache.
Yep. Although he keeps changing.
Your guy isn't talking, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna swap out my PNG tuber. Sometimes it does that. We were fiddling with a lot of settings, so do it jiggle. Shit, you know it do. It ain't jiggling for PK, but it sure is jiggling over here.
Yeah.
Okay. At least not consistently. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna restart my PNG tuber. PK, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, or we could wait for the ads to finish. There's still 1:40 left on the ads, and then we'll do some introductions and just sort of maybe talk about what we're doing today. I'm gonna load up my PNG tuber. But also, man, I don't think I asked you how you're doing. I think we just went straight into like the tech stuff, no talking about sort of how your day is going and all that stuff.
Dude, I'm doing fantastic. Are you kidding me?
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm awesome.
Why is his voice so deep it scares me? There's this thing called puberty, I think, that hits you around like 12, 13 roughly, NFT, and then usually around that time, vocal cords will modify, and then guys, they get a little deeper.
Yeah, I got skill points that let me either allocate voice or height, and I put all my points into voice.
Yeah, me too.
In retrospect, I probably should have evened those out a little bit, but
clearly Snack hasn't reached that age yet. Well, I'm a mouse. It's a little different for us, but our lifespans are a little differently organized.
How you doing today, man? How's your day going?
I'm good. I love Saturdays are always the best day because they're always like low stress. There's no like background boil of like I gotta work on Monday. So like Saturdays are always peak for me.
That's fair. Like I said, I was just playing that Baba Is You game, and like the whole game is just like 2D pixel sprite word movement. It's like the simplest mechanic ever, and I feel like an idiot every single level. And I'm not sure if I enjoy that or not, but I am still playing it. So that's what I've been doing this morning.
So sorry. It's a puzzle game that.
Yeah.
Is it like what type of puzzle game is it? Like isometric?
So you move words around to make statements. So like Baba will be a sprite, is a sprite, and you is a sprite. And you need to like move those words around so that it says like flag is win, and then you can go and touch the flag. So you have to move these words around to create logical statements, to create win conditions.
Okay, I kind of get it. I feel like it's one of those things that's really hard to imagine without like actually seeing it.
It is, and if you see it, you will get it instantly. It is an instantly understandable concept that just gets progressively more complicated.
Gotcha. How long?
It's great. I just started playing yesterday.
Okay. Jadu, clearly Snag hasn't reached that age. I read that. I have a bank holiday on Monday, so we have a long weekend. Baby, too bad. I'm sick.
That
sick?
sucks.
That sucks.
Sick on a holiday weekend is the worst. You don't even get to take time off.
Yeah, whenever I plan time off, I always sort of like map my coworkers out. And I'm like, oh, do any of them seem sick? Do I have to activate like a specific person, or are they gonna ruin my entire holiday? I think that's the standard experience with Baba. Okay.
That's good. I feel seen. Yeah, you gotta get the mouse on screen, or people are gonna think that you've got your webcam going.
Yeah, face reveal, guys. By the way, just make sure to mimic exactly what I say so it looks realistic.
Yeah. Of course.
No way, Snag got that face cam on. Yeah, this is me, guys. This is me.
This is it. Yeah, I'll just mute my microphone and we'll just lip sync the whole time.
Yeah, to be clear, guys, whenever I do anything wrong or inappropriate, this is the guy you go after, okay, on the internet?
Yeah.
This guy.
Yep. Tie it all the SEO goes straight to this face.
Yeah. Snag's just extremely good at pantomiming. How's everybody doing today? How you guys doing? Everybody's starting to trickle in now? I don't think my PNG tuber's struggling a little bit. There's a lot going on, so maybe that's why. It's like a Steam application, so sometimes if there's a lot on canvas, it gets a little wonky, but... Oh! Jesus, how loud that is. Sorry. Fuck. Miss Quet, thank you for the follow. Hi PK, hi Cat. What up? How's it going, Miss Quet?
Hey, Miss Quet. Miss Quet's OG. She's been, she's been, I think, subbed to my channel like the third longest out of anybody. So.
Oh really? Eh? How long have you been streaming for at this point?
I'm in year 4.
Okay, so almost 3 times as long as I have. Okay. Yeah, because I started in May. By the way, sorry if you hear like a motor going. I'm putting my desk in a standing mode so I don't have to sit down.
Oh, I thought that was like you have like turning on your PNG tuber. You had to get like a separate machine going.
Yeah, I have to explode my computer every single time I turn my PNG tuber software on.
You virtual machine your PNG tuber. You have a whole second streaming setup just for your PNG tuber.
Yeah. I have a high fever and an objectively hot day. I feel really fucking cold. Does anyone know how to fix it? I don't know, dude. This is like medical doctor questions. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm terrible, man. Whenever I get sick, I just go full like hibernation mode. I sleep for like 48 hours.
Yeah, that's the same with me. I just pass in and out of consciousness basically for like an entire day.
Yep. And then I'm kind of fine after that.
Hey, don't mind me just lurking. Enjoy your lurk, sweet molasses. Other than physically, I feel fine. Well, that's like, you know, your entire body. So,
spiritually feeling great.
Yeah. I got my friends in the dorm for this weekend. We're working on a game, apparently. We'll see if it sticks. Alright. Sounds like all my projects. We'll see if it sticks. What's up with bro's voice? It's just born this way. Been through PK's many phases. What other phases did you have? I know you just started, like, the art stuff, right?
Yeah, so we've been doing art on stream for about a year. before that, I first started streaming Evil Dead the game, which is like an asymmetrical horror game, like a Dead by Daylight style game. And then when that game crashed and burned, I streamed Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and that game crashed and burned. And so then I did variety gaming, and then switched to art. So I've continuously sabotaging my own channel's growth for over 3 years now, going on 4 years.
Yeah,
it's been a good time.
Like it's better or worse to be in a gaming category versus like an art category? My opinion, I have opinions, but I'm curious about what you think.
I think the art community, by and large, is way more like close knit and supportive. It's more of like a rising tide situation where, like, somebody will come to Twitch and find the art community for the first time, and the whole community gains like a new community member at that point because we all do a good job of knitting together and supporting one another. However, the discoverability on the art side sucks. So it's like on the gaming side, you can have a side YouTube channel, you can have the TikTok clips and things like that, and they just naturally generate from your gameplay, which then you can use to bring new folks in. But it only brings them into your channel, right? So it just depends on how you want to attack it. I mean, if you do like the TikTok tutorials and stuff for art, you're good to go. But for someone like me, I definitely saw a lot more growth on the gaming side.
Yeah, well, I find like even with like TikTok, I don't know how much you've done TikTok and Instagram, but I find like the conversion rate is not really that great. Like most people are just sort of interested in their own platforms, and like it's even me. Like I'm not really a Twitch like power user outside of just going on to support like homies and stuff. I don't use Twitch that regularly. But yeah. But it is interesting to note that like it is a lot more tight knit, and that's sort of how it feels for me too. Well, I mean, I've never gamed on Twitch, but I because Twitch is so broad for gaming, it just does make sense that the art community is a lot tighter because it's a very small sort of viewership in general.
Yeah, but I can't like take a art VOD and throw it up on YouTube and then somebody find it like 4 years from now and come to my channel on Twitch and grow the channel that way, right? Like, but for gaming, I could play Resident Evil Requiem and somebody's watching random playthroughs of that on YouTube and they find my VOD from 4 years ago and then come to the Twitch channel to see gaming. So there's like, there's some differences there, but for what it's worth, I like the art side way more. It's a cool community. Twitch art's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying. I'm sorry. I'm looking at chat now. I feel like I've been neglecting chat, guys. I'm gonna read some messages. So we got. Let me scroll up actually because I've missed quite a bit. Hey Snack, hey PK, celebrity stream. That's right. I guess we should do some introductions. So this has been a thing that PK and I have talked about for a little while. We want to do a little bit of a collaboration thing, and we found the best way to do it was essentially to just bring PK on and have do like chatter critiques and stuff like that. So before I sort of, introduce you guys, if you haven't submitted any critiques yet, make sure you post in the critiques channel, and that way we'll take a look at your work very shortly and go over it. And then with that, I'm going to hand it over to PK to just sort of talk a little bit about himself, which, I feel like a lot of you guys here know who PK is, just because I've rated PK probably a billion times. So if you don't, you got to stick to the end of the stream. But anyways, off over to you.
Yeah, like we were just talking. I'm PK. I've been on Twitch I'm in my 4th year. I've been streaming art for a little over a year. I've drawn off and on since high school, but I've never really taken art super seriously until the past, I don't know, handful of years. Before streaming art, I would only draw about 2 characters a year, and I would just generally find some random person on a subreddit to draw their character for. But ever since streaming art, I've tried to get a lot more practice in and a lot more study, and it's been fun to learn and actually consistently do art. I am self-taught. I didn't go to art school. I wish I had. My friends that did have a lot of fundamentals that I don't, but hopefully Snack will be able to talk to a lot of technical details, and if there's any rendering or painting kind of questions, hopefully I'll be able to give some input. But
yeah, art school is a controversial topic around here, I think. But yeah,
also, is it really? What's controversial about it?
Well, it's just, you know, I get a lot of chatters that come in. And also, by the way, PK, if ever at any point in time you want to just hijack chat, if you feel like we're neglecting chat or anything like that, just, you know, don't hesitate. But yeah, I think the big thing with art school is I get a lot of people asking me, like, should I go to art school? Do you have to go to art school? I feel like the benefits of art school are really the network aspect. And if you're in an environment like a city, let's say, that has a lot of studios that you can get funneled into, like, the art industry in general is very nepo heavy. It's very sort of like who you know type of thing, and that's sort of where the benefits of art school come into. If you think you could survive with like an art bachelor's degree in some other field, if you can't get a job in art or animation or whatever, then totally go to art school. And also if there's no cost, but if you're factoring everything in and it's like, there's not a lot of jobs, then I feel like my suggestion probably changes a bit.
Yeah, I think on my side of it, like, as someone who, there's just so much art advice and tutorials and subjects and learnings that having a structured environment with goalposts and practicing and that kind of discipline tied to it, I've found it's been very difficult for me to not just do what's easy or comfortable. But if I were in a situation where like these things were mandatory assignments or learnings or things like that, then I would have learned a lot more versus just always doing the one simple thing, right? So I think there's a discipline aspect. But then you might be the type of person that can just, you know, like self-direct, which I'm not, right? I will get distracted.
I just want to sort of interrupt for 2 seconds. I'm getting some messages in chat saying we've got some audio issues where my volume's not very loud. This is as loud as I can go, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower PK's volume. I'm going to lower the Spotify volume, and then I'll just ask people to turn up their own volume. I'm also going to turn down the alerts because I'm going to blow out your eardrums if we do that. So it's the first time on stream that we are turning down alerts just for the sake of balancing everything. So I'm going to say test is like, I don't know if PK wants to say something. If we testing. Do we need to be adjusted, guys? Give me some communication in chat. And with that, I'm just gonna start reading some messages because we've been neglecting our babies here. What do we got? We got Riri. Hello, Riri. How's it going? Can we kidnap TP for even more celebrities on stream? Every time I bring TP on, he doxes me, so TP's banned from coming on stream temporarily. He's a guy I know in real life, and he's an animator. He's a very skilled one, but he's also like my decade-long friend. So him calling me Snack is not natural. It's like, oh, he just drops my name, or he did like in the past. So I'm like, all right. He's like, I promise I won't do it again. Bring me back on. I'm like, you know, maybe not.
Awesome. Yeah. Coming over to your place later at.
yeah.
Full mailing address.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet you at this location right above below the building that you live in.
Which is within walking distance of your house. Yeah.
Yeah. Riri says I'm going through a rough patch right now. I'm not the Rizzler anymore. Trouble in Paradise. I don't know if I want to explore that one. That's wild to me, given how much engagement PK gets. Are you talking about, I think you were discussing, this was probably around the time that we were talking about sort of the video gaming versus art and all that stuff. In my opinion, Snack's voice is pretty quiet. I'm just going to scroll down and make sure everything's all good now. I think Gucci, all right, good. Everyone's quiet compared to PK. Hook people, then educate them. We're still on social media stuff. Snack puts his boobs on for PK. Actually, okay, look, the boobs were on because somebody requested them earlier, and then I was having technical difficulties. I'm not. This isn't a like a mating dance, okay? It's just I gotta do what the chat wants me to do. You know, you guys pay for it. We're a capitalist chat, apparently. So. PK's how I found the mouse. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I feel like I definitely pop in fairly regularly. Hello, I've been sick for a whole week. Still am, but at least I'm back. So what you're saying is you don't need to attend art school. You just need to break in and make connections like you're a student. Yeah, honestly, like, just if we're gonna jump back into this topic again, I think like if you have like local events, like a lot of these animation industries and stuff will have like drink and draws, or they'll have like you know, galleries or some sort of competition or whatever. All of these like local things that you can probably find around you are really, really tied into these networks. And so if you want to make friends that way, that's also a really valid way to do it. I don't think it's as efficient as sort of, you know, going to art school and having teachers that, in my case, it was like hardcore nepo. Like my teacher was literally a recruiter for the studio that I worked at, and he just basically got me like a test and an interview. And I was like, okay, well, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like, I feel like that should not be the way it is, but it kind of is, unfortunately. Deathbed, how you doing? Actually made the same mistake when they weren't saying my own name. Yeah. Can we record a soundboard of TP that way it doesn't dox you? A soundboard of TP. What does that mean?
Like get him to read all those prompts to make like an AI voice of him. You can have a bot.
Well, I thought about having like a button that just like goes back in time on stream, like having like a 5-second delay, and then if ever something weird gets said, I just sort of boom, pop the button, and then but then you're like delaying chat, and it's like it gets messy if you got a buddy who's looking up all the time. But
you end up like 5 minutes back.
Yeah. All right. I got a PK. This is a thing. I don't know how familiar you are with my redeems. I've got some pretty horrible redeems, and I've got some not so bad ones.
Okay.
We got Confetti Yeti redeeming that I speak French for a minute. You're not gonna know what the hell I'm saying, probably, unless you speak French, which would
I don't
be news to me.
I barely speak English.
Yeah. There are worse ones that I pray people don't redeem today. But, you know, I think the ASMR one is probably the worst redeem I have. It's basically 2 minutes of point-blank microphone talking at a low volume. It makes me feel bad about myself, which is why chat likes to do it, which is why it's also 15,000 channel points. But, you know, who knows? I've had threats of people saying they're going to do it today, so that might happen. Sorry. I'm gonna jump into speaking French for 1 minute, I guess, and then while we do
one minute,
that,
yeah.
Oh, you want to set a timer? Is that what's going on? Okay.
I'm gonna time you, yeah. Whenever you're
ready.
ready.
Every time I speak French, people tell me I speak. They're telling me I don't know how to speak French, which is it's my trigger. You know, if you want to upset me, that's the way to do it, chat. All right. Speak about TP in French. Ok, il est midi 22 en ce moment. PK est avec nous aujourd'hui sur le stream. Puis je pense que ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va juste vous parler en français un tout petit peu. Je pense que PK a sa montre sur son bras en ce moment. Puis il est en train de checker l'heure pour voir, pour s'assurer que je continue à parler en français pendant 1 minute straight. À part de ça, aujourd'hui, je pense que ce qu'on va faire, c'est qu'on va faire des critiques de nos chats, nos chatters. Ces critiques-là, ils vont couvrir plusieurs sujets. Dans mon cas, s'il y a un sujet avec comme l'anatomie et je sais pas, comme du foreshortening ou des affaires de même, c'est moi qui va s'en occuper. À part de ça, s'il y a quelque chose avec la peinture, on va passer ça à PK, puis PK va pouvoir vous expliquer comment faire une peinture de votre caractère, votre OC, whatever. Je pense ça fait, I think it's been about a minute, roughly, just going on vibes, so I think that's what we're gonna do.
You got pretty close, yeah. You got pretty close.
Oh shit, Snack's live. Hi Snack, hey Symphony, how you doing? Hey Zaza, very good recap. Boo, the French, Sleepy Marrow next to me. Is he passing out? Alright, do you guys...
Just in his sleep, boo the French, just...
Oh, that's what... Okay, yeah, that's what he was just... Me, boo the French.
Boo the French, yeah.
Okay, well, do we want to jump into some critiques?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've never done art critiques before.
Oh, really? Like, oh, I
really?
guess, well, you just had your showcase yesterday.
Yeah.
People never ask you for, like, advice or anything like that?
Well, people might ask me for advice, but I don't ever like critique artwork. I don't. My stance is almost universally that any art is better than no art, and so it's pretty. I never critique art at all. I'm just happy it exists. So this will be fun for me to actually like get into more of the feedback side of it.
Okay, cool. Well, all right. Well, what I'm gonna do probably is instead of constantly pinging between Discord and like stream or whatever, I'm probably just I'm gonna at you every time. This might be annoying for you, but it might just be easier for you to manage. You know, I'm just gonna at you with the link that I'm reviewing or that we're going over, because I'm gonna go through in chronological order. I mean, once I do it once, I think you'll be fine. So we'll start with.
Yeah, I mean, I've got your Discord, like the art critique channel, and your Discord open on my screen over here.
Yeah, the thing is, people have been posting it sort of, you know, sometimes when I was live yesterday, so there's some that like interrupted. If there's a little devil emoji react, Cole Bounds, thank you for the follow. If there's a little devil emoji react, that's the one that people want to review today. So I'm gonna start with the one I tagged you in there, which is the one by Lemon Squisser. I don't know if Lemon Squisser's here today. Normally, what I do with streams is if I'm live and they're in chat, that's sort of like the condition to get a critique.
Sure.
But today, I think we're just gonna go through it, and then for the sake of, you know, not deferring any critiques or whatever, we're just gonna bang through all of them. So we'll start with this one, and I'm gonna pull it up on my canvas. It's going over anatomy, and I don't know if you wanna. Oh, I'm trying to find a blank canvas here, a little room.
Hey Black Knight, I'm PK. I do fantasy character art. I'm the guest.
Yeah, he's my special guest today. So I don't know if you can see my screen right now. I assume you can.
Yep, I got your stream pulled up.
Do you want to start? I don't know if that's putting you on the spot, or if you want me to jump into it. So
yeah, I mean, I definitely think you're the expert here, especially in a clean line drawing where, you know, I focus more on the rendering side.
For sure.
But just, okay. Yeah, right off the bat, I'm trying to figure out the position of like the torso.
Yeah. So that's definitely one. So I think like just for context, Lemon Squisser asked that he thinks there's something wrong with the bone structure.
Oh sure, yeah.
And so what I do is I just do a little draw over real quick. And in this particular case, I think I agree with you. There's some stuff, and this is a thing, chat, that your brain likes to do a lot of the time. And you've probably experienced it too, PK, where you want to foreshorten something, but your brain's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna just draw it in its full length, in its full perspective. And so, because you gotta fight your brain and be like, no, like it has to be foreshortened a little bit. So I think that's kind of what's going on with a little bit of this. We're missing some overlaps with the rib cage. If your torso, where's my pen? If your torso bends, you usually get some sort of like pinch here with the rib cage. So you get like a pretty extreme pinch on a really, really tilted forward angle like this, in my experience. The ribcage has this sort of egg shape to it, and then from there, typically, if you're putting the head, you want to centralize it on this ribcage. So if the head and neck, it's fine to extend your head out a little bit, but I think you would get a little bit more overlap in this particular pose, in my opinion. Maybe not that extreme, but that's sort of what I'm seeing that feels a little odd to me. The lats are almost sort of shooting up in this direction when the lats would actually attach a little bit more this way. So this is a complicated pose to manage, but yeah, that's sort of my first view at it. There's quite a few areas, and also PK, just for context, I try and usually only give like 2 or 3 things, because if I sit here for like 20 minutes just going through everything, it's overwhelming, and I feel like people probably won't want to apply it, right? So to start, I guess what I would say is, yeah, I would tweak this pinch here on this back. I would sort of smooth out this gesture. I think the ribcage might be a little big on the way I drew it here. And then the head, I guess, you know what, if we're tilting it forward, it's going to be more of an extreme tilt.
Oh yeah,
I missed.
You're right.
See Snack.
Snack disappeared. We lost them out.
I think my PNG tuber is just freaking out because there's like a lot of stuff going on with the Discord and all that stuff. It doesn't usually malfunction this much. There are some technical issues though with it. But
I mean, if it helps, dude, we can always hide my camera too. My
oh, I mean, yeah, I guess. Well, I think it's honestly just because we're in a Discord call. I think it's just sort of straining things. Yeah. I'll restart it. I'll do my best, but people are probably going to assume you're me for today, I think, especially new people. But yeah, so just to push the extreme tilt on this, you know, you want to normally when you rotate a form from its neutral position, like let's say there's a rib cage here, and you tilt it vertically, meaning you have sort of like this forward tilt, you're going to shrink the form down. So it's going to go from sort of this height down to this height, relative to the extremity that you're tilting or you're hinging at. And in this case, I think what we need to do is we just need to sort of shrink the rib cage down a little bit just to show that foreshortening. And then on the face, there are some structural issues, but they really sort of are focused more around like this cheekbone here. And the forehead, I think, would tilt back a little bit more. The eyes would actually, at this extreme angle, would basically be completely covered. Something more like that. And then the nose, you wouldn't actually see like this curvature here. It would just be like a top-down thing, a bit more like that. And then change the angle on the mouth here. I'm blasting through this, but... And I don't know if you have any areas that you really notice are kind of sticking out to you, PK, at all.
No, the first thing, other than like a torso position, which is the first thing you kind of locked into, I think the only thing that really stood out to me was the proportions of this front arm. That, like, if this guy were to straighten up his body and sort of stand, like, arms at his side, I feel like this front arm is way too big.
Yeah, we got, like, orangutan arms a little bit. They hang, like, a bit past the knee, almost.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you were to just swing the elbow down, it's like his elbow's hitting the bottom, like, where his crotch would line up at. Mm-hmm. And I think that just goes back to exactly what you're saying already, is the perspective, is the foreshortening. There's a little bit of foreshortening with overlap at the shoulder, and then the bicep is overlapping, you know, on the forearm. Mm-hmm. But just more. Like you would really not see a lot of that bicep, depending on, you know, I mean, the arm's going back. That's really the thing that stood out to me, other than the torso, was just that the size of the arm.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. I think like the sort of the tilt on the arm here would really sort of shrink down a lot. It's so hard to teach these things. You almost have to just physically measure out a normal proportion and then just go like, I'm just going to force myself to only keep it within this sort of shortened range and see what I can pull off. And then over time, you'll be able to sort of bang it out a little bit more effectively.
And it's also about picking, like, composition-wise, what's the most important pieces of the composition? Is it important that the sword is at that angle? Is it important that he's holding it in that way? And I always try to start with the thing that's, like, the most immutable about the character. If it's important that the sword's like that and that he's holding it, then I might draw in the hand holding it first and work my way back to the shoulder. Because if I start with the shoulder, I end up like, I kind of go based on vibes, and so I might end up with a hand position that doesn't work. and I try to force it together. So if I start with the things that are like, this is the visual that I want, start with that piece and work backwards from there. It helps me a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's like a really good point. That's how I draw knees for whatever reason. I don't do it with like hands and stuff, but with knees, I really struggle with legs. So I'll usually just start with like a knee, and then I'll just think of like where it attaches to the hip, and then just connect things. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. Okay, we got some chatters here going off. I did not expect to open this and see Bazonga somehow. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. By the way, guys, we're probably gonna be a little slow today doing reading chat. It's just it's a lot to balance. I think when you've got two people on stream, you're doing critiques, and then chat's zipping by. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a good problem. It's a good problem, dude.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Ian says stop ignoring YouTube.
Oh, it's that is a thing I do a lot. Hello, Ian. Music's a little too loud compared to your mic here. I see. Oopsies. Well, I think I don't even say YouTube audio right now at all.
Don't be sorry, be better. Brutal.
Well, you know, it is what it is. Point of the matter, music's too loud. Okay, I'm coming to the music, don't worry. Okay, I don't even see like my YouTube music going off right now.
You need to add like a redeem of like a little YouTube guy that comes up and just starts like yapping at you so you know to check YouTube chat. Just like a little Wii, like a me from Nintendo or something, just starts yapping at you.
Yeah, a little version of I should do something to personify chat.
Absolutely.
It is weird he's saying the music's too loud. Is this still too loud, Ian? I don't know if you're there or if you've abandoned me from blowing out your eardrums, but
Docs, I am happy to be here. I'm learning just as much as you guys. I think Snack is an incredible teacher, and I'm just happy to be here.
Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I think you need to give yourself a bit more credit. I always hear you like talk about how you wanna improve, or you think but you're still very, very, very skilled, and you know your stuff around painting, especially around material painting. That's something I've noticed that I really struggle with. That you probably have a much stronger grasp than I do.
Yeah, we'll see if we get any critiques about like painting and texturing and stuff like that. I think that's when I'll be able to actually give some solid advice.
Yeah, well, on that note, guys, if you guys have art that you want to get like feedback on right now, now's the time. Painting, anatomy, whatever you guys want to do, the floor is yours. That's why we're here. Oh yeah, we do have one by Verb. Maybe we could jump all over the place. We don't need to just stick to anatomy or whatever. I'll wrap up this critique real quick with some notes, and then what we can do is we can jump over to somebody who's got a little bit more painting thing, and then I'll turn it over to you. So just to wrap this up, Lemon, the issues I'm seeing with bone structure around the ear in particular is the shapes. You've got sort of this zigzaggy shape to your ear, which is a little strange. You could chalk it off as being stylistic. How do we submit? You go into the Discord at this link here, and then you post in the art critiques channel and react to your artwork with a little devil emoji. I'm just going to honestly assume anything posting critique today is for today's stream, so you don't really need to do the devil emoji, but it does. That was the original plan to differentiate from other streams. And then the head, I would say, I would shift it over just a bit, because right now it does feel a little bit like hyperextended off to the side. And I get you're trying to do like that, the really aggressive, like fighting, tensed up neck thing. But I think it's a little extreme.
Hands down, face first.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Which is like, it's a really nice dynamic pose for like combat or whatever. But it's
a cool pose.
Yeah,
it's a super cool pose.
I think the thing with like doing really dynamic, emotive poses is pushing things without over pushing it, and it's a really, really hard line to dance on.
Yeah, I think it's like you get the idea down of what the type of pose is, like this hunched over dynamic fight, like aggressive pose. And once you get this first version down, it's dropping the opacity, and then just you keep pushing it over and over again until you fully break it and then step back. Otherwise, I never really know when to stop with it.
Yeah, 100%.
But if I try to do it out the gate, like if I try to be super dynamic out the gate, I end up with something with really wonky proportions. So I try to start like pretty basic and then just slowly iterate till I find that happy medium.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna share this in the Discord. Normally what I do after I do critiques, I just take a little screenshot. I reply to the original message, and I just add my draw over. I try and do it from the same flipped camera angle so that I don't have to mess around with it too much.
You flip it, rotate it 15 degrees.
Yeah. I'll do a version where it's
draw a little mustache on him.
Who's giving me a little follow right now? I'm gonna address that in 2 seconds, so we'll do that. I'm just getting that in the Discord. Okay.
What's up, Smee? Welcome in. I don't know that I've met Smee, but I had somebody come in last night that was using Zagum's emotes. I recognized the emote instantly. Someone else from Zagum's community came into my stream yesterday and was using those emotes. So I don't. I gotta. Okay, you updated your username. Okay. All right. I was like, what are the odds of that? Cool.
Oops. I totally just blasted my YouTube audio. Okay. How's it going, Smee? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Lemon, we just finished you up. I'm back. What I miss? I posted in the...
Can you start over? Can you?
Yeah. Basically, so I'll just recommend you watch the VOD, I think. For today, we're not really going to be slowing down and waiting for chatters to show up just because we've got so much to get through. It would really set us back. But I posted in the Discord in response to your thing, so you can take a look there, and then you can likely catch the VOD. Sorry about that, dude. Yeah, sorry. And then what we'll do is we'll jump into one that has a little bit more of a painterly request. I don't know if you want to do Kimdo. Kimdo posted something. I've actually gone over.
Oh yeah, let me just critique the amazing Heroes artwork.
Yeah.
I think this will be an easy one. It's good.
I've switched it over to your canvas, and so
okay. And you said Heroes?
Yeah. Do you want me to tag you in
the couple piece, right?
Here. Yes. So I've gone over the couple piece before. She's mentioned that she's not a fan. She says I'm not really happy with either of these, but I can't pinpoint why exactly.
Okay.
I have some ideas, but
yeah, let's hear your ideas. Let's what you got? Because I've got some thoughts on this one.
Well, why don't you start? Because I've that's the one I've also like. Honestly, I think the other one is. I don't see like a whole lot wrong with the other one in particular.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a big difference in my style versus Heroes. This really, really beautiful, soft lighting. Like this very warm color palette. I love Heroes artwork so much because it feels like comforting to look at. I think that if I critiqued anything, which would be difficult for me to do, it's focal point. So I always try to find a point of reference for artwork that I know and love. And Heroes artwork reminds me of like film from the 1950s, black and white film that has that really soft lighting, really even soft lighting. And I think that if I had to recommend anything, it's going to really come down to composition. I think that we got kind of even values, which I know that's Heroes thing. But if I drop the saturation down, we're super even across the board here. So all I would probably do is just take like an airbrush and try to bring in the focal point. more towards what we want to look at, because we don't care about the dude's jacket, right? We don't care about her dress over here. We care about what's happening here. So I would vignette the edges, and then I would probably put some kind of highlighting on the faces where the actual subject is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And see, even with just that, we just focus the eye a lot more in on what's important, right? All these details are great, and they set the scene really, really well. But just a little bit of vignetting around the edge, and then some highlighting and contrast right in the center, and I think you end up with something that's, like I said, just pulls that eye into what's important. Usually you've got about 0.3 seconds for somebody to look at your artwork, so...
It's crazy how much, like, just a subtle change like that can really just draw the eye in, like, relative to just having it more, and I guess it's just a value shift for the most part. Like, the contrast of values just helps to pull things in a little bit better, but...
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? And it's the same amount of detail, and it's the same rendering. So, like, there's no issues with that. It's just focusing, like, the highest contrast is where your eye looks first, right? I mean, I think with my style, I tend to do, like, really high contrast stuff, so I'm probably showing some of my bias. But, you know, you could go in and, like, try to define some of the forms of the jacket a little bit more to give them more depth and stuff, give them a little bit more visual interest by thickening up the material and things like that. Honestly, though, with Hero Style, I don't think that that's necessary. I really think that just focusing the eye in on this one in particular. You said you talked about this one before. What's been your feedback in the past?
When I went over it here, just leave your thing up. What I'll do is I'll screenshot your change, and then I'll switch over to my canvas, and I'll do a little draw over and sort of talk about where I would change things. And I think the first thing I would point out is that I think the girl is insanely well executed. Like, I think it's here. I've switched over to my canvas now. I'm just gonna clear this stuff out, and then we're gonna post this in here. Where the hell is it?
I liked it where you've got my camera. That when I look at the screen, it looks like I'm looking at the screen. There's some good, like, feel. It looks good.
Yeah, all calculated. I don't ever have technical issues, so for me, this was all just part of the plan, you know?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Professional streamer.
Exactly. Don't mind the audio issues on every single stream right now, but beyond that, we're
good. a different audio issue on every platform.
Yeah.
Let's stream to TikTok and see what new audio problems we can find.
Exactly. Yeah. So Kimdo, I don't think you're here. You're probably sleeping given the time. But what I went over last time is sort of the tilt on the head. I think with the head sort of coming down like this and like kissing below someone's neck, you would probably get a little bit more of like less space between the brow and the eye. This to me indicates like the head is almost looking front on at a neutral position, whereas when you're tilting the head down at an angle like this, you're going to really close that space between the top eyebrow and the eye. And I think, you know, look, this angle can work. But I think having a more direct angle, in my opinion, works better. And I think this is something I said last time as well. I made it an optional thing to tweak the angle because I figured it might be like a lot of effort, to be quite honest. But if you are inclined, Kimdo, when you see this, I would sort of change the angle subtly and then have the nose, you know, a little bit more down like that. And I feel like that just feels a little bit more natural to me. Like if I do the hair here, whatever. I'm gonna reduce I'm drawing right on it, aren't I? Let me do a new layer and just bang that out real quick. Let me reduce the opacity here. Yeah, so maybe not as extreme, subtle tilt, but just a little bit more. I'm tilting my head right now. It's very it's sometimes it's so hard to like orient yourself when there's a drawing in the background. It like pulls your mind in another direction. So I'm just going to do the skull real quick, and I'm going to throw in a quick center line just to sort of center myself, because it's, yeah. I also think I would show a little bit more overlap on the cheekbone here on the side. It just feels like the cheekbone is almost like compressed by the neck, but because it's a bone, it would probably compress down on the muscle tissue on the neck, and so you would get a stronger curvature here. These are really, really, really subtle nitpicks, by the way, to be clear. Oh, hey, how's it going, Kimdo? Welcome in. There you are, bright and early. But yeah, we're going over your thing. I don't know how much you saw of PK's feedback before, or if you're just joining us now. But I think I've talked to you a little bit about this and the changes I would make, and they really just sort of come down to lowering the eyebrows and closing off that space, and changing sort of the tilt on the hair or the head a little bit. I don't know if that would work actually. But something a bit more like this feels more natural to me, relative to the other pose. And then the ear would come down as well, just a little bit like that.
So how would you recommend that somebody self-diagnose this kind of thing? Like, do you have a method for like placing those forms in space to make sure that they feel like they line up?
In
just
this
like practice and vibe
particular case, what I'm doing is I'm thinking of sort of where we're looking at the subject from, and you could see where it feels like the camera is slightly above them. It's not like it's not like a bird's eye view or anything crazy like that, but you are like above the figures a little bit, like almost like somebody is slightly taller than him looking down. And because of that, there's just a lot of stuff that you're not going to see. Her neck is extended back towards the camera, so her having a full face makes sense. But him having sort of like all this space underneath his eyebrows in his socket, it doesn't sell the perspective as well. It doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but you could probably sell the perspective better by changing a lot of these relationships between the features of the face and closing these gaps, and also having like no nostril show. Like you know how like if you have like a nose and you're looking above the nose, you could see the nostril. And then if you're like neutral, you tend to see the nostril a little bit, but if you're above a subject, you don't really see the nostril because it's below the nose, right? And so having this transition of direction here, I think you could just sell that we're above the subject better if you get rid of the nostril and show more of a top-down view. I have a bad habit of drawing eyebrows too high, says Kimdo. I do too. That's like one of the things that I try and there are like every artist is going to have habits and mistake habits as well, right? And one of the ones that I have is definitely eyebrow spacing, which is why I'm probably a little bit more critical of it in other people's work, because it's kind of like a projection of the things that I make mistakes on all the time. But yeah, I don't know. Do you feel like you have sort of recurring habits that you're aware of, but and you have to like it's like going into like manual control versus like automatic driving, right? And like you gotta like consciously think of like how you're drawing the thing rather than just freestyling it.
Yeah, I make all my characters too buff.
That's not a personal choice, you're saying?
I mean, somewhere in there it is. Maybe you and Hiro just like naturally inquisitive people, and that's why you're always drawing the eyebrows really high.
Maybe that's what it is.
I think it's interesting the method that you're describing, because it's kind of like so not just it's always difficult whenever somebody has a painting like this in its critique, right? Because there's a level of what do you want to completely repaint? What changes can you make to it now? And how do you prevent from running into that mistake again in the future? And that's why I think it's interesting when you're describing like how you critiqued or how you came to the conclusions you came to with the perspective of the head, and how you describe it's really interesting, because you're saying the camera is above the subject, and when the camera is above the subject, these things tend to be true. And I think that's a really interesting step-by-step way of thinking of like a list of questions you can ask yourself, right? What do I know to be true? Okay, here the eyebrows are usually I'm just gonna make up some stuff here, right? Let's say the eyebrows are usually one eye above your, like, there's a space of an eye between the eye and the eyebrow. So is the camera above my subject? If so, then I need to measure that and make sure that the eyebrow is closer than the height of one eye from the eye. Like a little logic checklist that you can do to self-critique whenever you're going through these.
That's
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what I try and do is I try and sort of I guess like if you've ever played a D&D campaign that is on rails. I know in D&D you kind of want to keep it sort of grounded, but you don't want to give the feeling like you're on rails typically, right? But you sort of want a structure. I've never DM'd, so this is from the perspective of a player anyways, and having spoken to DMs. But like in art, it's very similar where you kind of want to have rails. They're a little bit more aggressive, and I would encourage them to actually be like more objective. And like even if you look at this couch, like there's a little, I'll bring up the opacity a little bit. There's like a trim line here on the couch that tilts down, right? And if you draw this couch out, it's basically a box, and we're above it. We're above this box. If we were below it, like that's how you can orient yourself in the scene as well. And also you could see sort of the top of her rib cage. If she was like at our eye level, she'd basically be like flat like this, and you would see her arm, I don't know, maybe doing something like this, and then her head would be a little bit more like this or whatever, right? You wouldn't see sort of the top of her rib cage, and you certainly wouldn't see both breasts the way you do here. And so because of that, I can sort of narrow in the ability to make mistakes by being like, there are certain things I have to stick to in this rule set, right? And the perspective is the rule set. And so, you know, even now, like if you look straight at the camera, I'm curious. I don't know if you want me to like screenshot your face. I've screenshotted your face front on. Sorry, it's mid blink, but you know it'll. Oh, actually, stay. There you go. So screenshot your face there. Now tilt your face down, but don't change your expression at all. Okay, just stay like that for 2 seconds. I'm just placing the screenshot. Okay, you're good. So now what we're simulating by doing that, obviously you didn't change your camera position, but essentially like that's what you would see. And if you look at the space between the eyes, they change subtly. Like here, look at this space between these two eyes. Whereas here, it's a lot smaller. It's very difficult to do at this to illustrate here, but there's a lot less space. If we color this in, like all that shape there, and then we color it in here, it's a lot narrower than it is on the top one, right? And so basically by knowing we're above a subject, we know that this space just has to be small. It's like objectively always going to be that way. Doesn't really matter unless you're doing like a shocked face with your eyes bright wide open, then you know you recalibrate. But in a neutral position, especially in an eyes closed position, if you lower your eyelids, your brow kind of secondarily lowers just a little bit, right? So there's like a whole bunch of weird subtle changes in facial expression and stuff like that. So that's sort of how I think about it. And that's
and there's the alternate method is like the person that draws the 3D form in perspective and lines up like the landmarks with the perspective of the drawing. So you've got like a shorthand rule set versus a like actually building up the forms.
mm-hmm.
I think that's a cool way to think about it, is like, hey, just as a quick check, if above this is true, as a really quick way to test yourself. I think that's really smart.
Yeah, and it's again, it's with the nose stuff I was talking about too. Like we could see our nostrils here in a neutral expression, but we can't hear. And so like, but so you can always sort of self-critique by being like, okay, what's my camera perspective? If this is my camera perspective, then these things have to, it's basically if true statements. If you know, like if this is the case, then this has to be the outcome on my drawing. Otherwise, it makes no perspective sense. Or you've got like an upward rotation. Like you could technically elevate your camera and then crank your head up, and then it'll feel like a front-on face, right? But that's getting a little bit overly complicated. We're keeping things relatively grounded. That's sort of how I think about it.
Cool. Very cool.
I look like a Lego minifig. That's what you do. Oh my god, using PK as a live ref. It's very convenient. I'm not gonna lie. Having you as a reference is very, very, very convenient. I can't tilt my PNG. Picture time.
You
Exactly.
gotta get the most advanced VTuber models so that way you can tilt and move them around.
Well, you know it's funny. If ever I did upgrade my PNG tuber, it would be to a 3D model. I'm just very
Yeah.
picky with style and stuff, and so I haven't really found somebody that I want to commission. But you know, anyways, redeem speak French for 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna speak French, and while I do that, I think what we should do is we should transition to another critique. I'm gonna send this over to Kimdo to look at because I think this is quite a bit of information. You know, I'm just gonna recap quickly what PK said, and basically what. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch to your canvas. And then I don't know if you want to toggle it on and off and just sort of give her a quick recap on the changes you applied.
Yeah. So you know, I've seen this before and I think it looks awesome. All I did here was try to bring in the focal point to like the action here of the couple. So I added a vignette around the edge with just a really simple multiply, and then I just brought up the lighting where the faces are. So this is the edit, and this is the original. So it keeps a lot of that soft lighting, but it just pulls that focus in to like what's important in the illustration. I think it's really quick when it comes to really good when it comes to a quick read, especially in social media and things like that. Somebody's scrolling through, you want them to look right. Well, you want them to look right where you want them to look, I guess is the lesson there. For me, kind of mental reference here, if you're looking for guidelines on how to take a style that's similar to yours and where you could experiment with it, I think that being really, really picky with either very, very dark shadows or very, very bright highlights in just a few spots would kind of knock this up one level. And when I think of your art, I think if you reference stills or film from the 1950s where they had this really beautiful soft light and soft colors or a soft, well, I guess soft values, you can see a lot of things to take from. And even in these scenes that have really blown out soft light, you'll see these really bright edge lights or these really, really dark cast shadows that are short, but they kind of elevate the whole thing pop. So that's all I would do is slight value adjustments there to focus in on the subjects a little bit. But I mean, I'm a huge fan, so nothing could change and I would still love it.
Yeah. Okay, I think what we're gonna do for today's stream, this is gonna upset chat. Sorry, chat. I think what I'm gonna do the French redeem that we just got, but I think I'm probably just gonna say we're gonna chill on the. I'm probably not gonna do any future redeems just to avoid sort of killing the flow of me speaking a foreign language while we have PK on stream going over artwork and stuff. But I'll do it to honor the points spent. But I think just going forward, we'll probably be a little bit more reluctant to do it. So I'm gonna go in and speak some French now. Pour 1 minute, je sais pas. I don't know if PK is gonna time me, but je m'en vais. Je parle pour 1 minute.
I got you.
Puis je pense, ce qu'on va faire, c'est pendant que moi je suis en train de parler, je vais rentrer dans le Discord, puis je vais essayer de trouver un dessin pour faire la prochaine critique avec. Ça se peut qu'aussi on continue avec l'autre dessin que Kimdo a soumis. On pourrait discuter, I guess, la deuxième image. C'est pas vraiment quelque chose que je pense que je pense pas que ça prendrait beaucoup de changements. Honnêtement, si moi j'aurais dessiné ça dès le début, je dirais que ça serait comme idéal de juste le garder de même. Ça prend pas comme. Il n'y a pas trop de critiques que je donnerais à l'autre dessin. Donc, je sais pas si ça fait à peu près 1 minute que je parle. I think it's been about probably close to a minute now. Peut-être pas. Peut-être il me reste du temps. I don't know. Is there any time left?
You're not going to believe this, but you're exactly the same amount of time short as you were last time.
Oh yeah, how bad?
So your your mental timer of what a minute is very close and very consistent.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, you're about Like exactly 52 seconds both times.
You know what? Whatever. I'm taking a little time for myself, you know? So Knox asked in chat, they asked, are we gonna go over Kimno's other drawing? We can. The thing is, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there's a whole lot I would add to it, personally. We can pull it up, and I think we've got PK stream open right now. Do you have anything that you would add?
It's the same thing as before, right? It's the kind of focal point side of things, right? It's everything is kind of even, which is a style, obviously is a style. So this is personal preference, but you know, just keeping that. Where do you want me to look as a viewer, and just bringing those highlights up towards the face, and then the corner, you know, knocking the shadows back a little bit. I do think that if there's anything, it would be the arm of the couch here. Like this leg on the front, it looks like it's floating.
Yeah, it's not in the crook of the knee, eh?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you could bring in the arm of the couch, or bring out, I guess, pull out, and still have it under the arm. And then you could have some of that, the push from the leg, right? Where that is hitting the arm of the couch. You could probably pull that out just a little bit, and then just have some overlap there, and it grounds it a little bit more. But that's really the only thing that stood out to me as far as in the drawing itself. Otherwise, it's the same as before. Is just focusing those values on where you want my eye to go.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, given that the couch is like a soft fabric, like the weight of the leg, especially being compressed with the arm, would sink in a little bit more. You get a more like satin feel there.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, other than that, though, yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you could always. There's a lot of detail here. Like, I'm not sure if there's shadow from the arm here. I'm not sure where the rest of this light on the leg is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's any shadow here, unless you're introducing new light or bounce light, all of this would be in shadow. Unless there's light coming from here somehow.
Yeah, like
this would all be blocked.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the vignette thing in general like makes a huge difference once you've applied it. It's like way more noticeable. Like the change in flatness on the values. And I think that's something I try and apply a lot when I paint as well, is I take like the biggest brush I can and just sort of deliberately decide the focal area. Oh, we've got ads right now. I don't know if you need to take a bathroom break or grab some water or whatever, if we got 3 minutes of ads running right now, so.
I don't know if Hito's stuck in ads. I don't know if how big you are on like composition stuff.
It's not my specialty. Like, I know foundation, like theoretical stuff, but it's not like a thing I'm super duper comfortable critiquing a lot of the time, just because I don't have a lot of experience with it. Unless it's like anatomical composition, like gesture and stuff like that. But
yeah, I think that there's something with composition with this guy. God, I'm being so nitpicky now. That like the chair is cut off at just a little bit of a weird spot. The back of the character is hitting the edge of the canvas, which is just kind of a funky tangent. But a character looking like off screen like this is usually not the best idea unless you've got a way to bring their eye back into the subject. Because as a viewer, 9 times out of 10, you look at the face and then you look at where the face is looking. And so the fact there's nothing over here means that most people are going to go from here to off camera and be done. So if there's anything that you could add to bring the eye back down, even if it's just like having one of the legs come up a little bit more. And they're kind of kicking their toe up, right? So that way when you go over, you see that and you get looped back into the character. So you end up in this like circling back through the character over and over again. That would be the only other it's just this is a weird cutoff point, and the eye line of the character is going to drive you straight off the side of the page. So just something that can catch the eye over here, even if it's just like a wallpaper decoration, right? Just something that pulls the eye back in to the character.
Smee recommended a lamp light in the top left corner.
Lamp light. I mean, you could even add like some kind of lamp here that stops the eye, right? Something in the background that's darker. So when your eye gets to here, it hits contrast, follows that line down, and then runs back into the character. And gets back,
I wonder what would be interesting if you did like an angled shadow. That way it's subtle. It doesn't pull away from the character too much, but it also creates a boundary that helps sort of frame the character a little bit better. Like almost like, I don't know, like there's, or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. That's maybe that would work. I don't know.
We're gonna knock this back. Don't worry.
Dave says, do you give advice on design aspects of characters too, or mostly the application of fundamentals? I don't know if that was directed at me or PK. I'm fine with doing design as well. It's a little bit more subjective, but
with design, what I tend to do is ask a bunch of questions and then let the person like come to their own conclusions based off of that, because like it's just so subjective.
Yeah, you draw your own Chatters artwork, eh? Like through your painted poppets or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm almost at the point where I can redeem one of those.
Nice, dude.
Yeah. Well, I say almost. I think I'm at like 100K or something like that.
Yeah, so you can add this like kind of lighting effect it does the exact same thing. You go, you hit contrast, your eye stops, it follows the line of contrast back to the foot, and then it loops right back into the character.
Yeah, see, that's and I feel like the it's subtle where it doesn't take away from the emptiness on the edge of the frame. Whereas I feel like if you added a prop, it might sort of it might pull away a little bit.
Totally agreed.
Mr. PK, would you recommend studying composition? How would you recommend studying composition?
How would I recommend studying composition? I mean, movie frames is what I would go to. Find your like favorite directors and pause frames in movies to see how they draw your eye in. It's almost always contrasting. There's a great book called Ink that's about sequential art. Sequential art or comic book art are probably the masters of composition because they have to balance character, action, words, page layout. And that book does a fantastic job of going through composition.
Is it framed ink? Is that what it is? What it's called? Or
is it called framed ink?
I think it is. If it's the book
it might be called framed ink. I know ink is very big on the front.
It's like
but it's one of
the graphic illustration book, right? Or like
it's one of the best books that I've seen on composition.
Yeah.
And then of course you've got, master studies. But for me I'm very, very amateur when it comes to compositions. The things that I try to keep in mind is, you've got rule of thirds and you've got eye line. And that's really or like what your focus is. What I'll do is I'll like change my values, flip the image, close my eyes, rotate the drawing, like everything I can to reset, and then just open my eyes. And I'll try to be really, really mindful of what my eyeball does on its own. And almost always I can kind of figure out like, okay, you're almost always going to go to the face. And then from there, you're going to follow the character's eyeballs. And you can even look at like, I don't even know if I can find a good image quickly.
Well, while you're digging, I can answer some questions here in chat.
Yeah, please do.
I know, you just interrupt me once you found an example or something. So Shiny White Ox says, I always took reference from old master paintings, Baroque and chiaroscuro. I probably butchered that word. Yeah. I've, you know what's funny? I never actually did a lot of master paintings or studies. If I've ever studied, it was from more modern artists or like people on Instagram and stuff like that. That's where a lot of like my inspirations came from. But master studies are probably really, really, really good for composition. So that I would say is, especially with like how complex a lot of those compositions are. If you're looking at like Renaissance paintings and stuff like that, there's a lot going on. We broke one down for Siren Night. I think it was Siren Night that the requested one not too long ago, and we did a little breakdown on stream of how I would study a traditional master study or whatever. Siren Night Sparrow says, "What about children's books?" It's gonna be the same rules, honestly. It's gonna be the same rules. If anything, you're gonna be probably not as overly critical about. You know what? I've never worked in children's books, so I don't want to say that. But my view is it's all the same foundational stuff. Whether you're studying from traditional like masters, like old masters, like Shiny White Oxide, or you found some Instagram artists you really like, or even movies or whatever. I feel like all of those things are going to give you the same sort of foundational understanding of composition. So really just pick what you want would be what I say. So it looks like you found a drawing there.
Yeah, so I'll give you a couple of examples in what I'm talking about. So we've got high contrast right where the face is. So this is Sims art. Sims is kind of a master at storytelling in their artwork. And they've got this really nice white highlight, even though the lighting on the face is softer. So they're keeping that soft aesthetic, bring your eye in. So you focus here first, and you've got this really great line of detail down to the action. But then if you look, you hit another point of contrast here with vertical lines. And the next point of contrast you hit, which direction are the lines going? They're going back towards the face of the character, right? So you get drawn back in. And even if you overshoot, what ends up happening is now you run into these wings, which pull you right back to the face of the character. Yeah. So you're following these lines of detail and contrast, and they're always looping you back in to what you want somebody's eyeball to focus on, which in this instance is the character and the character's action.
Well, even the window has like those vertical bars that are pointing down towards the
which is awesome, right?
And then you've got, if I'm looking at it, the darkest value on the entire canvas is probably those string lights in the top right that gives you like a hard edge to not go past, essentially.
Yep, it stops you exactly. And what do you hit? You hit the wings, which pulls you right back into where the character is. Mm-hmm. And even if I look at a totally different piece of artwork, which is a medieval battlefield, right?
That's crazy.
So, highest point of contrast right here. Easily the highest point of contrast, right? This guy looking straight up here. This guy's looking up here. Even has literally an arrow pointing back. These two guys looking at each other, but there's arrows from their weapons with this high contrast going up. There's literally arrows in this painting pointing where it wants you to look. So keep like just following those lines can help you determine if the eye line's going to do what you want it to do. None of those are pointing off camera, right? The few people that are looking off camera immediately get hit by a wall that points right back to the center.
Yeah, it's
totally
crazy the amount of stuff that goes into composition. And the thing with composition is I feel like, maybe it's just me, it's really hard to narrow down. There are like some objective things, but it feels like it's just sort of the way you combine certain elements can lead to really pleasing compositions in a lot of ways. And so it's a lot harder for me to give feedback on composition sometimes. Look at iconic scenes and see how they're made, or even look at some photographers' work if you have any that you like their style. Yeah, movie posters are another one. My favorite thing about children's books is there's clearly a point of focus, but if you look long enough, you start seeing all the little things added. Yeah, It's been so long since I've read children's books, so it's hard for me to validate this, but I'll defer and just say, yeah, I believe it based off my memory. The thing about composition is to try and always lead the viewer to the focal point, and from focal point, keep the eyes on the painting, don't lead out. Yeah, that's another thing, right? And PK was sort of touching on it a little bit with the Sims art, like drawing, but essentially you always want to have a loop. It's you know what, I'm gonna switch to my canvas real quick because I gave Knox last week a sort of a demo on visual tracking of the eye when it comes to artwork, and I just want to sort of highlight it again here because I feel like this is a very good example. So if you draw a line, let's say, and then that line gets thinner and thinner and less line weight towards the end, and it starts off thicker, your eye sort of naturally is going to start on the thicker end of this curvature. I don't know if you guys can, yeah, you can see on the canvas. Your eye's going to naturally...
honest with you, man. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nobody's paying attention to that S curve at the moment. There is a different S curve on screen that people are paying attention to.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I forgot I drew this freaking cat girl. Anyways, this is my cat girl canvas, by the way. I was just doing a bunch of like, yeah, I was doing a bunch of cat girls and stuff, and then yeah, I was tired of drawing Link, and then I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna draw another cat girl. By the way, this is me down here staring up at the cat girl. But okay, well,
to scale, is that to scale?
Yeah, it's to scale. Exactly.
Excellent.
Okay, guys. Well, look, try really, 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 really hard to not look at the hot cat girl in the background and just look at the lines I'm doing on the canvas. They're very boring, but trust me, what I'm about to say makes sense. If you track this visually, typically your eye is going to start in this direction just because there's more line weight here and more line thickness, and then it gets thinner over here. And sort of you have this natural direction that your eye wants to go. It's going to flow sort of this way, and then as it gets thinner and like more tapered off, it sort of follows that way. Like I would say probably, look, I've never tested it, but my guess is like 6 or 7 times out of 10 you're probably going to start visually here and then end up here by the end. You don't usually start at this end and then look over here. But what happens is if you add a visual break in here, like let's say I add a really sharp, heavy weighted tilt here, now your eye doesn't know where to look. It gets confused. And so when you're doing artwork, you want to sort of make sure that you're not doing these conflicting forms that break the visual direction of the piece. And I think that, to me, foundationally is what composition is sort of having a clean path to move the eye on. And how you do that is really up to you. That's sort of how I think about it, though I don't have a lot of experience doing things compositionally. Mostly
yeah, and I think it's worth noting that it's making the person's eye do what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like if your goal is to disorient or confuse or obfuscate or whatever, that's great. Just whatever's happening, just try to do it on purpose. That's the thing. Is whatever you want it to do, just do it on purpose,
mm-hmm.
versus just throwing stuff on a page and hoping people look where you want them to look.
Yeah, I also think doing that is also, it's a skill you need to learn by learning how to observe and stuff, which is, it's almost like a magician doing like sleight of hand, or where like they'll sort of force you to pick a specific card or something like that. Or look, I've never done magic, but my understanding is that happens in magic shows. So I feel like art is a lot like that, where you have to train yourself to trick the viewer on where to look. And anyways, so that's a lot of compositional tools. But somebody says, the horse fact guy says, what's that cat girl for? Literally nothing. There's no rhyme or reason why there's a cat girl on the canvas right now. I was just bored one day, like last week. So artistic manipulation, exactly. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to move on to another piece. So we'll go in the next one in order. The next one was Cut Marrow's drawing. And Cut Marrow, I've given feedback to several times at this point, I think. So I'm going to grab Cut Marrow's artwork and we'll pull it up here on my canvas. And I'm curious, because this also is a colored illustration. It's massive. I'm curious to know if you have anything that you would also add to this. My typical feedback to Marrow is to declutter. That's usually a recurring trend when I'm giving him feedback. And I think it's in this case, I think these sort of lines here. I'm gonna draw in blue because there's a lot of red on this canvas. But I think these lines here they create those visual breaks I was talking about. And it's hard to know sort of where the flow is exactly. I don't know how to fix that. Again, like compositional stuff is really, really difficult for me to give advice on. I would probably reduce a lot of the stars in the background and maybe leave them to the outer edge here. Actually, I'm curious to know what you would think about this. How would you improve this? Maybe you'll have a better idea than I will. I'll switch over to your screen and just sort of, if you've got an idea. If not, I can freestyle.
Yeah, let's talk it out, right? It's tough when it comes to style. Like you said, there's a lot of visual clutter, but it's obviously on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so it comes down to a personal preference. If I'm just looking at that eye line, the red circle that bisects the character in the middle, it's a very cool moment of visual interest, but it does stop my eye from going all the way down the illustration. And I mean, sorry, I guess I can actually point to something on the canvas here. It's this red, this guy in the middle. Get a color that actually might show up. So this guy, like obviously starting here at the head of the character and starting to S curve down through, when I hit this, my eye stops. And I don't know that that's intentional.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, is just I feel like that red line is like a border. And it's my brain wants to go and follow that burgundy like cloth running from one character to another, but it's interrupted, right?
Yep, I agree. I agree. It's that's exactly what happens when I look at it. I hit that red line and it just interrupts the flow. And it's kind of happening here too with this black line. That seems almost unintentional, right? I don't know that this black line in the center, I would probably try to combine those unless there's a reason why it's separate, just to maintain that curve that's going all the way through the piece.
Yeah, I think another thing that I've mentioned to cut before is sort of finding the balance of when to add like a shit ton of detail and when to be a little bit more conservative with where you're placing detail. And I feel like because both of the subjects are very detailed, if you reduce the detail in that middle cloth, I'm curious to know if it would create a better transition from one character to the next, like almost like a breathing space. It might be too much. I don't know. It's hard to say. It just feels like every area I look, there's a lot going on visually.
Yeah, which is totally the style, right? Which I get it, and that's not a style that I work in. So it's like I could see where this comes down to personal preference. I do think that black line in the middle, this black line does, like, at the very least, getting rid of that. Maybe to your point, Snag, maybe if a design was added, some kind of trim down the edge that was a negative space, or down the center that didn't have all of that detail in it. So it gave you a path to follow through all that detail, might accomplish what you're looking for, but keep all the detail that Mero likes to add.
Yeah. I think
it might be nitpicky. If I could get nitpicky, I guess. Is this edge is kind of an awkward shape. Is that just me? I feel like I'd like to see it actually just be this curve.
Like it twists in the middle, right? Like there's sort of like a pinch in the middle.
That would be cool. Yeah, if it pinched in the middle and twisted over, and then you could even break up, like have the backside of it, a darker black or darker color, and that be your your area of rest in the center and some visual interest there.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think another thing I would add too is probably like the fabric, like the two little bits of fabric on either side of that central fabric piece. I think they share too similar of a shape to that middle piece, and we get into a very I think there just needs more shape diversity between the two, and I think
You're talking about this guy.
No, I'm talking about the little
Are you
pieces
the
on
little
the,
guy?
yeah,
Oh
those
yeah, yeah,
things.
yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah, yeah,
feel
yeah,
very
yeah.
similar to the central one, just smaller versions of it. And we got the large and small shape variety, but I think like the actual shape itself having more variety would, because it feels like very flat when you have a lot of the same shapes next to each other. Even if you modify the sizes a little bit, it still feels a little flat. I'm gonna switch over to my canvas just to show an
Yeah, yeah.
example of what I mean. But essentially, like if you draw, I've done this before too, but essentially, if you draw like a box like this, let's say I'll do a new canvas here, or a new, if I draw a box like this, and then I take this shape and I duplicate it, okay, and I put it next to each other, it's a lot more visually boring than if I take this shape and resize it and then rejig it to be a new shape. Now it's got more visual interest, in my opinion, typically. And so if you change the size, that's one element of like, you're basically like, when I think about it, I'm thinking of like little dials, and the more I change, the more I'm cranking up the appeal. And having something that's like very one to one like this and less intentional can sometimes feel flat. Whereas if you change sort of the shape dynamic, it becomes a little bit more visually appealing. And then you can do that as well with like line weight or whatever. Um, so that's sort of when I'm looking at this. That's what I'm noticing is these shapes sort of feel very similar. And I'm wondering, because I saw the way that PK drew his, and I'm wondering if taking out some of this form here, creating more of like a dark space where these like pinch together, sort of helps with that. I don't know though. Also, I think what would really help also is if these two were connected somehow, because they feel like they're going off into I don't know where. I don't know. It's really really tough with compositional stuff like this. Um, I will say, objectively, I would probably either get rid of this ring or change the shape. I think it's too conflicting with this one up here. I'm not doing a very good color here. I think it's too conflicting with this ring up here. That I prefer this one because we should be looking here, right? That's the focal area on this piece, in my opinion. Like if we're looking anywhere, it's here. We've got high contrast, we've got light, dark. I mean, we've got high contrast in a lot of places. But I feel like honestly, maybe if you got rid of the stars around here, it would let it breathe a little bit better in this space. I wonder, almost like this red ring is like a boundary that like the stars can't cross into. I don't know. I don't know. A lot of this stuff is I know you do these designs for t-shirts and stuff a lot of the time from what I understand, but I feel like that just reads better to me with all that black around it rather than having the stars in there. It's a little less cluttered. And I feel like I can get a better feel for that character. What do you think? Also, if you don't agree with me, PK, just let me know. Like this is out of my domain, so
No, I totally agree. I like the added of the shadow to kind of break that up a little bit. The two drapes that are in the background do kind of feel like they. It's funny in the original you don't even really notice that they don't end up anywhere, but as soon as you pull that back a little bit, they definitely like where are these going, right? What direction did these head in? I think one of the other really quick changes that I just was playing around with is here, where the scarf or cloth or toga or whatever you want to call it, like really good 3D form with the head, but I feel like this thing is flattening a little bit. Like either this needs to be more over, it's like like the red needs to be more behind it, or it needs to just be more open. because
Oh yeah.
right now it looks like it's flattening between the shoulder and the back arm. Versus if you were
Everything
to
feels
just
very tight and constricted a little bit, which I think is the point, but it's also like it's
absolutely.
I like that the looseness that you add, like when you do the little draping cloth instead.
Yeah, just trying to make it look more like 3D form, right?
Hmm.
So Mara's asking, does the lighting feel consistent? So I mean, you got a big sphere head here, and if the light's coming down, I'm guessing you would have. I'll go back to your original. This big sphere is gonna block out a ton of this, so you wouldn't be able to see unless there's a secondary light source, right? I'm gonna keep going back to that because you could tell me that there's another floodlight, and I believe you.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I mean, this all looks good.
The
Maybe,
lighting on the body looks good to me. The one thing I would
yeah.
say is that it fights the head a lot for attention because it's got that black and white like hard contrast everywhere, and even with the stars like that, there's so much contrast that it's really hard to know where to look. Is what it feels like to me.
Which is definitely the intent, right? That kind of suffocating amount of detail feels very purposeful. Uh, but it's just where do you want me to look? Kind of to Snack's point, like, okay, you're definitely accomplishing that suffocating amount of detail, but there still has to be some amount of like where's the path of least resistance. And
Hmm.
I think it's got to be this burgundy, right? Like that seems like the obvious answer since it connects both of the characters.
Do you have any
And look at,
like critiques that you would say if you objectively do this, it'll probably improve the piece?
I mean, yeah, this red ring. I think you already called that out.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that I'm seeing, and I would connect. I would make some kind of connection between these two. This feels the black line in the middle feels like it. I mean, from someone who does art, it feels like that's where the image got flipped vertically and it just didn't get connected. Like it doesn't feel like an intentional choice to leave those two separate.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, let
Yeah.
me.
I think another thing that I would point out is the lettering is also pretty important, I would assume, in graphic design and stuff. And I feel like when you have letters, and it's not to say you can't use serif fonts. I don't know if you guys know what serif fonts are, but essentially, if you're doing like, let's say the letter T. Okay, I'm gonna switch to my canvas real quick and just sort of give a little example here. But like, let's say you switch over and you draw the letter T. Sometimes these T's have these little lines like this, or these little hooks like this. These are serifs. And when you add serifs, in a lot of places, these are usually removed. I don't know if you've heard the term sans serif. That just in French means without serif. And basically, what that is taking a letter that has serif, cutting it off because it's more visually pleasing to the eye, or less. It's not that it's more visually pleasing. It's more it's less abrasive to look at, and so you tend to get a little bit of snack redeem French 0.1 seconds. I'm wearing down that 12 seconds. I just gotta say a couple more French words and then, but it's so I think you the first thing is you have serif, which is totally fine, but I think having also these sort of hatching lines and the serif, it makes the lettering just kind of uncomfortable to look at, in my opinion, a little bit. It doesn't I don't know. It's hard to look at. It's also tilted, so you're tilting your head. I don't know. What do you think?
Like, I mean, I kind of, once again, I keep going back to, I get the vibe, right? This reminds me of like hardcore punk shirts or, that kind of, like uncomfortable on purpose art. And so I'm
Hmm.
trying really hard to not say, like, hey, you know, all these minute details, like all the hatching in the cloth, like that's really, really busy and it's overly detailed to the point where it's chaotic to look at. These things are all true, but then I look at anime like Aeon Flux and that kind of busy on purpose art style, and it's like, okay, I don't know where one starts and one stops. So I don't want to go that route. I was just playing around with what you were saying with the black around the head where the stars stop. I think that is because when I was zoomed out, I do lose. It's crazy. As big as the contrast is in the head, as soon as I zoom out, I lose it in this bottom one.
Yeah.
But when I remove those stars, like what you were recommending, I think it pops, especially with the added shadow underneath it from the cast light. Really brings that.
Apparently he meant to black out the inside of the halo. Whoops. Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I would say too. And also, if another thing I would add is if you could add an opacity gradient to the stars right on the outside of the red ring and have them subtly transition into the sort of high detail area, maybe that would help as well. So it's not just like a harsh black wall and then a bunch of stars, you know, because I feel like that also creates contrast, and it sort of, maybe it's a little bit more, I don't know, pleasing to transition into. I don't know. Hard without layers to actually be able to modify like different layers on stuff, but
this is such a cool piece though. Like the amount of thought that goes into making something this detailed is awesome.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like this works really well as like a merch or like a t-shirt or something like that. And I'm obviously looking at it from the perspective of character illustrator, so a lot of my critiques are going to be coming more from that angle. But
I'm curious if you can keep the stars but adjust the colors, because that's going to create contrast from a like that the hue between the black and white of the head, right?
yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, there's ways that you can keep those.
Yeah, I think that works too. I'm stepping away from my computer, so if I sound like I'm echoing or I'm in another room, I'm just looking at it from a distance to get like an idea of how it feels. Yeah, I think that works better too.
There's the burgundy from the cloth in there, so a little bit darker, plus the red, so you keep the stars in there, but still really high contrast.
Stack got fed up and walked away. No.
I like the idea of stepping away from your computer versus zooming out on the canvas. That's a meta that I haven't achieved yet.
Oh, really? Well, normally I feel like I constantly zoom in and out, and I probably just disorient chat all the time because I'm just constantly like ripping out as far as I can to where it's like super like tiny on my canvas, and then just diving back in like Neil deGrasse Tyson zooming in on like a city or something from outer space. But
yeah.
But yeah, there was also another piece by Cut Marrow we can go over. Let's take a look here. This one, I think I could probably actually offer some anatomical suggestions on this one. But I'll switch over to my camera real quick. My canvas. And then what I'll do is I'm going to clear out a lot of the stuff on here just because there's a lot going on my canvas right now. So I'm just going to delete some of these.
And I guess Marrow, while Snack's getting set up there, I mean, what does any of that, like, what makes sense to you? Does any of that make sense? Are you seeing anything that we're saying? I mean, it's a style that's way outside of my own personal style, so I'm really talking about like just first read little things, because it's not a style that I normally work in. But hopefully what Snack and I point out makes sense to you.
Oh yeah, that all makes sense.
Really
the fabric was really a struggle for me mostly. Yeah, you know what I would say? If you have bed sheets, they make for perfect like Renaissance style fabric. Just taking that as like reference and wrapping it around yourself like a toga, I feel like that works really well if you're doing if you want to take some self-reference stuff. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? I'm good. A skull indeed. Fabric's always hard. Yeah, it is. And just to jump into this other piece here, unless you have, I don't know if you have anything else to add. I feel like that other piece is very difficult to sort of focus in on because every little individual area works on its own, but it's just sort of finding that those bridges between the sections.
Yeah, honestly, like quickest edits is simplify around the head, connect that burgundy cloth, and remove that, or at least decontrast that red ring that's around the torso. And I mean, those are really the only things that stood out as like immediate things to check.
I'm glad there wasn't anything glaring about the anatomy. I think I did pretty good on that. No, yeah, I don't think the anatomy. I don't think there's anything wrong with the anatomy. I think maybe some of the like, because it's supposed to be like a statue almost. Some of the lines. Again, you know me. Like I've given you feedback before, and you know my answer is always like declutter. Always. I don't know why. That's just sort of I like sort of simplified shapes, but I get for the purpose of like designing like graphic tees and stuff like that. Like totally works, you know. But yeah, to jump into this piece here, which is your other piece, the skull.
I love the idea of somebody sending you like a death metal logo. Like, what do you think? And you're like, nah. And you just send it back, and it's just like Times New Roman
dude.
font.
Dude, why is he on a motorcycle? What is skeletons wouldn't ride motorcycles? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so to jump into this one, there's some perspective stuff here. So, and I've you know, it's funny. I think at some point, like maybe like 6 or 7 months ago, I think I talked to PK about this briefly. The perspective, the box head stuff. So that's sort of what I'm seeing here. Is things don't fully line up to me logically. So that if we track the top of the eyes here, I'm gonna reduce the opacity here. Oh, he said it again. Did I? How could he hold the handlebars without muscles? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's magically possessed. So the top of this eyelid, if I track like an invisible vanishing point here, it's a little above the other one, and so these eyes are a little out of sync. I'll do this in blue. These sort of horns have their own different perspective. You kind of want to make sure all of this stuff lines up. Now, unless you're intentionally doing something, like maybe he has like a mutation or a weird horn or burns or whatever, you know, some sort of facial scarring, whatever, then you can move some stuff around. But in an organic creature, you want to line it up a little bit more. Hi, Penny. Who's Penny? Hi, Penny. Penny alert. Hello, creature. Penny. Oh, your cat. I was like, I don't see anybody in chat named Penny right now. But yeah, so if we're looking at the horns, speaking of creatures, cats don't have horns, but you know, if you ask my grandma, they probably do. Anyways, my grandma did not like cats at all. She was like phobic, and she was also very superstitious. So my experience with cats involves, I don't know, superstition, I guess. You got scared at the sight of the cat? That's true. They do eat mice. But yeah, so what I would do, Cut Marrow, is I would line up sort of these features a little bit better. You don't have to do them perfectly straight like that. Maybe it'll feel a little boring, but you basically just want to make sure the height on these matches. So if this one is coming up here, you know, then I would say this one should also sort of line up with that a little bit. So maybe more like this, a little bit lower, so cutting that out a bit. This eyeball, I think, would come out more like this. What else? These forms here would sort of line up, which they kind of do. And then this horn up here, I would bring these horns up. I think they're a little too tangenty to the top of the socket here on the skull. So I would bring these horns up. I'm going to do them in blue. I would probably move them up like this, just so there's a bit more breathing room between the horn. And I think the perspective on these horns a little off also. I would probably have this horn sort of come up like this, maybe like that. And then this one probably around here. If you want them to come out more, that's totally fine. I'm gonna leave the shape up to you, but essentially, I'm just tweaking the the perspective on these. I'm trying to make sure that they're lined up. Now, I don't know that I like sort of the way I've drawn them here, but essentially, like what I'm imagining in my mind is a box. Okay, PK's gonna smile or shudder at this, but the idea is essentially you've got this box. On that box, you've got fixed positions for your features, and because humans are what's the term? By whatever. We've got symmetry to us. We've got two eyes, you know, two nostrils, two arms, whatever. Your features are relatively going to line up. Obviously, there's asymmetry in every human for the most part. Like nobody is perfectly symmetrical, but when you're drawing people, you kind of want to line things up a little bit. So you want to align yourself with the perspective of a box. So if your eyes are like this, then the top of the eyes are more or less going to be in the same spot. You know, your hairline, it can be a little bit bilateral. That's where it is. That's what I'm talking about. Bilateral. Your pupils are all going to be in the same spot. Your mouth is going to kind of line up with that unless you've got sort of like a smile, in which case the crook of the smile is going to line up in the same spot, nostrils, all that stuff. So that's sort of what I'm looking at here when I'm saying like these eyes feel like they're in the wrong spot. Like this one has a down tilted slope, whereas this one has like a curvature, and they just don't feel like they line up very well. Also, in a skull, the nose of the skull here usually is linked to the socket as well. So you kind of, it would be like an extension of the socket. Like the socket, the bone here that forms the eye socket and the nasal bone, they're kind of like one and the same. So there wouldn't be like a space. Like on yours, there's like a line right here. I drew on your thing. Oops. There's like a line here, and then there's a space here, and then there's another line here. But these kind of flow into each other, so I don't think you would have this harsh line there, in my opinion. So I would probably make these sort of flow into each other and overlap a little bit. And then, you know, nostril could be something like that. I'm just sort of checking my forms here. You've got this thing called the zygomatic arch, which is just a fancy word for your cheekbone, okay? And it's this bone that goes on the side here, and it sort of extends out like this. That, I think, needs to be a little bit more pronounced. And I know you've got, it's sort of like, it's not like a human creature, so there is an argument that you can make a lot of liberties on this, for sure. I still think I would ground it a little bit more, and I think the skull needs a bit more volume up top, or the perspective needs to change a bit. It feels like this perspective on the side of the head is almost more 3/4, or almost not profile, not quite, but it's a bit more 3/4 than the front plane of the face. And so I think if you narrowed in the width of that circle on the side of the head, it would help a bit more to sort of sell the perspective. Again, going back to what we said with Kimdo's thing, just being able to sell that perspective really helps. I'm doing large, medium, small here on the teeth. I don't think you'd actually see this chunk of tooth on the outside that you have there. Maybe a little bit, I don't know. Is there anything you think you would change on this, PK? Before I just sort of, because I think like it's all pretty straightforward, just perspective stuff. I don't think there's anything overly crazy for me.
Yeah, that the perspective on the side of the head stood out to me, that almost horizontal line, with like that heartbeat almost designed to it. Like it doesn't really match the perspective of the front, and I think that's really obvious when you compare it to the ring that's circling around the head. That ring and that line on the side of the head, since I'm assuming they're kind of like parallel to one another, should be fairly close in perspective, right? Like the thing that's orbiting the creature. And so I think tilting that will help sell that perspective a little bit.
Oh, you mean like the Saturn's ring thing here?
Yeah, like the side of the head should be like, and the line that you just drew, like the side of the head and the side of that ring should be parallel, or at least pretty close to.
You know what's funny? I feel like I would just advise to not even have them parallel. I would have them be contrasting. You know, I don't know, but just subtly, because I feel like these exist on different, like the head perspective has to line up to the skull and socket and stuff because it's attached to it. But because this isn't attached to it, it can technically orient itself however it wants, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As long as it's just done, once again, as long as it's done on purpose. Right now, or before you changed it, it just didn't match. But I mean, just getting it a little bit closer, I think, looks a lot more intentional. Like, see right there, it's like crashing into it.
Yeah, I think even in this area here, like if you zoom in, it's like almost tangenting. You know,
absolutely.
It's not really like there's technically a space there, but when you zoom out, you don't feel that space. And
totally
I think
agree.
Getting a little bit more of like a negative space in that area, almost like I mean, I guess I kind of did here. There's a bit more negative breathing room.
Yep.
I think that'll help. Like honestly, I don't even know that you need to change the Saturn rings orientation. I think I would just say change the perspective there on the plane of the side.
Yeah, I agree. That's just changing that side of the head improves that side of things really, really well. I think that going back to composition from before, the sternum of your character is literally an arrow pointing away from the character's face. I would flip that around. I would take that sternum shape and just rotate it 180 degrees. I mean, the sternum is already a necktie shape to begin with, so you're not way off there. And the ribs do a really good job of curving around and pointing back up to the face, which is great. But having that arrow shape pointing directly away from your character, I think you could just flip that around and gain a lot of benefit from that.
Yeah, I would also say it feels like I would orient the ribs a little bit more extreme. I would bring them up like this just because of the tilt on the head. Again, it feels like we have sort of that downward tilt, right? And because of that, I think the rib cage would be a little bit more underneath. Because there's no bones or there's no like tissue like traps or whatever to cover the ribs though. You know, I feel like I would bring them up a little bit more personally, and then have them sort of, instead of having them sort of be this flat edge, have them curve in as they pop out a little bit, so that you're getting that as it goes away, it feels like it's getting smaller and smaller. And I feel like that curvature creates like a stronger gesture going up to the back of the cranium. And that means some overlap here too, which is a little uncomfortable, but I'm just gonna do the hard outline of how
But you could also just black it out with shadow too. Like you could have the white outline and still imply it.
What do you mean?
Like with the rib that's crashing into the skull, it could be just spot blacked with a white outline, so you still have the shape of it, but you're not gonna like create a bunch of issues like what you're like. It wouldn't be too busy, right?
Oh yeah. Like you don't you want to watch out and not have a tangent or whatever. Is that sort of what you're saying? Or you don't want too much clutter where it feels like it's the same form bleeding into that.
So having drawn like a handful of characters that have big horns coming out of their forehead, I think the method that I've landed on is drawing a flat circle on whatever the plane is of the head, and almost like 3D software, like extruding from that. So if you've got this box shape or plane shape, I would just start with the circle flat where the horn comes out of the head. Like on the plane itself, right? Yeah, so that's going to help you make sure that they're lined up, that they're in perspective, and then you can pull the shape of the horn out of that. And that's been how I've tried to like keep things lined up or keep things in perspective and looking like they fit on the skull itself.
Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure. I think that works. And also, it might help because of this perspective. Like if you're drawing a center line through here, I think maybe you would have the horns be a little bit spaced out, unless they're like super wide, you know. But I feel like from this perspective, you're not front on, but you're not the most extreme 3/4 ever, and so for that reason, this front horn feels a little weird to me. But for that reason, I think there'd be a bit of space here, personally. I don't know though. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you can have the horns be right above the eye socket and come straight out from the head and curve up. It's really just at that point, as long as the like you were saying before, as long as your perspective lines up, you know, feel free to get funky with it. Because it looks like his are coming straight out a little bit, and that's why there's some overlap.
Yeah, like it almost like it feels like if I drew the horns through here, I don't know. There's just not enough space. Like I feel like this would be too thin to support the weight.
Yeah,
of
with the
how
eye
big these
socket,
horns
I
are.
totally.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally agree with the eye socket.
I do think that the cables and stuff work really well. I'm really looking for gesture and a sense of depth. That's why I sort of made this form a little bit smaller here. And I feel like pulling the cables out, like it helps sort of feel like there's some sense of scale. I might have made them a little bit too small, but I like that sort of taper effect. It sort of redirects into this bottom thing of like what is his spinal cord, but is actually just like a bunch of cables, you know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's cool, dude. I think it's cool.
I think it works. It works. Like it's nice. It's good design choices. I think the gesture is just a little bit flat to me on this one, just because I feel like there's no clear stuff to say, you know, with gesture stuff. But oh, it's Miss Sam. Thank you for the follow. Also, hi. I see you saying hi there in the chat. How's it going, Miss Sam? Hi, Knox. What's her name, PK? It's Penny, right? Your cat?
Penny is the cat's name. Yeah.
Do you have other cats, or
she's very, very cuddly.
Okay.
She was just asleep, and I had to. She get too heavy, so I had to put her down.
Yeah.
I also think what you've done with the ribcage is super cool because it goes back into that like big, medium, small. Whereas before, I didn't even notice the ribcage and the skull. I mean, the ribcage is smaller, but it's just close enough to the size that they feel very like equal weight. But in your adjustment, shrinking that down, so now you've got this really cool, clear like hierarchy there that looks super, super nice.
Yeah, I also pushed the rib cage like axis back. So instead, like on his rib cage, you sort of have like an axis, by the way, guys, is just sort of like a central line that the form pivots around. But on his, it feels like the tilt is almost a little bit front on, or like I just changed the angle a little bit, so it feels like it flows more with the spinal cord coming out of here, because the spinal cord runs through the middle of the rib cage for the most part, right? So you can think of it as sort of also being the thing that the rib cage is going to wrap around. So if you have this like tube, then whatever the perspective is on the tube is probably what the ribs are going to follow as well. Whereas, you know, I feel like there's a mismatch, and you can see it here on the actual rings around this. I think these rings would actually be a different orientation. So if I were to do them, I would probably do them a bit more like this, because and then gradually make them less extreme as it goes down, and then that way when you get down to these guys down here, you sort of, it feels like you're getting deeper and deeper down in perspective by having that gradual change in orientation on the rings around the spinal cord.
Yeah, one thing that can be really funny when you're working in perspective is that if you accidentally hit a front-on perspective, it can make things look wonky. So I can see a version of Marrow's original design where it's got this really big C curve, right? Like almost like this guy got punched in the face and he's launching back. So the rib cage is coming forwards and the head's coming down, right? Like burying the chin a little bit. And I can see that gesture at work. But because of the current angle, curving that rib cage forwards makes it look front on, which then makes it look funky. So it's like you need to push it past that point. So you either need to exaggerate the C curve a lot more and have the rib cage pull up and really bury that chin, Or like what you're saying, Cat Snack, make it feel a lot more natural and have it follow the line of the spine and go back into space. Because right now it's in a middle ground that just looks a little funky.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was saying too. I just feel like right now the rib cage just doesn't like it doesn't flow really well. Like, and I think changing like you can make this bottom one bigger or whatever. I just think like the rotation on the actual individual ribs themselves is gonna really help sell that. And like PK said, like you could have the head sort of tilt down even more, almost like kind of this little example I gave here. But I think in that particular case, you'd start to get into like foreshortening territory, and it would get a little complicated. I'm gonna switch over to actually, dude. I see you picking up a pen. I don't know if you're drawing something right now. If you want me to pull over to your canvas or
Yeah, just as a quick like to kind of show, and also with how you did the rib cage, I think it would be cool to the cables coming out of the bottom. You could have those kick right back up and circle right back into the character, which is what we've been kind of talking about with the composition wise, right? But I think that if you would have just taken the rib cage and exaggerated that tilt more and had it come up more, buried the chin, then you could have gotten a different gesture. Like you could go back, which is what Snack is showing, or you could have it to where, it comes down and then curves in like this.
yeah. Honestly, I think it's that bottom spinal cord piece that's too straight. I think it needs to curve to really sell the gesture of the pose. Like if you take that bottom section of spinal cord and you liquefy it, I get the feeling that it's gonna feel a lot more flowy. PK, I'm gonna run to the
Yeah.
washroom for 2 seconds. I can still hear you, but I'm just gonna
Yeah,
leave.
you're good, dude. You can still hear me?
Yeah, I got Bluetooth headphones in, so you're coming to the sorry. ARB.
Yeah. So it's it's either way, right? You could pull it forward to where it's got that looks like you just got punched in the face shape to it, which is a little bit of what Marrow's got right now, I think. And curve this around a little bit more. Because right now, it's lining up with straight perspective, which is making things a little confusing. So I think you could go either way with tackling this. Either what Snack was saying, push it back, or forwards, either way. But right in the middle, I think is where it's confusing. I feel like there was one other thing that stood out to me. Snack talked about the horns, talked about the side plane here. Oh, I wanted to just bring up really quickly. I'm sure Snack showed this a million times on screen. Because Snack talks about boxes all the time. But everybody obviously knows how to find the center point of a box in perspective. Right? If you're drawing a face in perspective or a box in perspective and you need to draw that center line, the easiest way to find that, quickest way to find that. Okay, good. I'm sure Snacks brought it up 1,000 times on stream, but I saw him draw that little face off to the side. I was like, that's always, I always have to do that. I still have not been able to train my eye on finding the center point of a box, so I'm using those tools to this day. But no, I think this is a super cool piece as always. Mara's is a ton of fun to see. I think that I would probably black out the shadows of underneath the head a little bit. A lot of detail there. Cast shadow you probably wouldn't see. And then, like Snack was saying, with the horns and the perspective here, just being a little bit. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, I'm sure you've brought up 1,000 times on finding center points of boxes in space.
Yeah, I think with faces, just because they're tied to the skull, the features of the face, they have to sort of at least fit in their own perspective. Now, you can have the rib cage tilt at a different angle with its own different perspective. You've got joints and stuff, right? So different limbs are going to have different perspectives depending on how they're oriented. But when it comes to features that are connected to each other, there's limitations to how much you could push and twist and stuff. And so with faces, it's a little bit more objective to be like, unless you've got like crazy like camera distortion, like a fisheye lens or something. But generally, you can just be like, oh, these need to line up a little bit better, or this needs to be a little bit more centered, or we need to see less of this and more of that, or whatever. I hope Snack washed his paws, guys. My paw, I'm clean. I'm a mouse. I clean myself all the time. I don't gotta wash my hands. Come on. No, I'm just kidding. I did.
What are we doing here? Yeah, that's.
No, I'm kidding.
That's known. What do we?
Yeah, it's.
I'm trying to figure out there was a version of this where the horns still shoot out straight, but you give that little bit of extra space from the eye socket.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool piece. I mean, I like the changes that you made with the ribcage a lot, shrinking it, pushing it back into space. Literally, I guess.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord, and then we could put both in there if you want to respond to Cutmero's thing. On the
yeah, the only other thing I would change is the just adding some more shadow to below the head. There's a lot of detail here right next to a black shadow, and I think if you just broke that out a little bit, lot of detail there, and I don't think you'd see it.
Also, Boba One, thank you for the follow. Yeah, okay. Do we want to move on to the next one? Did you want to share what you did? Is there anything else you want to add to this? Actually, I feel like we're sort of going over the same points at this point.
Yeah, no. I think with this one, it's like you said, perspective. Just the perspective is the biggest thing. It's really the only thing. The design's awesome.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
too.
I don't have a whole lot to add.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, which is Nancy's drawing. Nancy is a pretty goated artist. I was gonna say drawer. That's
yeah,
not really
Nancy's
a thing. Awesome. I'm gonna pull up her thing. It shows a little butt, so I don't know how this is gonna go with TOS. Nobody report me, please.
We got butt.
Yeah, a little butt. Nancy's not here today. She's celebrating her anniversary with her husband, but she said she will take a look at the stream later on. So I'm gonna pull it up here. I have very little to add to this, to be quite honest. I think it looks great. I'm switching over to my canvas right now.
I found it. Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot to add to this. I think the stuff I would say, honestly, is maybe she's looking down, right? So I was gonna say like the perspective stuff on the face, but we would have a more front on face from this angle. Maybe pushing. I think this is gonna be a really short one, to be honest. I think maybe pushing the curves on the bottom boots here to really sell that depth that we're like a worm's eye view, basically. Is going to help a lot more. Like really just getting a more aggressive curve here, even probably more than what I did up there. Something like that. And it's gonna be the same thing on this side. I don't think, well, actually, depends how small we are, right? Like if you are really close to the ankle here, maybe you would get a bit more of a front-on view the way she has it, because you're not as far from the subject on the boots. In which case, my critique would just be to clean up that curvature on the boot there. Yeah, it's really tough to say. Like this, maybe you could push more. A lot of these curves, I would probably push more. This, what is it, a garter? I've never worn one of these. I don't know if it's called a garter. I don't think you have to wear it to know it, but
yeah, but it helps.
Yeah, it helps. Well, PK knows what it is, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's what I use to keep my my shirts tucked in.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's funny? I think that they used to actually wear those, right? Like instead before suspenders and stuff, you would just have guys that would have like these garters that would hold their shirts clipped in underneath their
Yeah, yeah.
pants.
I legitimately used to wear those.
Okay.
But they actually go under your foot.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. They're like an elastic band that goes under your foot and then up your leg and then clips to the sides of your shirt.
What a visual.
Yep.
Were you ever an overalls guy? Or not an overalls guy, but the what are they called? The straps on the shoulder. Is what it is? Overalls? These things. They like clip onto your pants and then
Yeah, so those are just suspenders.
Suspenders, that's it. Were you ever a suspenders guy?
Yeah. I mean, I've worn them, but never regularly. More of a belt guy.
Okay. Oh, you're a belt guy. Are you a classic?
Oh, yeah.
Classic belt or studded?
Oh well, you know, as a younger emo, right? Obviously studded, but like in my vintage years, I'm just classic.
I had a
belt guy.
I had a friend who had to abandon her belt at an airport. They wouldn't let her through because there's one of those belts with like the fake bullets on them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, little thing. Don't wear bullet belts to an airport.
My God, 9/11 really ruined everything. Huh?
Yeah, God. I was gonna say how old were you during 9/11? I don't remember anything because I would have been 6 or 7, I think, when 9/11 happened. So I don't remember anything. Also, I was Canadian, so I don't really know how much it impacted us too much. I'd have to ask my parents.
Yeah, I remember it happening for sure. I would have been like 11 or 12 years old.
Oh, okay. Okay, just to jump back into Nancy's thing before we start going down the 9/11 rabbit hole. The one thing I would say
hang on, is that where we're going next? I got some tabs to play. I got some YouTube videos we can watch.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be the next. The PK is gonna try and convince us all that you can't melt steel beams with jet fuel. Common belief of his.
Yeah. Are you saying we can?
Yeah. I don't know. You tell me. You're the expert. Look, I'm Canadian. I got no skin in the game, dude. I've already forgotten. You're the one not forgetting. All right.
Right. Sorry, I gotta lock you in.
Yeah. Okay. Just to reorient back to Nancy's thing. The whole, she's gonna watch this and she's gonna be like, she talked about 9/11 for like 10 minutes in the middle of my critique. Yeah, the tail here is just, there's like weird shape variety changes here. It goes from thick to thin to even. And I think it would be better because it's a tail. It would probably go from thick to thinner, and you would have a gradual transition in thickness. And so I would sort of just make that a little bit clearer. Is my, like, I'm struggling to draw over it, but essentially there's just volume inconsistencies that I think could be alleviated to make this a little bit more appealing. And trying to think, does this, yeah, versus that, yeah, it's just shape stuff. But that's kind of a pain in the ass to do. So I'm sure if she cleaned this up. Also, I see you drawing there on my other screen. Do you want me to throw it over to you? I don't know if you've got anything to add. A lot of my stuff is going to be really just focused around these curvatures and sort of pushing that perspective a little bit better. Especially, like, even here on the breast, you would get a little bit more of an extreme curve on this fabric.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of the same stuff. I mean, we're thankfully, I'm more happy with my own. I'm like, oh yeah, I had the same thought that Snack did. Fantastic. That must mean I'm learning something. I think like picking a North Star for the perspective on this leg will go a long way. Like one contour curve that is the one to adjust based on everything else. Like what Snack was saying earlier, with the, if I'm above this line or below this line, then everything else is going to react this way or that way. Because I think like the tunic here is like relatively flat. versus, you know, should be a lot more curved based on what we're seeing. So you could just pick a line and use that as your guiding point. But from a, I was just gonna call out from a costume perspective, really where like how this tail is coming out of the tunic, right? Some kind of opening. It's just a little awkward. And that I feel like I don't want to say this for every character piece that you guys have, but if you have a literal arrow in your character design, please point that back towards your character and not off screen. I mean, you don't have to, but you have an actual cursor to point, either point it back at your character or curve it so much that it points back to here and then the eye can follow back up. I don't know how many characters we're gonna have that literally have an arrow, but
yeah, it seems to be a recurring trend now. Yeah,
I
feel like I gotta start putting more arrows in my characters.
You're slacking on your arrow usage, man. What are you doing? And then I mean, you tell me. It looks to me that the perspective of this leg is also should be going back in space.
Yeah, it would, because the knee is coming forward, right? So you're looking. It's going to be a little bit.
I think you're missing a little bit of knee or something as well, but yeah, this would be back like that. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Is this exactly what Snack was putting on their side? So the only thing new I have to add is just from a character design perspective, the costuming where the tail comes out of stood out to me right away. And then I would just have this tail loop back around and point back towards the character. Where's this eye line? This is just going. Oh yeah, that would be even better because then you could train those into one.
Yeah, I would support everything you're saying basically with the arrow and stuff. And I'm gonna switch over to my canvas and just another thing I would add is I feel like the butt. Okay, I know she's hella thick or whatever. That's the goal, but I don't know that you'd have a butt pinch if you're bringing your leg forward because you're extending the glute muscle, right? So the skin is going to be stretching because you're pulling forward. You're not. If the leg was pushed back this way, then yeah, totally, you would get like a compression on the butt here. But I think like if the leg is coming forward, you don't really need this, or if you do, it's because she's got a BBL and there's like so much tension there that like she's got a little bit of a wrinkle, but I wouldn't really put it as thick and as dark as you have it here. So I would just tone that down. And again, like PK said, probably find a spot for this garter line or whatever that isn't tangenting with these lines as well. I don't really know how to maybe move it up and put it like here-ish so it comes in between. I don't know. I think that would help a little bit more. Another thing is I don't really know what's going on in the back of the knee here. There's some weird overlaps that I don't know make a whole lot of sense anatomically. So your I want to say it's the gastrocnemius muscle, which is your calf muscle here. Okay. Don't quote me on that. I'm trying to be fancy right now, but we'll just call it the calf muscle. I think it's the gastrocnemius. So I think you have like this bulge. It almost looks like a tricep, to be quite honest, at the base, and it inserts behind the knee. And then you've got the soleus muscle right below it that inserts down on your heel, and this forms basically your calf. I'm sure there's variety in the shape. I'm not super duper familiar with it, but essentially like this line would be more like this. You'd probably see a little bit of the knee there, and then I think these calves would be in a different position. I don't know. That's my gut feeling though, is that this is a little off. I'm gonna reduce the opacity. I'm gonna try and draw it cleaner. I'll do it in a different color just because I feel like there's so much red going on here that it's confusing me. So I'm gonna do something like this is the thigh muscle here. It's going like that. You're gonna get a little bit of that, a little bit of calf here. And then this is going to come out like that. Honestly, maybe a little bit smaller or a little bigger. I don't know. Nancy, you're smart. You know anatomy. Okay, just there's something weird with these overlaps. That's kind of what I want you to take out of this. If you take anything out of here, so these overlaps feel strange to me. I don't really know why. Well, I know why, but I don't know how to fix it exactly. You've got legs. Take a picture of your leg, I guess, and see where your inserts are, and then make sure that the overlaps are appropriate relative to the perspective you're trying to sell here. Something like that. Managing to fit both boobs and a butt into one drawing is very impressive. Yeah, it's years of experience. Nancy's very skilled. I'm just gonna go do arrows on all of my wood burning now. Oh, Miss Sam, you do wood burning? Did you know this, PK?
Oh yeah.
They're a chatter of yours.
Yeah, yeah. Miss Sam
Back at the knees, throwing me off. Oh, there you go. She read my mind.
There's some like Miss Sam did like my channel logo in wood burning. It's really, really cool.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out this torso twist. I mean, this person's back is totally broken, right?
Yeah, I do feel like we're kind of in like anime like pinup like territory where it's almost like, you know what, sometimes I feel like the back breaking is just stylistically a thing they do a lot. It is it definitely like you would not be able to twist this much. I think you'd probably have more overlap with the hip is what I would assume. And then it would look like the torso is just kind of coming out like that, maybe.
There's something about I'm trying to figure out how to fix it without like heavily modifying the illustration. So maybe you can help kind of talk me through it here.
My guess is it's a little bit of the brain thing where your brain wants to show more than what would actually be shown from this perspective. I think you would get a really extreme size on the hip just because I feel like it feels like there's like a lot of like focal distortion in this area just based on the perspective. I think my guess is actually I feel like this would also this leg might actually have like the butt crease because the leg is coming back in space.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and do all the little garter shapes or whatever.
Yo, Malachi, 60 stream streak in your channel, dude. Holy crap. That's crazy.
Yeah, Myth. Thank you for the 60 stream streak, dude. Awesome. Yeah, Myth is a mythical chatter, dude. He's here all the time, and he's always got the craziest streak. I gotta say, like the biggest streak. You know what's funny? The biggest streak I've ever had was in your stream, PK, and then I lost it, and I was like, oh fuck. I think I hit 25 stream streak. That was the most.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, I feel like if I'm drawing this, there's gonna be some liberties taken in terms of like anatomy. I don't even know that you could do this like super duper effectively. My guess is the rib cage is like a little bit of a different angle here. I wonder like if she's pinching here, to me that indicates the rib cage is pointing upwards.
Yeah, right? That's what I was just struggling with a little bit. Is it's pointing upwards and twisting.
Yeah, so it's kind of doing, I guess, more like if we're drawing the pelvis, like from a front-on perspective, it's kind of rotating towards us, and it's tilting back in space. And then you've got this sort of pinch here and this stretch here. So, yeah, I think because of that, what would be the tilt on the like the breasts? They're gonna curve. Yeah, their angle's probably relatively okay. Really tough to say. I don't know. I'm like looking at it visually. I don't think it's that bad. There's like some weirdness in the back though, and I think that's probably what you're looking at too, right? Like this little back area where it feels like there's a lack of volume.
That's exactly what I keep running into. It's a little bit of so there's a few things. It's
switch to your view.
The overlap line, like right here. This whole area is just flattening, like this straight line, and then this huge tangent. All of this stuff feels very, very flat. But I was trying to figure out how, like to your point, is obviously stylized, and you don't want to completely redo everything. So it's like, what can you do to insinuate a little bit better on the perspective side. I think that this line maybe comes in a little bit too much. Because there would be anatomy here, right? Like that hip bone. Because right now it cuts all in. It's like you're almost completely separating the body out. I think you would have a little bit of anatomy there. And these lines are killing the perspective because they're not really following like any shape. You change these to be more like curving around to get that flow down. And then same thing with this big triangle here. I would make sure that that's following the perspective as well. And I think just some little things like that, and then all of a sudden you can sell that shape a little better. Have the pinch on this side, and then a little bit cleaner on that side.
I think her ribcage would also just be like cut off by the butt. The butt is so huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it just feels totally like gone, right?
Yeah, it feels like her ribcage stops at the base of her breast, which like it would go down a little bit lower. Like if I'm just gonna switch back to mine real quick and just show
yeah.
If you boxed out the ribcage, I'm gonna be annoying and talk about boxes again. But
that's why we're here, dude.
Yeah,
that's why we're here.
If you box out the ribcage, okay, I'm gonna think of the breasts are at this perspective. Trying to think. I think the ribcage would be like way more like over here. Like I really think it would sort of maybe like more tapered in. I don't know, but I feel like this area in this zone here, like you would just have the back. It's tough to say. This is a really tough pose, dude. Honestly, I just don't. I know Yellow. I saw Yellow Leaf mention. I think this pose wouldn't be possible, or at least not to this extreme. But it is the point of the piece, and it's well executed. Yeah, I think we could probably go back and forth forever and be like, hey, maybe this would be like this, or you would see a little bit more of that. But I do think it's one of those things where this is pushed to an illustrative extreme, where I don't know that it's going to always make perfect anatomical sense. But from that perspective, I would just have some sort of lines in here that show a transition from back to ribcage. I know you kind of have them here, but it's just a little extreme to me. And I think reeling that in would help a little bit. And like PK said, get rid of these lines or have them sort of have some sort of overlap where you can tell it's like a hip bone is going in there. And then, yeah, have the stomach come down like that, maybe.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of adjustment on my side that I think works.
Okay. I've switched over.
Yeah, having that line from the back, right? So this is the same torso, presumably. So making sure that those line up. But then just bringing those curves all the way over from the hip. And then like you were just doing, bringing that the torso trunk down a little bit. Like I feel like this is closer. Like it doesn't stand out to me as much. Get rid of some of my guidelines here. Versus...
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
right?
I would almost even pull the back out just a bit more.
Yeah. I saw that on your side, and I totally agree.
Like I don't even think you would see the pinch, like the change of direction. I think the ribcage would just straight up go into the ass. Like
like they would just crash into each other.
Yeah, like
yeah, you're probably right.
Like because this ribcage is like, if the base of the ribcage is like here, then if you draw it in, it like ends around here, right? So
it's like this character is just straight up like
yeah. I mean, hey, whatever. I've seen One Piece design, so it's not as bad as that.
I mean, it's such a cool drawing, and I could never do this pose. So both in real life and in art. So I think it's awesome.
Yeah. But to recap, I guess, before we move on to the next one, is going to be this back region, I'm going to say. Like PK said with the tail, And like I said with the tail shape, so we've got too much changing width here, like, or too drastic. Like this feels lumpy in this area just because of the way it tapers in. So just a bit more form integrity with the tail. And then I'm gonna get rid of this giant calf muscle here, but change the direction on the tail as well. So PK kind of illustrated it, but I'll just add it here as well. Something maybe like this. I don't know. I don't like the curve on this tail here like that. I think I would change the curve a little bit, and I think you did on yours. So I would just say defer to PK's like draw over for the tail. But yeah, that's it. Do you have anything else to add other than like also the curves and stuff?
No, honestly, it's like adjusting the tail a little bit and the contour lines on this front leg, and you can ship it. I mean, really, everything outside of that is we're getting in the weeds. The red lines that you drew on this front leg, I think, is the thing that stood out to me immediately and is the biggest, easiest fix you could make.
Yeah. Also, I think one more thing I noticed, it feels like this hand is kind of big for how far it is in perspective. Just a little bit. Like it feels relatively large to me.
It's my style, dude. Yeah, all of my characters have a larger left hand.
Yeah.
It's just the left hand though. It's my style.
Yeah. Left. Like not like her physical left hand on this perspective.
Yeah.
Screen right. Yeah, that's it. That's what I would say. Other than that, I think it's fantastic. It's probably better than what I could do in terms of like that perspective and all that stuff. So it's.
I wouldn't even try. So yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send my thing to Nancy and reply on her thing. We've gone through Kimdo. We've got Nox next. Nox posted these a while ago, I think. These are gonna be tough, dude, because I don't know how good you are at quadrupeds. I'm not good at quadrupeds, so this is gonna be rough. So for that reason, yeah,
rough.
Oh yeah, rough, brutal. For that reason, PK is gonna start us off.
Okay, cool. Yeah, anytime I'm having to paint something or draw something that I don't know what it is, I'm going to default to the simplified structure or boxes and cylinders, right? And I learned to I've been learning and trying to train myself on this kind of stuff because of Snack. So blame Snack for these things. I don't know a lot about horse anatomy. I could look it up, but I'm not going to because that's that doesn't sound like it would be a lot of fun. So instead,
homework.
Yeah, I don't want to do homework. Instead, I'm just going to try to figure out, like, this to me looks like we've got a large cylinder, right? And then some cylinders here as well coming out into space towards us. And I think when it comes to rendering, so one thing is, oh God, do I want to get into value scales? Do you talk about value scales a lot on your channel ever?
I do, within the context of like explaining, you know, how if you have contrasting values, it tends to sort of block things out. But I didn't go into like, you know, like I'll talk maybe a little bit about how different materials have different values. Like skin is going to have a little bit more subtlety in it, whereas like metal is going to have high contrast. But I don't know what territory you're planning on going into here.
Yeah, so standard value scale, pretty easy to make, right? White's at one end, black's at the other end, and then you just half it over and over again to get your scale. Super, super simple stuff. If you want to have a standard value scale.
Huh. That's not how I would do it at all. I would just sort of color pick in between. I would drag it out, color pick somewhere in the middle, and then just keep doing that.
Yeah, so I like to be very systemic with stuff because anytime I rely on vibes, I get it wrong. So with how I do value scales, these are all just half steps between each one. So I start with black and white, and then I pick the whatever value is in the middle of the two on my color wheel, which is this guy. And then I start with this guy in black, and I pick whatever's in the middle of those two, which is this guy. And then I pick whatever's in the middle of that in black, which is this guy. So it gives me a very even linear scale for value. From here, I can choose where I want my shadow to be depending on contrast. So, you might think the 50% marker right here, anything over here is not in light, anything over here is in light. And from that, you can start to check your values on a particular character. So you can see that on the light side of this horse, I'm just going to color pick the spot that's in the light. I'm all the way down here. This is in the light, by the way. I'm assuming your direction of light is top right of canvas. And if I color pick there and put it on my value scale, I'm all the way over here. I have very, very little room to work in this scale for value. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. If I go to the darkest portion of this same area, here's where I'm at. I'm actually in between this color and black. So very, very little room to work. You can do this, but what you have to do, or what I do, is I'll take the lightest point here, and I'll extract it out to my scale. So I know black is the darkest value I can have. This is my lightest value. Maybe I'll pick one of these highlight colors. So this is my lightest value that I can have. And then I'm gonna do the exact same thing. I'm gonna pull this out to light over here. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Once again, I like to have methods for stuff. I'm not good at vibes based.
Yeah, to be honest, man, I'm trying to discover my painting process because I just sort of vibe everything out. And I end up with like 150 layers, and it just changes constantly, and it never.
I mean, still same, but
Yeah.
But this at least gives you a rule to follow, right? So if this is your light value, this black is obviously the darkest that you can go. Well, I'm gonna pick in the middle of these two, and that's my mid-tone. Then I can pick in the middle of those two, and that's kind of my towards light. And then I can pick in the middle of this in black, and that goes here. And I don't have a lot of room to work with. But let's say I wanted to go this route. You still can go in and make sure that everything that is supposed to be in the light has this lighter value. Right? I guess this neck up here, because it looks like the light's wrapping around a little bit. And everything that is supposed to be in the shadow has the darker value. So I can still follow this very limited value range that you've got for this character. And as long as I follow that general shape, see, I can still create form with even a really, really limited scale. Does that make sense? Knox, is this making sense to you?
It makes sense to me. I think another thing that I'm noticing as you're painting over this is Knox's use of pure black line art in a rendered piece. And I feel like and I don't know how you feel about this, but generally pure black is used really, really, really sparingly in like digital painting for the most part.
Yeah.
Like I really think like I would recommend leaving it to like maybe 1 to 5% of a total piece and really sort of deciding, okay, this is going to be the darkest point on this piece. And yeah, that's sort of how I think about using black. I try and avoid using black as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you use solid black, it's got to be a deliberate choice, is what it comes down to, right? So as long as it's a deliberate choice, I think it's definitely possible, but you're immediately gonna flatten anything that you're looking at. If you really want to use black outlines, I would make sure that one edge is a hard edge and one edge is a soft edge, so that way you're still getting information from it. Like if you wanted to use a black outline for, the edge of this arm for whatever reason, I would just make sure that one edge of it is a soft edge. So see, I'm still getting that really high contrast from the black outline, but benefiting from it wrapping around whatever the form is I'm painting.
Nox says, I want to do the color burn layer method, but I got to remember to do that before I start painting next time. I'm not sure what are you familiar with color burn?
Okay, so I don't really use any blending methods when I'm painting outside of, at the very end, I might apply some multiply or overlay layers, but I generally I just paint with like whatever values I want to work in. Just because I don't understand the blending options.
It's a method for making your... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's a method for making your line art color itself based on your painting layer.
Okay, well you can still do that with basically anything. You could just take your line art layer and like, so if this is solid black. So solid black doesn't like to blend into things. So all you have to do is light it up to a gray. And then you can go through and use multiply or anything at that point, right? It's the solid black is going to fight you on a lot of stuff. But if you just make it gray or purple or basically any color other than black, you can blend that into your art a lot easier.
I'm so chaotic, man. I feel like I just drop overlays on top of overlays on top of overlay. Like I'll do like a color dodge layer, then I'll do like a multiply layer to darken the shadows or whatever. Like I really use the digital tools a lot, but not in any sort of logical way where sometimes I just have to undo them because they look so weird. But
so I only ever use those to create an effect. I always try to paint in, like I use basically one brush, and I always just try to paint in at least all the forms and values, all the main stuff I like to have direct control over. And then if I want like a cool glow effect or a highlight or anything like that, or maybe if I want add some ambient occlusion, I'll do a very small amount of multiply to darken an area. But by and large, I'm sticking to these kind of general painting. So if I go back to,
that's interesting.
So you can see the depth difference, right? Like in how reading 3D versus not 3D. That's the biggest thing I'm seeing in this piece now, is that this is the lighting, the values that you've chosen, and how you've lightened or lit the painting feels very flat. And you can add in just by, I mean, you saw the method that I used, right? You had your color that you picked, and all I did was eyedropper tool in the middle, and then you just pick a line. So if this is a cylinder, oh my gosh, dude, talking about is this the whole thing? Is you brought on somebody else, and all I'm gonna do is talk about shapes? If the body of the horse is a freaking cylinder, I'm gonna talk about cylinders, not boxes. Then you got a core shadow here.
I think, you know.
What's that?
Cylinders are more elegant anyways, so.
It's okay. So, yeah, round box, exactly. Box with the corner shaved off. Light's going to hit from this direction, so it's going to hit the edge of the cylinder here and then continue past, which means everything on this side is shadow and everything on this side is in light. And what you want to do, and this goes for painting anything, by the way. This is how you make anything look like it's in a believable space, no matter what it is. It does not matter what the material is or what the object is. You have to understand the direction of your light and how it hits the object from that angle. If the light is coming from here and hitting the cylinder on this side, creating core shadow here, then that means everything on this side of the light, has to be lighter than everything on this side of the light. Rule 1, it has to be that way. If it doesn't, it's not going to read as a 3D form. If I want to have bounce light is always weaker than your key light because it's losing energy by hitting something and then coming back, unless it's a reflective surface, blah, 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 blah. We won't get into all that. But it's always going to lose energy hitting something, and so you can actually go in, right? Here's my lightest color. Or you pick your darkest color on your light side. So we'll go with this guy. Anything on the shadow side has to be darker than this. So as long as I'm darker than that, but brighter than my shadow, I can go in, and now I can add bounce light. And I can follow that rule to make sure that the forms that I'm building up don't flat. You can add that anywhere too. You can add it in here to create some of that musculature that we're missing out on. Anywhere in here. But those are the kind of rules of thumb that you have to follow.
Yeah, I guess Nox, what you could think about too is essentially light travels in sort of a straight line. And every time it interacts with a physical object, it'll bounce. And as it bounces, a little bit of that energy is absorbed into the object or material, and then it gets sort of more and more diffuse as it bounces around. So bounce light is going to be, it's going to add brightness relative to the shadows, but it's not going to overshadow, I guess, or outdo the light on the direct spot that's being hit. Does that make sense?
Now, as far as actual horse feedback, yeah, I mean, the simplified shapes. I don't know a lot about horse anatomy here. The black lines, like you were saying before, Snack, are flattening the image a little bit. What I do know is that horses' coats tend to be very shiny. And when something has that shine effect, it usually doesn't increase in saturation. So if I compare the base coat of the horse to the highlight color, this is both brighter and more saturated. And you just need to go brighter. Or I guess lighter value. So horses don't generally get they're just going to be more like this. Not more saturated. Generally.
Yeah. Also, we've got Dally in chat saying that they're willing to help people out on horse tips if ever they want advice. Dally is, I could vouch, as a very strong artist. So if you need any feedback, she's probably a pretty good resource. Also, Dally, if you want to post in the critiques channel, if you've got anything to offer, you're more than welcome to. I don't know anything about horse anatomy. I'm the worst guy to ask for drawing animals, despite the fact that half the internet thinks I'm a furry, you know? But beyond that...
Just half?
Yeah, just half. Just half and everyone you know, I guess. But... Chad,
but yeah...
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're good. Go for it.
I was just going to say, I'm not a furry, guys. I'm not a furry. It's stolen valor, all right? I wear the uniform, but I've never served, so...
Stolen valor. Awesome. Yeah, so unfortunately, I without going in like in depth into actual horse anatomy, all I can really comment on here is that it just feels a little flat. I would probably go in and just define these light sources a little bit better. Right, so you can, just by changing a couple of things, we can get a lot of depth. I'm trying to give this horse a bicep. That's not right.
Guy with furry tag on stream. I don't know why people keep calling me a furry. All right, Kimdo. All right, it's a marketing thing, okay, guys? It's just, that's how you get ahead in the art category. You got to brand yourself.
Yeah. I've started to add the furry tag to my stream as well, and it's been doing wonders. Really gangbusters for me. No.
Okay. I will say, unironically, okay, it's probably one of my best performing tags. I'm not even joking. It's the highest ranked tag I have in my analytics.
No, I've never actually even looked at my tags on Twitch. So
Yeah, they don't do a whole much unless it's the furry tag. That thing pulls its weight, so I
You
would
know what?
recommend
Maybe I'm changing my mind a little bit on
yeah, the flesh tuber are coming to an end, huh?
flat. Yeah. Well, what's my current like mascot? A clown? I'm gonna be a clownfish. Does
Oh,
that
that's
count?
cool.
That's a
You should
scaly.
you could do a redeem where you're underwater and then you're all like muffled and it just sounds like you're speaking and bubbles are coming out.
There you go. Gotta hire you as a manager.
Yeah, there you go. I'm pretty expensive, but whatever. We could talk. My people will
Worth it
talk to your
though, dude.
people.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I've got so all I did was pick two colors and pick a center point for these primitive shapes, and then pick a value scale, right? And then from there, here's the simplified form. And at this point, it gets super, super easy to go in, or a lot easier to go in and look up anatomy. And then you can look up like musculature and stuff like that. And you can add back in whatever. I hope that was helpful. I don't know a lot about horses, but I hope that helped, at least from a 3D perspective.
Yeah, I would also add, I guess, if you do decide to detail Nox, like with more muscle and stuff like that, you basically just work within the value range that's already there and create shadows out of the shadows that are already sort of defining the larger shapes and stuff, or at least that's how I would do it. I don't know if you would do it differently, but yeah.
Yeah, it comes down, man, it really depends on how complicated you want to get, right?
Yeah,
So
for
if
sure.
there's a muscle shape here that is another cylinder that's big enough to block the light, then you could bring in this shadow and this highlight
Hmm.
to make that pop out from the side. Or, and see, you can see there's a huge, now this looks like it's got a huge amount of space coming out from the leg of the horse. Or what I like to do is I like to make sure that I never use a color that's this dark. So I'll go to my shadow side, purposely pick a color that's lighter, and then use this as my like base color for whatever shadows I'm working with. That way I don't even have to worry about fighting with it, right? So it's either method. Just depends on how much you want that form to stand out, right? How defined is it? I guess is the question.
Yeah, yeah. When you paint, do you start from a certain value? Like I know a lot of Magic the Gathering artists and stuff like that will usually start dark and then build up their lights from there. And if you worked, I guess, on a canvas, like traditionally, you would do the opposite, with the exception of maybe like the background and block in and stuff like that. But generally speaking, do you have like a direction that you go to? I always start dark. Like my background is borderline pure black. It's usually like a really desaturated grayish, but still really dark value.
Not really. So my method is pretty close to. So I do really like. I always know what the vibe I want to paint is, but I do really like poorly with picking colors to begin with. So I'll normally just find like, okay, I want whatever this thing is to be. Once again, I like having a really specific method for things. I don't just because I have issues visualizing. So knowing the steps helps me out. So I want this ball to be green. So I start with just whatever color green that I want. And then what I'll do is duplicate that. This is to get started, by the way. I'll duplicate it and then just create a tone curve, and I'll literally drop it 50%. So this is 50% darker, which means, and the reason I do that is it guarantees that I'm making a really definitive form. I don't want to end up in a space where I've done all this shading and it still looks flat. I want to make sure that what I'm doing has definition to it. So I start with this really, really dark shadow. And then what I'll usually do is mask it in for what I'm painting. So I'll almost do like a cell shade. like, okay, I want this, the light's going to be in the top right. So I'm going to put this shadow on the left side. So there we go. I've got my 50% shadow. I'll do that for the whole, so I'll local color out the entire illustration.
Mm-hmm.
I'll duplicate, drop the values, and then almost cell shade out or rough out the shadows like this. And then I can adjust the opacity of the shadow layer to make it more or less high contrast. And once it gets to a spot that I like, merge it down to one layer. And then from here, I actually start to work on like what I want the painting to look like. But I always start with just local color, dropped value, block it in, and then from there, merge it down in paint.
Yeah, that's like literally the opposite of what I do. I will start with just like a pure black drawing where you can't even see anything other than like faint semblances of like line art and stuff, and then I'll build up lights on top of that and do sort of like big brush strokes and all. I will do like I'll clip it in, like, and I'll make like a mask similar to like how you do, so I don't paint outside of the lines. But yeah, and then at a certain point, I make a layer over top of my lines, and I just start painting away the lines as necessary. I try and keep some of them in because I like the texture, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between your process and mine is that I'm not confident in my line. I have to kind of sculpt out my character, so line art is off the table for me.
Okay, yeah. I usually try and start from a finished line art, or at least finished enough to where I'm not guessing too much. Blue Wolf, yo, PK, Snack and PK, that's rad. Yeah, dude, we got PK on stream. We're doing chatter critiques right now, dude. Wait, so PK, you play Souls games? Do you play Souls games?
Absolutely, yeah. When 100% at every Souls game. Love those games. This is as detailed as my line work gets before I start painting.
Okay.
So you can see like here was the sketch of the face, and then I start painting directly over that. And it stays like this the whole time.
I'm trying to find an example of like line art on mine. I guess like, not to go back to the freaking cat girls, they're just open right now. Here, I'll switch over to my canvas real quick. In this one I tried to do something different. So I tried to actually not have it be like on a dark background. So I started from a white background on this one. Actually, I had different versions where I made her like orange at first, and then I was like, I don't really like that. I switched to like a blue. So I literally painted this like twice. And then that's sort of probably why I got tired of doing it. And then I ended up liking the sort of sketchier, like light one. But my line art, I gotta find it. It's definitely somewhere. I think it's this. So this is sort of what the line art looks like. So it's relatively finished-ish, and then I build off of that. Usually there's multiple line layers because the brush I use has a multiply effect in it. And so when I overlay, because I'm really light-handed, so I have this struggle where everything I do is super, super light gray. But when I multiply it, it adds like the value to it. See, it's just like, and then I can erase out like, well, I want this to have more dark lines or less. Like if I want, as it goes away, it gets a little lighter because we've got like ambient occlusion. Maybe I want more focus on the eyes, so maybe I'll erase out the other stuff. And that's sort of how I work. And then once I like that, I flatten it and I move on to the next layer, and I just keep building and building and building. So that's usually how I'll do my line art.
Awesome. Literally opposite methods.
Yeah, you just
that's awesome.
Yeah, and like,
well, because I don't know where I want the arm to go yet. Like I don't know what I'm doing, so I just keep blocking it in until it looks right.
Oh, yeah, like this I think we started off with, I don't think I labeled my line art actually, but I think it's on. I want to say it's on this layer. Yeah, so I start with, I've erased some of it out as I go in and I do stuff. Normally I'll duplicate it, but yeah, that's typically
never have I ever.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
I
just
love it.
interesting. Like I want to try different styles, so I try and do a bunch of stuff. I just don't render a whole lot, so for me, it's like I'm still very much in like experimental mode or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna read some chat messages just because
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we've been head down on this one for quite a bit. So, oh, my streak's gonna die. I'm going away tomorrow. You're going away tomorrow, Dally? Like for forever? You can just catch the bots. I think you got like 24 hours, or whatever. You can just build a new streak later on. Solos, dude. Thank you for the 2 months. Has it been that long? It has. It's been that long. I also think I got some follows earlier that I didn't thank. Pride, 2,113 and four. No, that's not it. 21,342. Pride. Thank you for the follow. I know that's not how you're supposed to read it. Boba One, it's Miss Sam. We got those earlier. I want to be better at line art, but also better at painting. So yeah, it's tough. I feel like I really focused all my energy into line art, and it's funny because I feel like PK is like the opposite, right? You focus all your energy into painting, and the reality is you kind of got to do both to get good at both. And I wish it weren't so, but it is tragically.
Yeah, it sucks. I wish that I had just been right and that Snack would have just been wrong, but it turns out turns out I do need to work on line art. So
Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't one that's better than the other. Unless you ask me, then it's line art. But
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what? I'd probably agree with you. To be honest with you.
would you? Yeah. I really envy people like Magic the Gathering artists and stuff like Tyler Jacobson. I think I mentioned him before on your stream and probably like on my stream all the time. Tyler Jacobson is like fantastic, and he just straight up paints everything. He doesn't even do line art, as far as I can tell. He just goes straight. He did all the PHB covers for 5e. He did the
Yeah.
Dungeon Master Handbook, all that stuff. So
Yeah, but he can probably see it in his head.
oh, that's another thing. I've had chatters, and I know you've mentioned you have aphasia. I've had chatters be like, I can't draw because I have aphasia. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, I can and I do. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I am proof that that's not a true statement. So anybody with aphantasia, you have to understand that you process things through information, and so if you want to be good at something, you have to teach yourself from an information standpoint. And it's what I was saying earlier with Snack. When you were talking about Hero's piece from the perspective, you can't picture that when you rotate a head that the brow and the eyes are closer together. I can't turn an object in my head like that and picture it. So I teach myself that if the camera is above the subject, then I need to make sure that I draw the eyebrows and the eyes closer. I'm not visualizing anything. Those are pieces of information that I can remember, and that's how you have to tackle it.
Yeah, I do wonder how much like people who can act, because I can't, like, I don't have like gifs in my head. I could do maybe still images, but that's it. I can't like rotate an object in my head or anything like that. So I wonder how much of that is actually being done by artists. And I feel like even if you ask most artists, when they develop a pretty piece, a lot of them, and I'm sure most people in chat that can rotate things or can't, they'll say that it's they never have the exact outcome that they imagine in their head. Like, even if I imagine a character doing a thing, it's still like it's never going to come out exactly how I want it, to the point where my visual image of it is probably not super reliable. I feel like I rely more on muscle memory and, like I said, like the critique, the little objective checks that I do. Oh boy, we just got a raid. So, Dr.
Nice.
G, how's it going, Dr. Griswold? And then we'll do a couple more chats, and then what we'll do is probably jump into the next critique that Nox submitted. Dr. Griswold, how's it going? Flat is back. Flat is back's already there. I don't have my boobs out right now. How's it going, Dr. G? Oh my god. Oh my god, my dad just called. Your dad just called. I don't get it. How was your stream, dude? How are things going? For those who don't know, Doc G is a streamer here on Twitch. I don't know if you're familiar with them, PK. They stream in the same time block as us. I raid Doc G pretty regularly, and they do fantastic illustrations. I'm talking like really, really crack stuff, like really nice. Doc, what are you? I guess if her dad just called, I guess she's off to take a phone call. So maybe we'll put her on pause. But Doc, I want to welcome everybody in, and also if you want to share anything, You know the deal. No permission needed. Just send me a link whenever you're done with your dad. You probably aren't even listening to a thing I'm saying right now, but when you come back, just let me know, and we'll go through whatever you post in chat. What else? We got some other some other comments here. I'm drawing over it. I like it a lot as it is, but I think there's some internal muscles that could be painted instead of lines. Twisting the horse is so cool. I might make the trunk torso a bit longer and the back haunches a bit bigger, but I'll send a drawing. Okay, Dally's talking about the horse drawing. I guess Dally's doing a draw over for Nox as well. Apparently, your favorite out of the trilogy is Dark Souls 2. That's not true. You like Dark Souls 2?
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is my favorite. Yep.
Okay. Well,
Dark Souls 2 is my favorite Dark Souls.
It's okay to be wrong sometimes about stuff, you know.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I don't need to bandwagon against Dark Souls 2. I have my own thoughts.
Okay, what makes you like Dark Souls 2 the most? And to be quite honest, I'm just a massive hater because I think I've played like 5 hours of Dark Souls 2 and then I was like, yeah, I'm good.
I just like the world the best out of all the games.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair, I guess. I wouldn't know. For me, Dark Souls, the original, like Dark Souls 1 and then Dark Souls 3 are probably I really like the Dark Souls 3 world the most. Elden Ring obviously is fantastic, but I won't harp on your video game tastes, especially we can't get into Baldur's Gate, otherwise it's going to turn into a debate stream.
Yeah, I mean Baldur's Gate sucks, so.
Okay, all right. Guys, I can mute him, chat. By the way, I have that power.
Listen, I don't make the rules, and I think Elden Ring's open world is bad. So.
Is it? Well, okay, all right, okay. What's bad about it?
What's that?
What's bad about it? I'm coming at it from like a let's say you're like an uncle that has like a really edgy take at like Thanksgiving right now. I'm like, so tell me what about it? Help me understand.
Yeah. Okay. What's the point of it?
It's Dark Souls, but like open.
Yeah.
Exploration.
What's the
exploration?
What's the
you get a big dopamine spike when you find a cool cave, or like a
I think that's great. So let's say you find a cool cave and you explore it, and you find another ash summon that you're not gonna use.
I suppose, I guess, but I mean, like,
or you find another catacomb that's the exact same tile set as the previous 15.
Do you prefer video games then that are like a little bit more not like catered towards story and towards like you go point A then point B then point C, that like do you like that sort of linear path, or do you like the sort of branching options? Like, how would Breath of the Wild feel for you relative to, like, I don't know if you've played Zelda games actually, but
no, I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I think I love exploration in games. Just like reward me for it. Don't just make space just to make space, which is, I feel like that's what Elden Ring did. Like the first time you run around it, like the first time you play Elden Ring, there's a lot of exploration and open world, which is super cool. And then the second time you play Elden Ring, you skip all of the exploration stuff that you know doesn't have a good item. And it just becomes dead time between cool areas.
I suppose that's fair, but I think the game is probably designed from the perspective of like trying to encourage the player to see if there's a good item, right? I think part of it is like doing an exploration and then being like, oh shit, there's nothing here or whatever. But
yeah, and then like, oh cool, I'm glad I did this.
Yeah.
There was nothing here.
Yeah.
For me, it's like doing the legacy dungeons in Elden Ring are just so good. Like Stormvale Castle is such a cool area. And like, man, we could have just had a game of that. And instead I have to run through Caelid again. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally like the option to explore because I feel like I'm a bit of a min-maxer. I like consuming YouTube videos and being like, all right, what's the optimal ring that I'm gonna go look for, and then I build like a little quest for myself to go do that stuff. I don't mind like mini spoilers and stuff. I don't like big plot spoilers, but when it comes to sort of finding items or whatever, I don't mind consuming tutorials. Except for recently with Zelda, I've been trying to relive my childhood frustrations a little bit.
Nice.
Sort of raw dog
yeah, dude.
It's been a thing. I got a navy ad, sadly. Virgo got a navy ad. I can rotate a cube in my mind.
That's probably my fault.
Yeah. What are you manifesting military ads in my chat?
Yeah. The US is here. You're gonna get military ads.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. You are American. I can rotate the cube in my mind, but if I try to stop it at any particular point and draw the frontmost corner, I will struggle. Yeah, okay.
I feel like that's just practice, right?
Well, yeah. I think what Knox is talking about is, I guess, when you have like the corner front on, because the rules kind of change a little bit because now you've got like an extra limb on that corner. I guess I'm gonna switch over to my canvas real quick just to
go for
demonstrate. I see you're doing like a material breakdown, so yeah. So if you're drawing a cube normally, you'd like having a cube be front on being a problem, you say. I lost the message now. Where is it? I can rotate a cube in my mind, but if I try to stop it at any particular point and draw the frontmost corner, I'll struggle. I think like the front corner is definitely difficult. I just kind of think of it as like, if ever I'm drawing it, I just think of it as like this three-pronged thing, right? So every front corner just has these three, it's like a Y essentially, and depending on how extreme like the top and the bottom of the Y are is going to determine how extreme the angle is on the cube. That's sort of how I think about it. I'm not going to go too into detail on it. I don't know if we want to talk about cubes for the next 20 minutes, but I think that's sort of how I think about it. Just draw a Y, and then that determines your perspective, you know, and then you're just connecting all the sides. That's it. And a little more extreme Y. It's a little bit more front on. So that's sort of how I would draw like a cube where the angle is like right in your face. That's it. My favorite one is Dark Souls 1. Excellent choice. Nancy just put me on Grizz yesterday. Yeah, Doc G is fantastic. They're talking to their dad. I don't know if they're coming back.
You guys are like Dark Souls 1. When was the last time you played that game?
Did they? They didn't do a remake of that, eh? They did like the remake of the one before, like the old one.
There hasn't been like a new remake. There was one like 10 years or like 5 years ago. They ported it to PC.
Okay.
But
I have a terrible memory.
The back half of Dark Souls 1 is excruciating.
It's been so freaking long for me. I feel like that's why I was like pulling back on debating with you earlier because of your naming things. I'm like, I don't even remember. I don't remember strong whatever castle. I don't know. Yeah, sure. I'm sure I've been there.
Stormvale. Yeah.
Okay. PK, I did not make a highlight layer for this. I gave up. What are we talking about?
The wolf.
Oh, I see. Do we want to jump into the wolf?
I see. Yeah. So I just wanted to do this really quick. Yeah, so in talking about like the simplified forms earlier, when it comes to a character that's got fur, it makes that a little bit more difficult. And so you remember with the horse, we're talking about the core shadow where the light stops and passes an object. With fur, all you want to keep in mind is that this line is going to be jagged depending on the length of the fur, and that's going to create that contrast. So thinner fur or like more compact, it's going to be more gradual. You're not really going to notice. It's going to be more textured. And then the longer that fur gets, the more it's going to break up that line. And that's really where you're going to get a lot of information on how long the fur or hair of a creature is. But these black lines that are in the illustration, just like with the horse, right? These black lines are going to really flatten the overall form, like immediately flatten the overall form. Looks like the light here is just top down. So, I mean, pretty kind of what we've already talked about, right? Just simplifying, picking one shadow value. And I saw you had a comment in Snacks chat earlier that said higher contrast. You don't need high contrast. It just has to be consistent. As long as whatever is on the light side is always lighter than whatever on the shadow side, the forms will read. Does not have to be high contrast or low contrast. It just has to be consistent. Whatever is in shadow has to be darker than whatever's in light. Can be super. I mean, you see Hiro's artwork. Hiro's artwork is super low contrast, and it still reads really, really. But just going in and picking like where you want your light to hit, and see just adding just really simple blocked in light, and we get a way more readable 3D form out of the character. It's the same. It's pretty much the same notes as the horse. The only thing I wanted to point out is this character has longer fur, so it's just gonna deviate on the contours itself. It won't blend as smoothly. But that's where you can really start to bring in like, okay, the light's coming from over here, so the hair, the longer fur is gonna cut in to that contour a little bit more, and that's where you can really see the length of the character's hair there. That makes sense?
I think it makes sense. I get it. I think you know it's funny because I think Knox originally asked me for a feedback on this, and what I told him like a while ago was basically like the and this more applies to the external fur and stuff. But I always talk about internal detailing with lines, and I wonder if that's what they were doing based off of the stuff I had said before. So I like because I see there's like lines inside with the fur, and I'm wondering how much of that was put there because of the things I've said in the past. But I think when it comes to line art and painting, there has to be like a different mentality with approaching it. And so what you're saying right now makes a lot more sense based on from a painter's perspective, you know.
Yeah, and what you're talking about most likely, I'm sure, was wherever you put lines has to be a hard edge. Like that's what a line is doing. It's saying that this tuft of fur is creating a hard edge and blocking light from continuing past. So it just needs like this line can probably go away because it's flattening this area. So if I just get rid of some of these, that line's kind of fine.
I don't even
That
know
line's
if I
kind
would think
fine.
of like a line as necessarily always a hard edge. I think of it more as like it has to be a deliberate delivery method for information, you know? Like you
Yeah,
can
that's a good
have
point. Yeah.
like yeah.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about it from a light perspective or from rendering. So I think of it as a hard edge of light. So that's really funny.
Yeah, because I could see myself doing something where if I'm drawing like a deltoid, let's say, and I'll switch over to my canvas just to like
yeah, go for
illustrate
it.
real quick. But if I'm doing like a deltoid, let's say, or an arm, like I could see myself drawing the outline of the arm here, and then having these sort of internal maybe like striations and stuff. But I would do them in a lighter weight than the outside. And if I were rendering this, I probably wouldn't have a hard edge here. I would probably have a gradual sort of transition where it's like, you know, you're just sort of showing the different forms of the deltoid and the striations and the muscle and all that stuff. So that's sort of how I think of weight. Like the weightier it is, then the more you're indicating a hard edge is sort of how I would think about it a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. And Nox only has the solid black lines, right? If they were lighter, that probably would go towards what you're that method that you're talking about for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna bring it back to you because you're painting now, but
yeah, this is so using the exact same example and taking those. So I just drew in the same lines that you had, but then blended out. So where this is a black line, where this was a black line, instead I'm treating it as a hard edge of where light's hitting, wrapping around, and then and then hitting the side of the shoulder here.
mm-hmm.
And so just blending that out away from the light. So all of these areas that have hard edges become where light stops. Like, so that's how I always think about light is where that line's hitting. And to your point, if it's a lighter line, then it's hitting less, or it's a more gradual curve around the form.
Yeah.
So that's interesting how we use those. Well, it comes from the different perspective, right? I'm always thinking about how light affects it versus the actual line art.
Yeah.
I don't think about line art at all.
Yeah, for me, it's more like how can I use the line to inform the light source? Like if I do like a disjointed line, like basically like let's say you do a cheekbone, but it's not fully connected. Maybe it's not fully connected in areas that would have extra exposure to light sources or whatever stuff like that, right? But then it's also weird because line art you can interpret it differently, where you could say like, well, maybe I'll just thin out the line, or maybe I want thick lines on certain forms but not other ones. It gets a lot more abstract, and it's always hard to convey objective rules with sort of line weight in line art, I find. But I struggle to like explain that to people. I try and give them sort of a ground, like like foundational thing of like this is how I try and think about it. But then you also have to
Yeah.
caveat it and being like, yeah, well, sometimes it's just not that way though, you know.
And then
So
when I'm thinking about it, it's more like this. Here's my line, and here's my line, because everything on this side is not in light. And then everything on this side is. So I need to make sure that this line for the striation is never as dark as the shadow. So then I'll come in and add something like this.
yeah.
So that's I love the differences in method there.
Yeah, well, that's a good hard rule. I feel like I just don't think enough when I'm painting. And that's sort of, I guess this is like a self critique of me, I guess. I tend to vibe things out and I jump steps a lot when I paint. Just got, I don't have the muscle memory of knowing the rules super effectively. I'm going to read some
But that's good though. I mean,
chats
that's
here.
that's relying on your intuition, which
Yeah.
is, I mean, you got good intuition, so you got to trust it.
Black Knight says, I'd give my soul for a Dark Souls 1 remake. Symphony says, YouTube chat is forgotten, always. Can't be giving attention to YouTube chat, you know? And I,
Uh, Dark Souls 1 remake, but the game director from Dark Souls 2 is in charge of it.
okay, well, we're gonna move on from that comment. Worth noting for you too, this critter's anatomy inspirations are cat plus maned wolf, and then of course birds of prey feet. Oh, okay, so like ostrich feet or something. Is that a bird of prey? I'm not familiar with like animals very well.
Did you just say?
What is a bird of prey?
hang on, hang on. Did you just hear bird of prey and your first inclination was ostrich?
Yeah, I guess they're not a bird
Dude,
of
I
prey.
love
Bird
that.
of prey is a preyed upon bird, right? So it'd be like a tiny bird, like a pigeon or some
No,
shit.
a bird of prey is like a hawk.
See, okay, that's what my original instinct was. It's like a thing that could fuck you up, dude. You know, that's why I went ostrich.
Dude, I
Because I'm like,
wouldn't fight an ostrich.
I would I would rather fight a hawk than an ostrich.
You know what? When you put it that way, that's kind of fair, actually.
Yeah, like the one thing in my mind was like this thing runs on land way faster than like fucking Usain Bolt, okay? And they're ferocious. They're always trying to kill people. I don't know, dude. I feel like a
No,
hawk like
no, you've totally I immediately rescind. I'm 100% on your side. I would rather fight a hawk than an ostrich.
I think of like the
I'm on
biggest
board.
thing that could be threatened by a hawk is like my buddy's corgi. You know, every time we that's I just remember every time we go to his cottage, we'd be like, all right, we got to make sure that that we bring the dog in. There's like a hawk circling the cottage right now. Okay.
So not knowing a lot about animal anatomy, Knox. I wish I could help more with the fur aspect. I would really rely on for rendering style. Rely on where the form twists and turns, and that's where you're going to get the most form information. And then for shading, just try to think of it in as simple of 3D shapes as possible. Right. So if this is a cylinder, where does the light hit? And just pick an entire half of this thing to just be in shadow to begin with, and then you can always go back in afterwards and add a bounce light if you want to bring in some information that's not in the main light. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot for like animal anatomy. I think this the front paw here does look a little small compared to all the other feet. Paw, claw, hand, foot.
I guess.
So that looks a little small compared to the others. And I do think this is awkwardly straight on.
Yeah.
Everything else has a little bit of a 3/4 curve to it.
I
But
think for
this
that front leg, you probably want to show more overlap. Like it's just not clear where the overlaps are. It's all kind of one form to me, and I think that's sort of why it feels weird. Whereas I think if you had a form going into another one, I'll switch over to my canvas real quick.
Yeah. Go for it.
And then I'll sort of explain how I would think about it, and then we can move on to another one. I'm gonna just I didn't actually copy it because I just sort of let PK take the wheel on this one, but let me pull this over. There she is. Yeah, so when I think of drawing like overlapping forms, I think of, I guess, which form comes first, okay? And the way you can think of that is, let's say you draw the leg fully flat on. Like let's say I don't know how to do bird legs, but let's say it's something like this, where they have like this joint here, which is I guess kind of their elbow, then this would be their shoulder here. I think this is kind of how animal anatomy, I don't know, whatever. If this form here is at the top and this form here is farther down, each one of these forms, you need some sort of transitional line that shows the overlap and their positioning. And so on this, I would probably do something like this, but I don't fully connect it. So I'm not going to fully sort of wrap that form like that. Normally what I do is I have it bleed into the other form. So I'll do something like this, and then from this point here, then I'll come in and I'll do the next form. And I'll have that sort of bleed in like this, you know? And I'll layer as necessary going through, and then, you know, the back leg or whatever, something like that. I really don't know how this would look, but I'm just kind of guessing here. Something like that, maybe. I don't know, whatever. That's sort of how I think of my overlaps. Is I want to make sure these overlaps are shown based off of what goes over top of what. And yeah, so I try to never connect my overlaps, and I feel like it just gives a better sense of depth. I don't know if I have a drawing open where I've applied some overlap, but even here, like you could see, I did do some line work here and even here, but I don't fully connect them the whole way through. I just kind of leave it a little disjointed, and I feel like that sells the overlap a little bit better, in my opinion. And I also think your curves on these guys, they would go the other way. So you have them curving up like this. I think they would actually curve the other way. They would curve down a little bit more like that. And then they would get smaller. Something more like that, I guess. It's a tough angle to do. But that's how I would think about it. And even if you're painting it, I think you would probably paint it similarly, where you have sort of these values here on this form, and then maybe, you know, some value down here. I don't know. How do you think you would approach like drawing something like this? If I'm just doing my hatching as sort of where the light's hitting or not hitting, I guess. Something like that, and then, you know, in there maybe, depending on the light source. Blah blah blah. It's a tough angle, honestly. I don't have a dog. If I did, I would take a picture of their paw in that position and then use them as reference. Have my dog model for me.
I will say, I guess, from a texturing perspective, the arms, these little like pads, to be different for like the front little guys. If this is a harder, rougher surface, if you want to make it look different from fur. So fur is going to be pretty diffused because there's so many different angles. Like Snack was saying earlier, the light gets softer because it diffuses over and over again. So if a light hits a piece of hair, bounces to another piece, bounces to another piece, bounces to another piece, you end up with this really diffused light source. For things that are rougher and hard-edged, you know, you pick where that light's coming from, and then where the light's hitting it the most, and you just blend it out less. So you keep it just to where the light's directly hitting. And that's going to make something look like a harder, rougher surface versus the fur around it. So just as a quick note, if you're rendering out those little guys on the front of the legs and stuff like that, you can use that kind of technique to make them feel like a different texture versus the fur around.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send Nox sort of the draw over that I did, and then I don't know if you want to send yours as well, and then we'll move on to the next one. I'm gonna read some chats that I've missed in between, and then yeah. So Pride 21,342 says, I don't have aphantasia, but I don't find myself actively envisioning things rotating in space. Most of my thinking happens as I'm drawing on the canvas through construction, but maybe it's better to try and draw it directly from what I'm imagining. I mean, that sounds like me, and I don't draw from what I'm imagining at all. I'm purely like feeling it as I'm doing it kind of thing on the canvas. Maybe, no, I don't, like, I'm never thinking and then drawing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never thinking ahead of the shape that I'm drawing. I'm more drawing the shape based off of muscle memory and, you know, just being like, does this feel good? No, do it again. Does this feel good? No, do it again. And then just keep reworking until I land on something where it's like, oh yeah, that's the appealing shape I wanted, right? So it's a bit of vibes. It's a bit of experience. The thing is, like, they kind of circle into each other where once you've vibed it out enough times, you could kind of land on the right shape without as much searching. You know what I mean? Just because you've gotten there so many times before, the express route to the shape that's going to be appealing. And that's sort of how growth happens over time, right? As you sort of fill in those gaps in different domains of experience, in my opinion, anyways. Thumbnails will help in that case, Pride. Yeah, thumbnails are also another way to sort of test out bigger compositions and stuff. Yeah. Nox says, I consume a lot of tattoo art and love me a detailed line art, but it sounds like I need to find a different color for sure. I think this was in relation to probably the fur being distributed earlier. We're very behind on the chat right now, but Yellow Leaf, there's a lot of different approaches for line art, to be honest. You need to pick one, maybe two, and stick with it for a style. Lines can show edges as well as change planes. Yeah, I think that's another thing, right? Is like, when you're using lines, you're kind of using the lines to show the planes, whereas when you're painting, you're using value to show the changes of planes almost. I don't know if that's an oversimplification. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, but thumbs up. Cool. This community is so cracked.
All rendering is light. It's just light. How light hits a 3D form. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, more or less. This community is so cracked. I think so too, you know? And you know, I'm taking a little credit. We push ourselves within reason. I think everybody here wants to improve, and so it's sort of the general vibe. External versus internal is good to have a width difference. You're talking about lines again, I assume. That makes a lot of sense, and I would ultimately help me be more satisfied with the final. Not sure. We're probably talking about the fur at that point. I'm gonna skip things that I think are a little behind on the thing. Too snack. I pick color and unfocus my eyes at the canvas, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I basically just keep adding layers and then removing the layers, and then I do an A/B check to be like, do I like the direction this is going? Do I not like it, the direction it's going? I toggle between the two. It seems everybody was a little shocked that I assumed an ostrich was a bird of prey. That is like,
that was a wild. That was a wild.
I'm not even joking.
Wild
the
statement.
First thing that comes to mind is an ostrich. They're so fucking scary.
I mean, like, listen, you convinced me. Like, you don't, our argument won, but like, honestly, you would have given me 100 birds of prey to list, ostrich would not have made the list.
But they're
Is that a
dinosaurs,
problem in
bro.
Canada?
No, I don't think.
Ostriches a problem?
Do we even have them? I don't think we have them natively. If we do, we ship them on boats. I don't think like there's an ostrich in the wild. We have bears. Those are fucking terrifying. Yeah, I guess there's an article on the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's like like research into ostriches. I don't think there's any ostriches that are an active problem here, but ostriches can be super scary, says Hollow Sprite. How you doing, Hollow Sprite? Sorry, I didn't see you there. What else we got? Just curious how everyone goes about it. Oh, you're talking about the aphantasia question earlier. Wouldn't the forearm be in front of the shoulder? Wouldn't the forearm be in front of the shoulder, but not completely connecting? Is a good thing to do. You're talking about on the leg I drew earlier. Is that the reference point? It's. I think we're so far behind on that. I'm not gonna have the context. I'm just gonna move on. Unfortunately, sorry, Yellow Leaf. I don't mean to skip things. We've just covered so much ground. I call mockingjay predatory because they prey on other nests to raise their young. Yeah, you know what? That's valid. I'm all right. How have you guys been doing? I'm good, dude. I'm good. Now I'm thinking of Australians losing the emu war. All right, there you go. Point in case. The ostriches are basically emus, similar. All right, let's see what's next in the Discord. We have Kimdo's thing. I gave her critique yesterday, so we're gonna skip that one. Jadu, we've got another spicy drawing here. Also, Nancy's character again. Just this time instead of ass, it's boobs. So
this one's all you, buddy.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is more of an anatomy one, I think.
You're
let me switch over. Okay. Here, let me send this to Nox first, and then we'll get into talking about tatas. Give me 1 second. Go. Where's Nox's thing? There it is. Send. Okay, Nancy. Poor Nancy. She doesn't wear a lot of clothes in any of these. Not a commentary. Each their own. Jadu is a mod on Nancy's channel for context, so Nancy would have for sure seen this. Jumping into this, the first thing I'm seeing, and I don't know if Jadu's around. I think he pops in and out every now and then. But the first thing I'm seeing is the breast to me, being my canvas is freaking out right now. The breast to me feels like it's on the side of the rib cage. Like if I'm drawing this as you know, a front on pose, it feels like if this is the rib cage, the boob is like here, and then her other, you know what I mean? Like we got a little bit of a hammerhead shark thing going on. So I think what I would do is I'd have the rib cage sort of overlap the breast a little bit more, because the breast weight is going to be on the rib cage. It's not going to be behind the rib cage. So breasts, jumping into a little tutorial on breasts here, but essentially they're relatively soft, and they're going to conform to the sort of roundness of the rib cage. So if you have a rib cage and you draw a breast on a rib cage, okay, you're going to have a little bit of conformity to the form of the rib cage. So if this is like the contour line of the rib cage, let's say, I'm not doing that super well, but for demonstration purposes, pretend this is well executed, just, you know, the breast is going to sort of have this weight to it. It's going to originate a little bit where the around the pectoralis muscles, and it's going to have like a roundness on the base. You could think of it as just being sort of this like teardrop shape, and when gravity is applied to it, it's going to conform to whatever it's being put on. And in this case, if it's a rib cage, it's going to sort of have this bottom curvature to it. And so because it sits on the rib cage, it's going to be overlapped by the ribcage here and not the other way around. Yay, titty tutorial. There you go. So I think having it like this is going to make it feel a lot more logical. This I think is fine. I don't think there's anything too weird here. This overlap strikes me as odd because I don't know what this muscle is versus this one here. So this is the lat. And then if this is the erector muscle of the spine, it would probably be a little bit more over here. So I would just say the lat actually attaches down. Oh, this is a test of knowledge now. I think the lat goes from your scapula or humerus muscle, I think, all the way down to your hip bone. Like, it's a long muscle. I'm going to Google it just to double check that I'm not giving you guys false information right now, because I am kind of curious as well. But I believe... I can't pull up Google. Why is this not working? Here we go. Oh. Okay, well, my Google's crapping itself. I can't pull it up for whatever reason. I think it's some weird technical stuff going on. I'm just going to make it up and just assume I'm right and just say that the lat actually connects down to your hip bone here. And because of that, it's going to be a lot larger in this general like form here, and you're not going to get as much of an overlap here. It's going to come down a lot lower. This shoulder, I think, would be a lot subtler unless she's super duper duper jacked, which she can be. But if I'm drawing this shoulder here, I'm making it a little bit subtler. This deltoid would not have this curvature to it. It would actually curve like this. And then the upper deltoid would come up like this, and it would come a little lower. This is a common mistake I see pretty regularly. Also, May, what's up? Hey, what up, May? How's it going? And I've made this mistake a bazillion times. It's for whatever reason, the brain wants to make the deltoid short. I don't know why. I don't know if you've experienced this when you paint deltoids, PK, but whenever I do them, I'm always putting them a little higher than they are. And then I look at a reference and I'm like, oh, it's like deceptively long. So I would lower the deltoid just a bit. So instead of having an end here, it ends a little bit further down. The tricep would sort of originate back here. Be, you know, a little subtle. It doesn't have to be like a crazy size thing. Your positioning on the elbow is fine. I would maybe extend it out just a bit, and then I'm trying to think. That doesn't look right. Probably something more like that, and then the forearm would be like here, curve in like that, maybe. Really tough to say. The bicep would be here-ish. I think how I would do this. I feel like it needs to be longer. Now I'm going on feeling. It's all vibes now at this point. Because this is a weird angle. I know the forearm's going to sort of go this way, and it's going to be foreshortened. Now the question is, am I going to see a little bit of the forearm on this side? And I might as well. Trying to think. If I'm positioning my arm right now like that to see sort of where it lines up relative to my rib. My elbow, yeah, the way you're doing it, PK, like I feel like it's just going to be a tube, and you're going to see a little bit of the forearm. It's completely cut off from your perspective, so it's literally just like a tube coming out. I don't even think you're going to see the forearm much. So something a little bit more like this. Now we got that there. And then the head, probably fine. I think it's fine. I think I would do a little bit more detailing in the eyes here. This is, Jadu, you've gotten probably about a dozen critiques from me at this point, so you know this is sort of like a stylistic thing for me. I like to add layers in my eyeballs here to show the 3D form of the eye. So the eye exists inside of a socket. So if you draw like the sphere and then you like draw the iris and then the pupil, on top of that you've got the skin, which is your eyelid, and the skin has three-dimensionality to it, so it has a thickness to it that extends outside of the eye and sort of wraps that form. And because of that, whenever you're drawing the eye, it helps to show that three-dimensionality on the inner eye. And so if your eye is, you know, turning away from you in like a 3/4 position, you're gonna get a little bit of a 3D edge in here. That to me just adds like, we get into a little bit more of a realistic style if we do that, and a lot of my characters have that. So for me, I just tend to add it. You wouldn't have it on this side though, and the reason is because you're turning away from that plane. You would, however, see it on this bottom lid a little bit, and then the eyeball. Your eyes are kind of fine. I don't even know why I'm going over them. They're relatively fine. I think your eyebrow's in a weird position. So the eyebrow relative to the eye is typically a little bit ahead of the little tear duct here in the corner of the eye. So I would put, even in like a sultry sort of look, I would put the eyebrow a little bit farther up. And then this one. The issue with having these curves here going like this is not that you can't do them this way, but you want them to feel like they're conforming to the socket underneath. And the socket has this sort of mass to it. This is exaggerated, obviously, but it's got this sort of mass to it. And you want to feel like the brow is wrapping over that mass. And so even if you're doing like a curved brow, it has to feel like it curves with some sort of logic. I drew it there for just demonstration purposes, but I would just sort of show that curve a little bit more, and it's going to feel a bit more organic that way. This piece of hair here, I don't think would go over top of the structure here, just because this is a bony mass on the corner. It's the cheekbone. Because of that cheekbone, you're probably going to have the hair behind it, most likely, if you're positioning hair at a 3/4 perspective, just because the cheekbone is closer to us relative to the hair. Like if you have a skull from the front. By the way, I know I'm blasting through a shit ton of information right now, but this is some, I think this is important stuff. So if your head is front on, your hair is going to be on the side of the head here. You don't really grow hair. I mean, you do grow on the top, and I guess it could fall in front like this. But to me, this indicates that this hair is off to the side because it's not part of the bangs here. So I would have this be overlapped by the cheekbone there. This is all fine. I would narrow in the jaw a little bit. I just wouldn't make it as wide. There are traits, and obviously big disclaimer on this. Gender-based traits, you know, vary, and there's a large spectrum. There isn't one absolute rule for male or female. But if you want to feminize a character, especially if you're doing like a pinup thing, typically you're going a little bit hyper feminine sort of aesthetic. And within that context, I would narrow in the jaw a little bit, because the jaw is one of those traits that typically reads a little bit more masculine if it's wider, and in particular the chin. So if you take a character and you give them like a very wide chin, they're going to feel a lot more male than if you narrow in that chin and that jaw width. And so bringing these in a little bit is going to feel a lot more ladylike and or male-like, right? Obviously, big obvious here. There are women with various widths of chin, and there are men with narrower jaw lines and jaw structures and stuff like that, and there's a whole spectrum in between. But just for the sake of you know, generalizing here, it's just something that you can do to sort of accentuate that. Again, inner plane here on the outside, and then this is probably fine. I'd probably move the eye over just a little bit, actually. I also think your eyes are kind of wide on this backside. I'm going to make them a little bit more narrow. You have this habit of doing this thing where you do like the eye almost flat to the edge of the cheek here. The issue with that is that the eye is round. And so you really want to push that curvature on the eye here. And I'm going to bring the eye in just a little bit and then do something like this. I feel like it's going to feel a little bit better. Nostril here. The mouth feels a little bit off to the side here. I think the mouth, because the mouth protrudes out of the face, right? Let's say I draw this guy's face here. This is really scary looking eyeball, but let's say I draw this guy's face and I give him a mouth. The mouth has volume to it. So it's kind of like this wedge plane on the edge of a face. And because you've got this sort of like wedge shape, you end up with a larger mass protruding off of the front of the face plane, which means at a 3/4 angle, it's going to feel like it's shifted a little bit more to the side that's turning away from us. So you're going to have sort of the center of the lips a little bit more here. And then this side is always going to be shorter than this other side here. Every feature that is flat on a face or has some sort of like form that's turning away, that farther form is always going to be shorter. So the width on this eyeball, always in 100% of cases, okay? Quote me on this. Unless you're Pim from Smiling Friends, where you have one eyeball that's 3 times bigger than the other one, okay? Your eye is always going to be smaller on that far eye than on the close eye. And it's going to be the same thing with your eyebrows. It's going to be the same thing with your mouth, or your top lip especially. And there are certain regions on the top lip that you want to put shadows. You want to do a central shadow, and then you want to do the corners of the mouth, and then you want to just add a quick little line in here, and then that's going to give you sort of your mouth shape. And so that's all I'm doing on this side here. I'm just shrinking one side and changing the angle. And because she has like an open mouth here, I'll give her a little open mouth, you know, and then maybe like a bottom lip or whatever. I don't know that it's going to read super duper well with the open mouth here, so I probably won't shade it in, just because we're going with a sort of ink draw over. But yeah, those are sort of like the major changes. That's a lot, okay? I've just ran through a bunch of stuff, but these are... There's certain areas on the body that are really important to get right, and it's the face and the arms and legs, typically. The torso you can get away with a little bit more, but the legs and the legs, arms, and face, in my opinion, are the most critical part of any piece. And I genuinely feel this strongly. I think I've changed my tune on this in the past, but I really think, and I'm curious to know what you think, PK, and I can give an example to sort of support my argument a little bit, but I think the arms and legs are more important than the face in conveying emotion and expression in a pose or in a character. And an example of that I can point to is just think of any character doing something and then remove their arms and legs. It doesn't really matter what the face is doing. You're like, it's never going to really give you the information to know what that character is doing just based off of the face. You might be able to tell if they're angry, but you're not going to know if they're attacking. You're not going to know if they're running. You're not going to know like why they're angry or whatever. You can get away with a neutral face expression and dynamic arms and legs, but you can't really get away with a dynamic face but neutral arms and legs. So the arms and legs oftentimes are always going to convey more emotion. It's kind of just a ramble at this point. It's not really relevant to what we're doing right now, but just something I wanted to highlight because it popped into my mind, which is oftentimes my critiques. I think the arm is a little too short here. I think you're trying to squeeze in the elbow when I think the elbow would probably be a little farther in. Everything else I think is kind of fine here. I would lower this shadow here, as this is probably where the shadow is going to catch in this little crook, because you've got these planes. If you're doing like a box, let's say, you got this. Whoops, you got this this plane here where you change direction on the hips and pelvis, and this is where the light's going to get trapped mostly. So I would just lower that line down there. Yeah, that's it. That was the rapid fire. I think the neck also could be a little bit more of an S curve there because of the twist. That's it. That's my critique on that one. That's speed round. Anything?
Yeah, I mean that was awesome to watch you go through. I think that the eye thing is interesting with the little hair piece on the cheekbone. I think that we can get stuck thinking about like this thing is in front of this thing, so I have to draw it in front, but not thinking about it like what is closer to camera. Like I can totally see why Shadow drew the little hairpiece covering the cheekbone because it's in front, right?
Yeah.
The hair is on top of the face, but the cheekbone is closer to camera, and I think that is a very difficult distinction for a lot of artists to make.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably a way you could execute having the hair on the face. And I think what I would do is probably do something where like you have really curly hair that curves in kind of like this, and then that could work a little bit,
Sure.
but it still shows that it's originating from behind this mass.
Yeah.
When you have like a curve that's going this way over top of a form, what you're essentially telling the viewer is my cheekbone is concave here. And that's just not really how cheekbones work. They would be convex, right? So they would be the opposite curvature. And if you have that, any really thin material like hair especially, is going to conform to that. And so it's going to wrap around it, even if it is on top of it, right? But that's why we've got these curves up here on the hair, because we've got a forehead underneath it, indicating that, it's pushing up into the hair.
Yeah. Awesome.
But that's it. I don't know if you want to go over any painting stuff on this one. They seem to have done.
Yeah, I mean,
Jadu did a very interesting sort of decorative look to it. I don't know what this style is called, but
yeah, just kind of cell shaded, but there's like a little bit of soft blending in there. I mean, if you go, I mean, yeah, I can for 2 seconds just based on.
sure.
I mean, you've covered the big stuff. The only thing that stands out to me is that you've got a really harsh light source and a really soft light source at the exact same time. So Snack, you drew in the plane change for the ribs, right? Is like here, and then the hips are here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, just pick a side for that form, right? This should be shaded in if this is where the edge of that rib cage is, where it curves over. You just want to show that volume by shading that around. Same thing with the lower back. You could shade that in and then bring some of that light back to emphasize the butt down here if you want, which is it curving in and curving back out and catching some of that light. And you could go either way with this. If the character's boobs are so big that she's smashing it against her rib cage and it's somehow going out wide enough to catch light, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
But but I would probably not do that. I would probably just have it in shadow, and then bring some of that. If you really want that light in there, you could have some of it coming in from the top over here instead. And then kind of what you were saying with the eye exists in a socket, so I would bring up that shadow, put a shadow under the nose probably, just to make those forms read a little bit better.
What do you think
outside
about
of that,
the shadow on the far cheek, like the farthest cheek away?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, to me, it's indicating that the cheekbone structure is very strange there. Like it looks like you were trying to do the Rembrandt triangle, which is what PK is doing right now. I think where that light just catches on that cheekbone a little bit.
Yeah,
but it was a little too.
Yeah,
flat.
Exactly. Yeah, this angle, like you said, it's a sphere. So this is actually the bottom side of the sphere, which notably doesn't catch light. Generally, even in well-lit scenarios, it doesn't catch light. You would actually just see it on the cheekbone. So you've got the cheekbone that catches light like this, but then you've got the cast shadow from the nose like this, and then the back edge of the form wrapping around, and that's how we end up with our nice little triangle, is a combination of those factors coming into play with that. But yeah, I would probably just add shadow into the nose. Just a lot of little minor things. Just depending on where you want your light to come from. It's a little strange. The light's a little strange. But it's very, very close. If you're open to soft light, there's a little bit of blending here, which is cool. Harsh light like this, when you have a cast shadow from one object to another, the further away that object is, the softer the shadow becomes. So two forms that are right on top of each other like this are going to have a really, really dark cast shadow. But two forms that are really far away from each other like this are going to have a softer cast shadow. Unless it's a very, very, very bright light. This is actually going to be a really soft shadow being projected on. And the reason that is because the light has enough time to wrap around and cause more of a blend. Because you're getting bounce light, you're getting light from up here, you're getting light from up here, and that's giving it a chance to come in and soften this edge quite a bit. But you know, on a like ambient occlusion, like where this arm is touching the boob, there's virtually no chance for any light to come in. So you end up with that really, really dark light. But yeah, I mean, it's all of this is secondary to the structural stuff that Snack pointed out.
Yeah, I got a comment on YouTube that says, "Snack, you're awfully calm with the guest on. Usually you scream, berate, and belittle us when you do critiques." It's very true.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, don't let me hold you back.
I think I was give sufficiently the people what they want to Jadu to give them the cat snack experience. I don't think I need to dunk on him any harder.
I do think that this arm is funny though, isn't it? I get that this is probably accurate to the pose, but I just think I think you gotta come up with a way to show that this is an arm going back in space versus an amputee. And I guess if it is an amputee, that's fine. But it looks like an amputee.
Yeah, I would show a little bit of the forearm maybe behind the breast.
Yeah, either up here or down here, right?
Yeah.
Like, just something that shows that just looks like a giant nipple. But like just something that shows that forearm, because it's so conveniently cut off here that it looks intentional.
Yeah, it's also the same sort of like it lines up perfectly with the breast, and so the two forms almost like are very symmetrical, which flattens things out too. So I feel like having more shape variety in the length of that arm would help a lot. Like I feel like my elbow kind of lines up with the bottom of my rib cage. Like if I press my elbow to my rib cage, that's sort of where it stops. And I'm a relatively normally proportioned guy. I think PK and I are ironically the same like height. Found that out. But yeah, so I think your elbow would go a little bit farther out. Maybe not like super duper far out, but just a bit more.
Yeah, I agree. And I would just figure out a way to sneak in a little bit of the forearm, just because it's just such an awkward cutoff point, even though I don't know that it's entirely inaccurate. You know, I think that's that goes back to just, yep, it might be accurate, but it's got a weird look. So you can modify it. I'm not gonna say anything about the tail. Knox said I was gonna say something about
I know. I was waiting for that.
I'm not gonna say anything about the tail because it's virtually outside of composition. This character literally has a border around it.
All he has to do is loop it one more time around the tree, and it can point down at the.
Just loop it one more. You know, I'm not gonna say it though. I'm not gonna say it. I've said my piece on characters that have literal arrows. You guys are killing me with the arrows. Cool character, cool drawing.
Yeah. All right. I think Jadu, I already sent you my my draw over in the critiques channel, so I'm gonna move on to the next one. This one's gonna be all you, dude, because this is Verbanter's drawing, and Verbanter loves to do paintings, and he raw dogs paintings. This guy does not do line art, so he just goes straight into painting. I'm pretty sure.
Oh no! Okay, my people got it.
Yeah. All right. And he does pretty.
Which one am I looking at here?
Verbanter, the one directly below Jadu's.
Oh, this is like a full-on illustration. Holy smokes!
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. There is a lot happening. This is a real full.
He bangs these out so fast, dude. Like he'll be in the Discord call, and you'll just see him doing it. And he'll do it in like a few hours. Like he's really quick with it. Unreal, dude. What not PK just having fun rendering, dude. I do like to just render. What? It's so easy when
Wait,
you're
what?
painting over someone's work to just get lost in it, and you're like, I could just do this the next hour and a half.
Yeah. Well, they did the hard part already.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm doing the last 5%. This is the
Yeah.
easy part.
Yeah, exactly.
They already did all the work. Oh
We've
man,
got ads
yeah,
up
there
right now,
is.
by the way. Just
Okay,
just as a
good, because
heads
I
up.
need a second to like figure out what I'm looking at here.
Process your info. I'm gonna go to the washroom. I've been drinking. This is my coffee time, so if I'm peeing 20 million times a stream, it's because I've spent the last, the entire morning drinking coffee and water and nothing else. So
You're dude. You got healthy bladder. I should probably use the restroom at some point, but
yeah, I'll
I don't think
BRB.
it's water.
Feel free to start without me if there's only a minute left on the ads. So BRB.
Roger that. How's everybody doing? You guys having fun? I'm happy to be here. I love Snack Stream. If you guys are lurking, you haven't followed already, you guys should follow. Snack does these critiques all the time. I just bullied into letting me a guest star, so that way I could hang out with. I just wanted to hang out with Snack. I'll be real. I feel like I gotta put on some music on my side. 1 second. I need my Avril Lavigne playlist before I get in. Hopefully you guys can't hear this. Should be muted. There we go. You guys let me know if you can hear Avril Lavigne. If you can, I have to turn it off. I don't want to get Snack banned. Man, there is a lot going on here. Does Snack critique Gordon Ramsay style without guests? Yes. Oh my Jadu. is that why you're hanging out in Snack stream all the time?
Okay, I'm back, and yes, I washed my hands before everybody asked. You guys are free to smell it.
You can't hear my music, right?
Nope, I can't hear your music.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's so weird because I can't play music in my headphones right now to also hear you, because otherwise it drowns you out, and I don't have separate audio channels, so it's either I hear you or I hear the music. So it's been quiet for me this whole stream. It's very weird.
It's been dead silent for me too, which wasn't a problem until you just got up and walked away, and I was like, wow, that is so quiet.
Yeah, it's very weird. Luckily, they can hear Spotify, so there's music like on their end. But from my perspective, I can't hear anything but myself and you, and it's the weirdest feeling ever. I don't like it, and I don't want to do it again. Like, I don't want to do the silence.
Yeah, the silence is brutal. Somebody's got to be talking.
Yeah, I got to figure out my audio channels. Does Snack do Gordon Ramsay style critiques without guests? Yes and no. Like, when you say Gordon Ramsay, do you just mean like, do I bully the shit out of people asking for feedback? No, not typically. I'm usually relatively chill with offering feedback. I think if you ever see me being more harsh with a chatter, or a little bit more assertive with what I want them to do and what I tell them to do, it's usually because I've had like a dozen critiques from this chatter, right? And it's common things that I've gone over. So there are some regulars that will often submit feedback, and it'll always come down to like, hey, we've talked about this before, try and implement it more or whatever. But I will never be mean to a first time critique, or I'm never mean in general with critiques, but I am, maybe a little bit stronger worded, or a bit more tone wise, maybe a bit more abrasive, but it's never supposed to come off mean. So if it does, let me know and I'll tone it back. It's never the intent. So unless you're Jadu or NFT, then I'm coming for that ass. I like the strange centipede of heads. Are you measuring how many heads tall the character was?
Something was wrong about this character's proportions, and I couldn't figure it out. And it's the head width was too wide. So here's where we were. I thought it was the head is too big. Like, I shouldn't be able to see the face like that. from this distance, and so I was trying to figure out what it was. I thought it was overall head size, but it's just head width. If I thin that up a little bit, it starts to look a lot more right. These arms are also super freaking long.
Yeah, the orangutan arms.
Yeah, right. Because if you were this person, if here's your elbow, if they were to put their arm down by their side, I mean they're right. They're reaching down to their knee at that point. Also, the hips being lined up, but we got 1 foot down on the staircase. Probably, we'd have this kind of cut in, right? At least I think so. That weight would be shifted.
I'm trying to think. If I'm stepping, depends if they're mid step or not. Oh my god, we just got a raid from Hugo Fallen.
Hugo Fallen, let's go, dude.
Yo, how's it going, Hugo? Welcome in. We'll greet the raiders and then we'll resume.
Yeah, go for it. I'm still trying to figure this out.
Yeah, do your thing. Hugo, how's it going, man? Welcome in. Welcome to the snack chat, I guess. It's not trademarked yet, but that's sort of the direction we're going on it. What are we up to? We got a last category art. Hugo, you know the deal. You coming into my neck of the woods. We do a little art robbery around here. So I want to see what you've been working on, dude. You got to share it with the chat. And for context, this isn't a standard stream. I'm not the guy on the left. Okay, if you're a new person joining in here, I'm the guy on the right, the little mouse. PK is a guest star today on today's stream, and what we're doing is we're going over chatter critiques, which is a standard thing that I do on my channel, but we figured we'd bring PK on so we get a little coverage on things like rendering and all that stuff. So welcome in, Hugo. If you have anything you want to share, go ahead, dude. Link it up. Send me what you got. Also, if you want to share any links, Blue Sky, Instagram, DeviantArt, OnlyFans, Fur Affinity, whatever you want, dude. Link it up. Maybe not the last two, but, you know. The floor is yours. The guy on the left did confuse me. Yeah, it's weird seeing a human being in the art category. Usually they're all big-titted anime babes, but today I figured I'd switch it up, so.
You're brave. Your furry tag is not gonna do you any favors today.
Yeah, they're gonna look, what the fuck is this? He doesn't even have long hair.
What is this, dude? No big beard, no long hair?
Yeah.
What is happening? Okay, so there's a lot of little things. I mean, for the most part, I think this is a very cool piece of artwork, right? Like the composition is awesome, how it trails down. Start with the purple high contrast color down through our bad guy. Our bad guy's looking at our good guy. We got really good like lines that lead straight to our main character here. I do think that I get why this big area of contrast is here. It's good background, maybe a little bright. I can't really tell, but at the very least, I feel like there would be stronger like cast shadows from these pillars for whatever.
I don't want to cut you off. I just
is.
want to show what Hugo linked in the.
Oh yeah, go for it, dude.
Before we keep going.
Yeah, please.
So
no, good,
Hugo's a sculptor. You're not German, are you? I feel like every sculptor I know on Twitch is German for some reason. With the name like Hugo, you might be, you know? So let me pull up. I can't pull up an Instagram link, but what I can do is I can grab a section of your Instagram link and I can show that off. So check this dude out. This is really, really, really nice stuff. These are did you model this as well, or is this based off of something? I'm gonna pull it up here on my canvas, so I'm just gonna switch the view real quick.
Yep.
So check this out. This is what Hugo Fallen was working on. Look at this, dude. Isn't that crazy?
Whoa, dude, that's incredible.
Polymer clay is the original creation. British.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's nutty. Hugo, do you always stream at this time? I'm gonna give you a follow. I feel like sometimes if people have schedules, they're always sort of in my time block. So I want to check you out if you're in my Stream Wednesday to Sunday. Oh damn, you're really grinding. But yeah, well, Hugo, look, you're welcome to hang out a bit. We're gonna be going over chatter feedback and stuff. I'm glad you shared your artwork with us. Sick ass sculpture. If you got things to do, you know the deal. You're more than welcome to take off. You don't have to hang out here. And with that, I'm gonna pass it back to PK, and we can jump into Verbanter's art critique.
Yeah, I hate to sound like a broken record when it comes to a lot of these paintings.
Another arrow.
What's that?
Did you find another arrow?
No. Well, we do have this giant spear, but we're gonna ignore that for now.
Okay.
No, the just overall. Okay, so if we kick off and just look at the black and the gray, overall composition is awesome with like really bright background, gray midground, black foreground. Like the layering there and the spacing there is all very cool. We've got our character back here stands out, high contrast, dark on light, which is great. Our character up here, not really. The light hair helps a little bit, but he gets a little lost in midtones. But I think overall, like it's a very cool thumbnail piece. But when you get to the individual characters, like this guy, he's all midtone. Like he's all in every single gray that I'm seeing here. Here's the range. So talking about value ranges again, as always, because that's light is value. So this is our character's value range. This is it. This is outside of his hair. This is what you have to work with. That's very, very difficult to render something out when you're working that from the light side to the narrow side, or to the shadow side. So just really adding an extra layer of pick your primary light source and define that lighting a little bit better is going to make all of these objects read way more quickly and just a lot more clearly.
Because this character seems to be surrounded by a lot of dark values, and then the staircase is also a mid-tone, do you think it's better to push lighter or darker on this character? Obviously, their backside is going to be a lot more in shadow, but I'm just wondering, because I don't know how I would handle this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that for the character, well, you've got two options. You've got light and hue variation. So if your hue variation comes in to where you're able to pull them out with warm colors versus cool colors, that's a way to get around that. I think what I would do is just have soft light, like have really bright hot spots that pull him out. So if I go back here, this is going to be a little bit easier just to work in the black and the gray for a second. So let me do that. So you can cheat. You don't have to do everything the way that it would be just because this guy's in front of the stairs. And you can even see that they've got this atmosphere fog in the middle. This is cheating. This is good. We love cheating. But you can make this area right next to the glove like just darker. Like you can just do that. If it's subtle enough. Just say, I want the glove to be bright. It's more important the glove is brighter. So I'm just going to darken up this area. And then I'm going to brighten the edge where his glove is. And that's going to pull him out of the background. And just immediately blend it back into the light fog. Yeah. So you can carve him out of that background a little bit. And then just immediately blend the same fog back in.
The environment design is really, really, really nice. I like the pillars in particular. I struggle so much with environment design. So for me, it's especially just painting this straight up, like no line art or anything, is tough.
Wild.
Yeah.
I mean, really, really impressive for sure. And it looks great. And the overall compositions are really, really great. I think we've got, this is kind of something that I do all the time, is the need to have all this detail for the hair because it's there, right? If the detail's there, I have to show it. When, no, you really should just try to clump these shadows together. Only show the detail from the hair that's in the light. Everything else is just kind of distracting.
I'm just gonna read out a message. Colebound says,
go
"Love
for
the
it.
imagery. It could play so hard on the image of perspective with more lighting. Play like the subject hero could be lighter in the front and darker in the back. Light/dark, because heroism is akin to light and rightness. Then the opposition, villain, being dark and light. So their whole forefront is dark and ominous, but the super bright background almost being a halo." I'm rambling. That's what Colebound says. I mean, I feel like that's an interesting approach, like using light sources to sort of convey emotion I feel like I know PK's painting with grayscale. I would probably do that more with hue, I think. If I were to push like this guy's a villain versus this guy's a good guy, I would use hue more, which is just it's like a fancy term for color. But
yeah, and instead of drawing in this guy's like exact facial features, I think you'd probably get more mileage out of, maybe you come in with like the purple on this side and the blue on this side. I think this is really detailed. It's so detailed that it's almost distracting how I can see every detail of this guy's face from this far away. I think simplifying a lot of this is actually going to read a lot better. Which is counterintuitive, right? You feel like there's more detail. I want to show more detail. But it ends up, anytime you have high amounts of detail, it draws the eye. And do you want people to look at this guy's face? Like, that's what you want people to focus on? If not, then you kind of have to abandon that a little bit and just soften those features. But I'm going to go back to grayscale so I can show my example. So here's our character originally, and then with some value adjustments and just pulling him out. Like it looks more like he's actually coming out of this dark area off screen. And then just using a little bit of subtly darker values along the edges here and here, and then on his knee. If you look at those spots, all I'm doing is brightening up the edge a little bit and darkening the edge behind it a little bit. And you're going to get clearer forms.
Lashy's trolling in chat. Lashy official, by the way, is a fantastic artist, but he posted a highlighted message that's just there to piss everybody off. Bro, just use AI.
Bro, just use AI.
Why are you doing this to me, bro? What are you doing? You know what's going to come.
Dude, AI draws better than I do.
That's right. I mean, everything I do is AI influenced. So I'll give you guys my prompts later. Just DM me. Use code SNACK for all my prompts.
So that would be, other than like shrinking the guy's head and proportions a little bit, and then I would add in, once again, I would bring in some light from off screen here, off to the right, that the pillars are blocking, just because right now it just feels like they should. Right, there's such a bright light over there. It feels weird that they don't.
I gotta swap my Bluetooth. I don't know what that's gonna do to the audio, but I'll find out. You could just keep going, and then I'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. So I would just add in those kind of columns of light just to bring that in, that the light's coming off the right side of the screen, and it helps to point back to our main character a little bit. That's all I would really change as far as overall, like, composition lighting. I mean, if you want to get into like detailed rendering, I'm not sure that that's really the objective here. I mean, there's been such a lot of care done to the rendering already. A lot of really good textures, but I mean, like this clothing fold, they don't really. I don't know, it just seems a little funky. Like some of these individual character pieces, they don't really wrap around. Here on the boot as well. Yeah, I mean, you could get into every little material choice that was made here, and a lot of it looks really, really good, as in like a rough texture versus a soft texture, which is all you're really going for. I love the rendering on this spear. That is gorgeous. I really, really, really like that a lot. Um, I think that like the leather and the metal look to be pretty similar in how they're rendered. So maybe you could come in and try to let me see here. Why are you this color? I don't want you to be this color. I want you to be that really that light. Let's go way darker. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, I think I've still got. Yeah, there we go. Let's get rid of all that. Okay, perfect. If these are metal bands, you've got reflected light. I would bring in a lot more just to make them look more metallic, and then just have hot spots on them. Just makes it read a little bit more metal. But I mean, yeah, outside of getting into material studies with all these little things, I mean, these look so good. I love this leather texture. Breastplate. I mean, all these little textures look really nice. Man, there's so much work put into this piece that I wouldn't even know what to comment on outside of just really small stuff.
It's wild because when I watch him paint, he's always working really, really zoomed out on his canvas. So I guess you know, I don't know. He must zoom in at some point, but it's wild. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, if you just have really good brush control, right? I think that's the thing that I think that's the big note here with a painting like this is the overall illustration and composition was obviously the goal. Like this is not a material study. I think that this is likely good enough for this kind of art.
Yeah.
You could go in and nitpick all these different materials and you know how some of these things don't like you know, some of this stands out as not quite lining up. Some of the contours and stuff here, like how these don't really wrap or sit quite right. But is anybody even looking at those things when they look at a painting like this, or are they just going straight like to here? Right.
The things I would mostly focus on are mostly in the closer character with the spear. I would probably just push the gesture more. To me, it just feels stiff. That's sort of my main observation. And I think honestly, just bringing the head forward a bit so that it has more of a curvature going towards that top character, I think would help sell it a little bit better. But how's it going, Octo?
Yeah, just shift the whole character off. I mean, you are correct. He's relatively balanced. Yeah. Like he's standing above his center of gravity right now.
Yeah.
Which means he's not moving forwards.
Like he's not
really push this guy.
Like anatomically, it makes sense to be like that, but I think like more of like a stalking sort of like aggressive position with the shoulders up a little bit more and the head lower a bit would help. Yeah.
Yeah, you could really get this guy like. I mean, even pushing him that far, it still looks like I haven't broken him yet, which that's usually my judgment call is like if I keep moving him more and more and more, does it break? If not, I'm not even close to where that gesture could be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my biggest critique would honestly just be his posing. I think his posing is just stiff. That's all. I like the top character quite a bit. I think proportionally his torso might be really long too. if I'm looking where the
this
hips
guy,
line
he's
up.
also got this guy's also got the long arms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to show how you would adjust this guy's posture without like redrawing him.
Yeah, I'm gonna set it up on my canvas real quick, and then what I'll do is I'll just go through it really quickly here. Let me set this up. And
basically grouping shadows and more soft edges, sharp edges versus soft edges. I think just knowing where the big value shifts are is the play, right? Is like, okay, when you've got, if I want to bring this guy away out of the background to make him stand out, then I need to make sure whatever this is and whatever this is are either very far apart on the color wheel or very far apart on the value scale. And just always remembering that, you know, just because that's what the background is, that you can cheat. You can go in and just add in you know, a darker shade like right next to where you are. Even if it doesn't quite match everything else that's behind it, you can make them stand out a little bit more that way. But that, without going into like actually redrawing and material studies, that's really the first thing that stands out to me. And the sky, the proportions of the sky in the background, some of the lighting with these columns.
I'm gonna switch it over to mine. I'm gonna go over the posing changes a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know like how much I would change. I think what I would like to see a bit more, I'll do it on a new layer here, is I would probably, my gut instinct says that I would have more of a curve going this way, almost like he's sort of like hunting, you know what I mean? Or he's like really sort of in an aggressive pose, like he's stalking up the stairs. He just feels too stiff and too casual moving right now. I'm trying to think of like if I would have the arm come out here, probably would bring the arm out still. I don't mind the sort of break here with the spear. I wonder how much it would serve if the spear was sort of angled like this to almost frame a little bit better. The stairs do a really good job of that. So I don't know.
Stairs are doing a lot of work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stairs are doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I don't even know how. He just doesn't feel super natural in this pose to me. And I don't know that I'm making him feel more naturally. This is a really strange angle, you know? I'm trying to think. It might be too much. All I really know is that the gesture isn't pushed enough. That's sort of what I'm looking for right now. I maybe also head direction. It kind of feels like based off where his ears are here, he's kind of looking this way, you know? Like you could see his brow bone here, his cheekbone, and the angle of the head almost indicates that he's looking at the stairs, not the character. And so I feel like selling that more would make a bit more sense as a starting point. How do I apply for critiques? Are we fully booked? We're not fully booked. I don't know how, I should probably ask. I don't know how long you want to hang out here. We've almost been doing 5 hours, which is crazy. But it's up to you. I'm not going to hold you any longer than you want to be. My streams are usually 4 to 5 hours.
How long do you normally stream for?
I usually stream 4 to 5 hours, but I'm very vibes based, so I'll just keep going if I'm feeling it, and I'm not in a rush to leave. So it really is up to you.
Yeah.
And I can continue even without you, so it really just depends. Whatever. Don't hold yourself to me if you've got stuff to do later or whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm good for now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Octo,
I'm gonna go like refill water and stuff.
Yeah. Do your thing. I'll keep yapping, and then what I'll do is I'll let Octo and everybody else know how how to submit stuff, I'm gonna count how many critiques we have left after this. We've got quite a few. Honestly, holy shit, we're gonna have to move faster. We're on Verb now, then we've got Coal Bounds, then we've got Cut Marrow, then Jadu, then Yellow Leaf, then Black Knight, then Greed, then Dallas A, and I think that's it. And then Pachi as well. We've got quite a bit. But yeah, so the way you would submit, and I think what we're going to do is probably just move a little bit quicker going forward. Let's go 24-hour stream. No. But the way you submit is you join the Discord. There's the critiques channel. Post in the critiques channel, and we're making our way through there right now. So that's it, really. It also feels really weird for me, and I was talking about this earlier, but essentially PK's listening to music now, but I'm not listening to anything. It's just pure silence for me. I know you guys can hear Spotify. I can't hear PK if I have my Spotify on, so I have it on a different audio channel right now. So it's always, it's very strange just streaming in silence. It's also probably why I'm a little bit more constrained. But yeah, so shoulder here. I'm looking at this form the Verbanter did, and I feel like the form could be a little higher up. It feels like this seam on the shoulder is kind of low, where I think the shoulder would actually be a little bit higher up. So I'm just moving it a bit more, and then we'll get sort of the elbow in here. And I want to say this arm, I would bend it. Would I? I don't know how I would handle this. Maybe something like this with the spear. I'm going to hop on YouTube. Is it possible to have music on that stream? Is there no music right now on YouTube? Should be. I think somebody was saying my volume was like too loud earlier though. So here you go. I just turned on my YouTube music now. So it has been playing the whole time. I just didn't realize the audio was off. That's life. What are you going to do? But yeah, I think the biggest thing here is just getting that curve in the upper back as he's sort of like moving forward here. I'll wait till PK puts his headset on, and then I'll let him know. Yeah, so by the way, we have a lot of critiques left. We might want to move faster, otherwise this is going to be another 5 hours. So I think, okay. just something to keep in mind.
Okay.
Shit, I fucked something up. 1 second. Yeah, your camera's in a weird position now. I'm tweaking it. Don't worry, it's a me problem. Let's bring that up. Bring that down. Shift that over. Beautiful. Beautiful, PK. Looking great. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Octo's going to submit as well. I think what we'll do is we'll probably just start doing a little bit more rapid fire through these. So I think what I'm going to say is I'm just going to leave this at this for my feedback on Verb. What I said essentially was to elevate the seam on the shoulder. The seam feels a little unnaturally low to me for where clothes would naturally be stitched. Have a stronger gesture, almost sort of indicating that the character's moving in this direction. Right now, the torso feels a little flat, whereas I think if you get like a curve in here, and you can also have the cape sort of going or whatever the cape's going to do, just pointing in this direction helps. You don't necessarily, Verb, if you're watching this, you don't have to have the spear doing this. I just kind of moved it just to see how it would feel. I feel like it kind of frames a little bit better with these pillars and the stairs, but it may be a little too distracting. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. But that's where I'll leave it on this one. I'm going to drop this in the critiques channel. Also, PK, if you want to drop any critiques you've done, I don't know if you have been, but the critiques, usually what I do is I just reply and just drop a screenshot with my paint over or whatever, but people can also catch it in the VOD. So I will reply to Verb's thing here, and then we'll move on to the next one. And the next one is Colebound's traditional drawing. This is also a painting. So a lot of these are paintings, funny enough. The painting is a little bit out of my realm of experience, but what we can do is we can pull up Colebound's art. So Colebound says, I'm happy with this one, but I'm working with the background color to make more depth and using the Mash background, I assume that means like paper mache because it looks like texturally like paper mache. There's my 0.1% French, by the way, that I owe. But Mash background, to change the texture in places like the stump and the hair. The idea is how to improve this and how to make it more like it. I, is it a it's a you said hair, so it's a person, or it looks like a plant to me a little bit. That's how I read it, but it's a tree and a person. Oh, I see the person. They're folded in the middle there. I see. That's sort of your intent, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay.
Yeah. It's subtle. It's in there. And I think the reason it feels subtle, Cole, and maybe PK could speak to this or not, but what I think is causing that confusion is because your character is the same exact color as the background. And so it reads as like a void in the tree almost. I can see now when I'm looking at it, I see these arms here. I'm going to do it in blue just because it's going to be a little bit difficult to see if I don't. I see these arms here, and I see these legs and the sort of gestural pose that you have of this character inside of here. But because they mimic the background color, they're lost, and they don't read as a character. So that's sort of the big thing that I'm seeing. I like the idea of having the character integrated into the tree and have them sort of, the hair be like both the foliage and the hair for the character. I just feel like the scale is large relative to the character. Like the character is pretty small for that massive hair and that level of foliage. I would scale it down or scale the character up. I just realized I'm drawing on your thing again. Bad habit of mine. So I'm going to do this on a new canvas, but also going to move this over to canvas with a white background, just so I have a bit more room. And yes, that is an ass. Move this over here. New layer. Reduce opacity on previous layer. Draw over the character. Yeah, so I would just scale this character up, is what I would do. Well, oh shit, it's traditional. I just realized, you can't just lasso tool and make it bigger, right? Like that's we're limited here in terms of what we could do. That's tough. That makes it a lot harder. I think if you were to approach this again, scale would be something I would consider. So if this is your character, I would probably have them be scaled up a little bit more. I just don't know that it reads as foliage, even if you make them larger. Or as hair, sorry, even if you make them larger. I don't know. Do you have any ideas? I really don't know how to approach this one.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I mean, I agree with like the background color and the character color being the same makes it hard to see the character.
Yeah.
One trying to think of ways to get that character out of there is.
Yeah, one thing I think you could do that is probably doable in its current like traditional state is I think if you added like some sort of like root or something off here, like the issue right now is it feels like there's a lot of negative space or a lot of background space relative to the actual like subject. And I feel like that relationship is a little too even. I don't know if adding roots would help that or something, or just having roots of different scale coming into the piece as you get closer and then connecting to these much larger roots or whatever. I don't know. This is a really tough one. Mostly because it's trees and it's traditional. Yeah. Don't know. What do you think? You're still looking at it, eh?
I mean, if we're talking like future pieces, there's definitely like the scale's definitely a big one. If we're talking about adjustments that might be made to this one, I've got an idea. I think that you've got your character. If you're dead set on keeping the character what they are and the hair the size that it is, everything like that, and you want to try to adjust this piece, I would come back in, and there's no like this shape of the hair. It doesn't have a lot of volume. It's really flat right now. And so I would try to bring some and add another layer in front, so coming down a little bit to follow the shape that you've kind of built up. And then from the front area, I would add in some really part of this really dark green, or even closer to this black that you have, and you can frame your character in that. It's gonna make her look even more like isolated in this kind of mass. I don't know if that's your intention. It seems like that's part of the intention. And then over top that darker color, you can come in and add the same chaotic colors that you've been adding, but keep that shadow, and it'll pull the eye into where she is. Also, things that always bring in the eye are more detail. If you go in and you add some really sharp highlights to this character that hint at some of the anatomy, like these hard edges, it's gonna make them stand out really, really quickly from the background. But yeah, I would add some really, really dark, like this background color that you have. I would just try to frame the character in that a little bit more. You call it whatever you want. You call it shadow from the hair if you want. But right now, I mean, she is lost. Even in grayscale, that character is gone.
Yeah. That's like
you got to figure out a way to bring her out.
Yeah, framing the character somehow. Yeah. Could you paint the character, like a skin tone on the character? Because that's not pink, right? Like just adding a hue shift on the character would make them. But you'd need a value change as well, most likely. But and like you said, also the origin of the hair. It doesn't feel like the hair is originating from the character. It just kind of feels like the character's sitting under a tree, kind of, or like on it.
Yeah, right. Because the top of her head would be. I mean, you were sketching it in, right? The top of her head would be like here,
roughly. Yeah.
So if this is where the hair is coming from, like the shape looks good, but it goes back. But I feel like we forgot like the forward angle. Maybe something closer to that. Because this is all just the exact same. So this would all this would be a different value. Presumably. Like if I'm just being really, really simple with the idea here. And even that, darkening everything around her, that helps to make her pop out a lot more. But yeah, you got to figure out a way to dig her out for sure. It's a cool concept. I think it looks really, really neat. And as soon as I saw her, I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it." But if your intention is for her to be noticeable right away, she is lost in there for sure. So just lightening her up and darkening everything around, it's gonna make her pop out.
Yeah, I think that's all I would really add is just more contrast on the character so she reads stronger than the background or separate from the background, because right now it just feels like there's a hole in the tree into the background. And
yeah, exactly. It looks like you're looking straight to the background. It's exactly right.
And then I that's the big one, is just making the character read as the character. Also, Hypno Daddy, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in, Hypno Daddy.
What's up, Hypno Daddy? What a great name. Cooldown's trying to hide everything in the background is meant to swallow them up. If you zoom somewhere around the left side, you can see medical documents. X1 will be sort of holding the hair foliage up in a way. Yeah, I totally understanding that it needs, like, the intent is to be the character withdrawn. But like, if somebody looks at your artwork and they don't even see that, then she's too withdrawn.
Yeah, I guess the question you should ask yourself,
you've succeeded too well.
Yeah, I think you should ask yourself, like, what is your goal with this piece, right? If the goal is just like emotional expression for yourself for the sake of emotional expression, then there's not a lot of critique that is going to really apply, or it's not super. I feel like it's critique has less weight in that context. But if the goal is interpretability to other people viewing your art, then I think yeah, things like contrast and hue and stuff like that, and the subject in the middle is going to be essential to sort of convey that it's a person in there, you know. So I would just ask yourself.
Yeah, what? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's it. That's all I got.
I would if that's the intent, you could darken her. So once again, it's just she's not the exact same as the background, and then highlight some of the foliage around the edge. So do the opposite. Highlight some of the foliage around the edge and darken her character. And even that is going to, like, it's just the contrast, right? So you're making it obvious that there's something different about this spot. So you're still hiding her. But at least now there's you can see her a little bit better. But she's still hidden.
Also, guys, I just want to add Octo's piece is probably going to be the last one on the critiques, just because if we keep it open platform, we're just going to keep getting more submissions, and then it's going to be a never-ending stream. So I'll cap it at
infinite content unlocked.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we can move on from that one. I think we're kind of circling on what to do. I'll give you my drawovers if you want to do any foreground elements and stuff like that. Cool bounds, but otherwise, yeah, what PK's saying with the value and the contrast is going to be critical in my opinion. Where's your piece? There it is. Hypno Daddy, why does everyone react like that? It's totally my real legal name, Mr. Daddy. Yeah, I mean, everybody's
don't dox yourself, Hypno Daddy.
Yeah, exactly. We've got an animation here by Cut Marrow. It's tough to give feedback on animations. Give me a second while I figure out how to do this. It's a pretty still illustration. I think Cut. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you feedback on the actual like design elements, less so on the animation, because the animation, I think there's nothing super duper wrong with it. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. So I'll just take a screenshot of it. It's a still car, by the way. You could see it, right? I assume. Not on my screen. Sorry, it's not there yet, but. I have a lot to add. I do think there's going to be some perspective stuff as well. Here, I'll switch over to my canvas here. Yeah, that's cool. I just wanted to throw in an animation in there since nobody seems to ask you about those. Yeah, I guess for context, I do animate, so that makes sense as to why people would be asking for animation advice as well. But yeah, I mean, one thing I've noticed is when your character's speeding by, it feels like you're repeating the same sort of lines. If you're doing like a background movement, normally what I like to do is have the background on ones and then the car itself on twos or whatever. Like the timing of the actual subject doesn't matter as much, but the background helps a lot more if it's on ones. And what you could also do is I would add an element of a railing in here or something. It doesn't have to be a railing, it could be a street sign, could be whatever, and have that move with the background to orient the character. Because right now you just have the texture on the actual road, and the texture is flickering between, I guess, like 2 or 3 different versions of itself as it's moving. Whereas if you have a background element, like let's say this is frame 1, it's here, and then frame 2, it's like, I don't know, moving here or whatever, then frame 3, it's here, and try and have it be even, and then the whole way through. Like if you do that, then it's going to feel like a bit more like the background is moving rather than just flickering between these two different textures, you know? Uh, that's it really. That's the major thing. Also, I think perspective on the headlights again. Like this headlight sort of has this curvature, not curvature, but shape to it, where this one feels rotated out or curved out, almost like the cylinder is going this way versus this cylinder that's going this way, right? I've exaggerated it there. Oops, I'm drawing on your freaking thing again. I've exaggerated it, but essentially, yeah, I would sort of reorient this so it's a little bit more lined up. And with cars, the nice thing about cars is you can literally just use like a line tool and just track your perspective. You know, just find your vanishing point and just sort of be like, okay, that's the bottom, that's the top, and then obviously I'm freehanding this, so it looks a little shit, but then you just be like, okay, well, my other headlight would be here roughly, you know, or your other headlight is also, this is very, there's very little space here on this angle change, right? But there's a lot of space here. And what do we know about like perspective and features that are 3/4? If it's farther than us, it's actually going to be a lot more compressed in terms of like where it's going to be positioned. So the light is probably going to be a little bit more like that, you know? And then I would even bring this in, something more like that. I think that's going to feel a little bit better in perspective than having the light where it is there. Because you got to think this is like a car is literally a box. This is the most appropriate time to talk about boxes. Okay, I'm not gonna be box shamed. I'm saying right now, I think this is the most appropriate time to talk about boxes. But a car is basically a box.
Boo, boo, boxes.
It's a car. It's the most box thing ever.
Boo.
Yeah. But if you draw like a diagonal, where the hell is? Where's my line tool? I always forget.
Do you have the latest like CSB update?
I should, yeah. So,
they added the Procreate draw and hold line tool with the brush.
Oh really? I've never
like if you're using a brush and you just draw a line and hold, it'll snap to a straight line.
Oh, neat. Well, what you do to find like a center point is you just connect the diagonals of your face plane, draw a vertical line going straight down, and that's basically the middle of your car. Okay, and then from there, if your light ends here, all you have to do is draw a vertical line on either edge, and then you run these along the like where they intersect this top line here. You run them through the middle, and then it'll tell you exactly where the other edge is. So that's going to be your outer edge, and this is going to be your inner edge. So your headlight, geometrically, is going to be right here. So that's how you can know exactly where to position. That's why cars or like vehicles and stuff are a lot more objective. So I actually drew it in the wrong spot here. Obviously, this is all freehand. This box is freehand. Where I'm lining up on this top part is freehand. It's not super duper accurate, so I would really sort of, you know, figure it out by actually drawing a proper box and not just freehanding it like I am. But that's the technique you would use to find sort of where these features would line up. And then you kind of also know, like, you know, if this is sticking out here, like this feature here, it's basically sticking out here, so you would draw, you know, like your lines like this. You can use the same method to find out where these would line up, and then there's your, I don't know shit about cars, but I assume this is, what is this called? PK, do you know? Are you a car guy?
It's like a grill, I guess.
Yeah, grill, radiator, whatever.
I'm not a car guy.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's sort of how you would determine where these features would be on the vehicle.
I'm a sword guy. If you have questions about swords, I got you.
Okay, well there you go. Medieval swords and shit. Scott Robertson strats, exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you've ever read Scott Robertson's book on designing vehicles and environments, this is the exact stuff that he teaches. But yeah, your wheel also. Look, stylistically, you could probably have your wheel be a little bit crooked here if you want to do it for appeal. If it's a mistake, then you know I would straighten your wheel out a little bit. So, yeah, that's That's it, really. How long is Snack's sword? Can we ban this guy? I'm just kidding. Not very long, dude. I'm a mouse. We're all balls. Everybody knows that.
Common knowledge.
Yeah. But yeah, look, that's it. It's like, what is this? Like a DeLorean or something? It looks like the Back to the Future car. That's the only car I know. So I would say, like I said, add the elements of a gate or whatever moving back in space along with the new frames, and it'll feel like it's moving a lot faster, and also have that sort of lineup in perspective too, all going to one point, matching with the car, and all these lines should also follow that perspective. That's it. That's my feedback on this. I think that covers quite a bit, and I think foundationally it gives you sort of a direction to chase down and to learn more on about perspective drawing. But all of the car lines are all going to go to one vanishing point. The road and all of these little hatching lines on the road are also going to match this perspective. Oh, we need more music. Do you? Are you guys out of music? Did Spotify run out of music? Here you go. Here's Angel by Shaggy.
We've run out of music? Is that possible?
Yeah. It's just been such a long stream. Okay, unless you want to add anything to this, PK, I'm gonna blitz through into the next one. It's up to you. If you think there's anything you can add.
No, I got nothing to add other than just the light on the back wheel well, probably not necessary. And the drop, the light on the bottom of the car doesn't line up with your your overall light source.
Oh yeah,
it's just those two things that sit up.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
So just the light on the back wheel well, you could kill it, and then just adjust the why can't I think of that word? The not drop light.
Hubcap?
What am I trying to think of? The light underneath the car. The drop shadow. The drop shadows doesn't line up. But yeah, that wheel well light, you can just get rid of it.
You're talking about this thing, right?
Yeah, but both. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, the wheel well above the wheel. On the back
the
wheel.
Highlight on
there's a highlight there. Yeah, you don't need that.
I thought you meant the literal.
Yeah, you don't need that at all. Light's coming from the front of the car, right? Front above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also the stars, so you get like a diffuse moonlight or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could put a highlight there, it just wouldn't be that bright.
Yeah. Okay, what's the next one? We got Jadu. Jadu says, I have some studies here. You could skip since you did the fan art one. The folds is something Snack told me to do a while ago, although I can identify it when I see it. I kind of find it hard to apply. This is tension points and folds. How comfortable do you feel with tension points and folds?
I look for reference or take my own reference.
That's what I was going to say. That's definitely what I do too. I can run through it. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, every character I draw is wearing skin tight clothing, so it's not it's for a reason.
Listen, man, if I can't draw a bunch of little triangles for my clothing folds, then it's skin tight. These are your options. You get
this is
a slinky or you get triangles.
There are certain folds. Yeah, I don't know. Jadu, like what exactly do you want to know specifically? Because my guess is, I'm going to tell you the same thing I've told you several times, is attention points. But you mentioned that you don't really understand something specifically. Is there a thing that you don't understand, or is it just sort of you struggle to apply it, right? Because I feel like you can understand the thing in art, but not be able to actually effectively apply it, and that's a tough one, right? I can't teach you that one, unfortunately, but references are always your friend. Maybe you shouldn't have the shadow if there's stars everywhere. Yeah. I'll let you let me know. Yeah, that was the problem. You don't know how to apply it. Oops, ads. Yeah, Jadu, I mean, you're doing tracings on these, which is what I would say to do to learn. But then these are just different types of folds, right? So this one in particular, and you've named them at the top here. You've got your diaper fold, which is this one. You've got your drop folds, which is this one. If my brush would, there we go. You've got spiral folds, which is like on sleeves and stuff like that. So you got the right idea. You just kind of have to apply it. Essentially, you identify tension points, and the only way you're going to be able to learn tension points. This is going to be less of a critique and more of a this is the direction I think you should go. Find a subject that you like to draw. Identify where the frequent tension points are. Like in my case, if I'm drawing a dude with a belt, the tension points are always going to be around the belt and around the armpits, or if he's got a collar, then maybe on the shoulders or whatever. All these areas are going to be regular spots for tension points. And once you sort of memorize these or get an understanding of where tension points build off of, and usually it's things like seams, bony structures on the body, like shoulders, hips if you're pinching or whatever, like all of these areas are places that you have to independently learn to draw folds from. Yeah, there's not like there's nothing I can take off of this and critique because it's a tracing of real life, right? So I guess my instruction is find what you want to draw regularly and learn the common tension points and learn where the folds originate from those tension points. That's it, really. Will do. I don't know if you have anything to add, PK. This isn't so much a critique because it's not like artwork; it's more tracings. But
yeah, it's tough with clothing folds. Just folds in general. Everything is such a specific. Like every single piece requires specific information that you familiarize yourself with the common shapes with doing studies like this, and then when you are working on a character, try to apply which one is the closest and seek reference to, shore up the details to make it as accurate as possible. I mean, if it were a specific character that you were having clothing fold issues on, that would be a lot easier to say like, oh yeah, this is a pipe fold and this is where you should use this. But general studies is pretty rough. Studies look good though.
Yeah,
I need to do these myself.
This is definitely how you learn, Yeah, I don't have anything to add to this, Jadu. I think, find what you like to draw and learn the common places to look for folds. That's it. I'm gonna move on to the next one. We're really blitzing through these now, but we got Yellow Leaf next. Okay. Yellow Leaf has submitted this character here. Yellow Leaf's character up. We're gonna move him. I don't know. Here's a good spot. Clear out all of these drawings. I gotta figure out where I drew the rib cage. So much stuff here. There we go. Okay. Yellow Leaf says on Discord, we got a big paragraph here. My main thing is the animatic I'm working on. Sorry, PK, for mentioning it so much. Still should be spoilery since it's devoid of context. So you're familiar with where this is going, PK?
This is an animatic from My Hat Ate, an anime I've never seen and a manga I've never read.
Okay.
But I've heard so much about it.
It's
very popular. A Witch Hat Ate. Is that what it's called? Witch Hat? My Hat? Magician's Hat?
Yeah.
Atelier is the last word. That's all. Hat, atelier is the last two words.
Oh, there you go. There's your 0.01% French, dude. PK's covering my ground.
I got it, man. I got you. That's the tariff.
Yeah. I'm deaf still a noob to drawing people / only a couple years drawing them somewhat often, ? I struggle a lot with getting proportions right. This is a pretty rough sketch to say the least. My additional struggles are here deviating from the typical 3/4 angle perspective and trying to make them look small in the ravine-ish and to fit a tiny bit of the sky. I think the kid in the front is a bit not drawn well, I guess. I'd like help with how to fix these issues. For the second image, shows my typical 3/4 angle. Head is def not long enough. I also struggle with doing thin, long necks that attach at the back base of the skull and to not make it look off / weird. Thank you so much for the opportunity of a great critique from y'all two great artists. Well, thank you for the compliment. And I mean, I feel like I could maybe throw my 2 cents in here. Maybe more so on the 3/4 head, rather than the composition on the piece. I don't know if you want to offer anything on the composition.
I mean, this feels like you're gonna have a lot more constructive things to say here.
Yeah.
The only thing I can note is on the subject of making characters the same size in perspective. Spoilers for Snack, probably. It's a box, dude. It's a box. It's if the characters are relatively the same size, and if you draw a box around one character and then transition that box in perspective to where you want the second character to be, you now know how big your second character should be because that's how big the box is. Like
you can make them a cylinder if you want.
But you can make them a cylinder. That's true. Does it have to be a box? You could be funky, make them a cone. But as long as it's a consistent shape that you can move along a perspective grid, that's how you can find out how big a character needs to be, versus another one to make sure it looks like they're on the same size. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Snack's the expert here for sure.
Yeah, I guess question to you, Yellow Leaf, is this a kid? Just because it's gonna change my advice based on the proportions, or is this like an adult, or like I guess like a late teen or something like that? Yeah, they're all kids. Okay. Toughie on this one for sure. Toughie on both of these, to be quite honest. This one in particular is a toughie, just because I would probably always use reference for a pose like this. A pose where a character's leaning against the wall or they're interacting with an environment. Yeah, I would rely on reference. Off the top of my head from imagination, I would probably have. I'm trying to think. If I'm leaning against the wall, okay, I'm gonna sit down for 2 seconds and lean on my wall and just see how my body naturally sits. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm under my desk right now. I don't know if I'm muffled, but if I'm leaning on the wall, I'm feeling my upper back pressed against the wall. My legs are flush, my feet are flush, my knees are up. I'm relatively upright. I think your character's kind of a little bit more prone. Doesn't feel natural to me. I don't think if the wall is flat. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back from under my desk. I don't think if the wall is flat, that I would have my character sort of like if it's a tree, right? I don't think I would have my character as down as they are here, because otherwise that would apply a lot of pressure on the back of their neck, and that's really uncomfortable. It was for me 2 seconds ago, assuming my drywall is a tree, which it's not, but you know. What I would say is I would probably elevate the character a little bit more. So his back is flush to the wall, so I'm just going to draw his rib cage here. Add a pinch in the torso. Have the head be a little bit more up here. And I think what this also does is it adds it puts him more in the rule of thirds on the upper half here, where his eyes can now be positioned in a spot that doesn't feel as, like, I feel like they're a little too focused in the bottom here. It's tough to say, but I would try and push him up top. I would maybe change his eye direction so he's looking this way a bit more. Okay, it could be 3/4, I guess, but got sort of like the anime hair. Maybe have an arm propped like this, you know? You could have his hand like this. His knee is going to come up maybe like this. By the way, I'm just sort of, this is from imagination, so I'm kind of freestyling this. Knee comes up like this, like that. And then what I would do is, on your original piece, you had both of these knees level. I would lower a knee. Or, you know, even straighten it out. Something maybe like this, you know. It doesn't have to be straightened out. I'm just kind of straightening it out just to get some variety between the two poses, or the two limbs. There's a concept in animation that my teachers used to ding me for a lot when I was a student. It's called twinning, right? So if you have a character posing, and if you work in an animation studio, they'll ding you on this all the time. But if you have a character posing and your character's standing, and then they do this thing where their hands are basically, both their hands are doing the exact same thing, they're gonna ding you on that. They're gonna be like, your character's twinning. I want you to vary the limbs out, and that's basically what I'm looking for here. I don't want a lot of symmetry in the poses, and so I'm gonna elevate one shoulder here, where the weight is gonna sort of be borne by this arm. This arm can just be a little bit more relaxed, and the shoulder's gonna drop down naturally, and then this knee. And you don't have to do any of this, by the way. This is just sort of what I'm thinking of doing. This knee, I think I'm gonna sort of have a little bit lower like this. I think that feels a little bit more natural. And then that way you can have him sort of looking over here at the subject off screen or whatever. Now you don't have to have him doing that exact pose. This is just sort of how I felt when I sat down against my wall. This is how I naturally, without like, you know, obviously I was doing it with intention, but I switched a couple positions around, and this just sort of felt the most organic to me with my upper back pressed against the wall. And so you can always pantomime and act out scenes to notice, like, where's the weight? You know, is it on my right foot? Is it on my left foot? Which shoulder feels elevated? Is there a pinch in my hips? Which hip is forward? Which hip is back? You should really be acting this stuff out. And especially if you're doing like facial expressions and stuff, you should be doing the expression as you're doing it and feeling the muscles tense in your face. And it's going to give you so much information. And when you build a habit of doing that, it's going to be a lot easier to observe all these things that I'm talking about. So the pinch is going to be a little bit over here, you know, neck coming down like this. And I feel like that, to me, is a little bit more natural. This guy's head, it's a tough one. We're going to put the eye socket here. That way it's like they're looking at each other, you know? If I lowered the eye socket or I raised it, it might feel a little weird. Give them a little anime nose here. I should draw them in blue so that they don't conflict as much with their lines. So I'll do that. I'll do something like this. Little anime face, little eyeball here, little eyebrow, little nose. And then something like that, you know. I don't know what his hair looks like, but that way, that to me reads as some sort of like anime kid or whatever. We got double chin because he's laying prone and he's sort of like looking up a little bit. Ear here, whatever. But that compositionally feels a little bit better to me between these two. Like this feels stiff a little bit. Like he's and I guess he's compressed against the tree, so it could be stiff. But to me, this feels a little bit more organic. I could even bring the eye back a little bit and just sort of not have it as flush to the front here. I think it's fine. A little less there. Right? So that's sort of how I would do this. So that's for that pose, for these poses. Now for the face at a 3/4 perspective here, I'm gonna rapid fire through the face, but you specifically mentioned you struggle with long necks and knowing where the neck attaches. So the neck is a combination of muscles, but there's really two main muscles that you need to think about: your upper traps and your sternocleidomastoid, or SCM, which is just the little two muscles at the front of your neck. And if I draw a skull right next to this fat cat girl ass, okay, let's draw a skull here, and then we'll see, yeah, PK's pointing at it right there. Okay, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some common misconceptions with that SCM muscle that I see a lot, and that if you're a regular chatter of mine, you've heard me harp on it probably a bazillion times, okay, but I think it's super crucial to know. So a lot of people, when they draw the sternocleidomastoid muscle, they assume it connects to the collarbone. It doesn't, okay? It connects to the sternum. So it connects to the rib cage on the sternum. And that's why it's called the sternocleidomastoid, right? And so if you're drawing a head here, let's say, you know, skull, whatever, blah, 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 the jaw, blah, blah, blah. It's going to originate at the back of the skull here, and then it's going to run down to the sternum. So if you've drawn your rib cage, find the center point on your rib cage. If it's right here, that's your sternum plate. Okay? It's this little bone in the middle of your ribs that can expand and compress, and you know, it can open and it can close, and it lets you have a little bit of flexibility. I'm not a doctor, so don't double check me on that. Just believe me. And then with the sternocleidomastoid, it basically just comes down here. It definitely looks like it comes from the or to the clavicle, which is this top bone here, but it does not. It goes underneath the clavicle. Now the back of the trap is a little weird. So if you have the back of the skull here, so I'm just going to draw a skull from behind. Let's say this is the skull. The skull kind of has like this weird shape like this from the back. The trap is this giant fan. Okay, and so it connects up like this on your, this is your upper trap portion. Then you have your mid trap, which is sort of like, I believe it goes down like this, and then it continues down like here, I think. And then you've also got like spinal erector muscles and stuff. But this upper trap portion is, it originates in a similar spot to your sternocleidomastoid. So your sternocleidomastoid attaches to the front of your rib bone and to the back of your skull. And so it crosses underneath your jaw, which is why it looks a lot of the time like it's originating from underneath the ear. Okay? But the traps also start in that position as well, but they're a little bit more towards the midline of the skull. So if your SCM muscle is like here off to the side and coming to the front, your trap is a little bit behind there towards the midline of the skull. And so it starts up here and then it curves like that. And so this is a really rudimentary way of drawing it. But essentially, if you're drawing a character and you want to give them a long neck, all you have to really think about is these attachments. That's all. And then you basically, you find those places on your character. So in this case, I'm just going to draw over your dude here. We're going to give him like the child proportion skull or whatever. And then you find these attachment points. So the trap is going to be around up here. You just drag a line down from there, give it a curve. You find the SCM muscle attachment point, which is around up here. You just draw a straight line to the middle of the sternum, and that's it, really. That's all you need to do. And then, you know, you've drawn your character. From the other side, the sternum's kind of hard. The sternocleidomastoid's kind of hard to see because there's a bunch of like throat bones and shit in there. But yeah. And then to sell a character's age, you really just have to make the features, the eyes in particular, larger than another person's features, like an adult, let's say. So you make everything a little bit bigger, nose a little bit smaller. Your guy was smiling here. There you go. For hair, it originates sort of at the top here, and it flows with a volume on the outside of the head. That's it. This is really, really, really rough and really crude. I'm sort of blitzing through this. But yeah, this is essentially it. Yeah, hopefully that helps, Yellow Leaf. I don't know, PK, if you want to add anything to that. But
no, I think you killed it. I mean, my favorite fun fact about that neck muscle is it helps you breathe.
Oh, really?
This one in the front, it actually is one of the muscles that lifts your rib cage to help your lung expand.
Really? I didn't know that. I know if you're like
I think it's pretty cool.
If you're a bodybuilder and it's too big, it actually can compress your airway too, so it can like give you like sleep apnea. Like dudes with like really thick sternocleidomastoids, they have to wear like breathing masks as well because it gets so big on the inner.
I have that problem.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
I specifically only work out my neck, dude.
It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to
when
say.
I go to the gym, I just do neck lifts.
The gym.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah, hopefully that helps. It gives you some sort of direction. I know it's very not the prettiest thing in the world, Yellow Leaf, but I'm racing against the clock a little bit. So I will share this with you, and then what we will do is we'll move on to the next one. So let me drop that in the Discord.
Yeah, so when it comes to, like, if you don't have, obviously, I take my own reference photos for everything, whether it's me looking like an idiot posing with my phone on a timer. You can get a really crappy Bluetooth button for a smartphone off Amazon for like $4 and just lean it against a wall and take photos of yourself looking ridiculous in different angles and poses. You can buy really crappy, cheap costume clothing items from Spirit Halloween when they go on clearance after the holidays if you want reference for silly costume pieces. But if I'm not able to take a reference photo, I'm just trying to get a quick read. It is like whenever you're pantomiming it out, I always try to find one thing in my image that I've got locked in. Maybe it's where the head is or the head angle. And then so if I'm posing and like I want to do a fighting pose, I try to think like, okay, here's my face. This fist is in front of my mouth with knuckles out. Okay, I'm gonna notate that in my drawing. Okay, where is this fist in reference to the thing that I've locked in? I always try to lock in one key detail of what I'm trying to draw pose-wise when I'm pantomiming out. Because if you don't have that reference point, you end up just drawing in like a void, and you end up with proportions that kind of spiral out everywhere and get more and more abstract. So,
yeah.
But yeah, seconding reference photos or acting it out yourself is the best way to do it.
Yeah, if I'm on the spot, like if I'm live and people are, I can't just disappear for like 5 minutes and take like video recordings of myself without like disturbing the flow of stream. So typically I just sort of pose it out while I'm standing there, and I end up looking like a freak a little bit. But I think like I would recommend recording it. That's what I do. I do a recording and I try like 4 or 5 different poses, and then I just look at it and I just pick one and screenshot it. That's it.
Yep, I do the same thing.
So this is Black Knight's drawing. We've actually gone over Black Knight's work a few times. So this
nice.
Is on I'm gonna read what Black Knight says in case there's something specific they want me to focus on. But other than how wonky the hand looks, I want critique on the hair and structure of the head, please. I feel like the hairstyle is the aspect I'm most uncontent with. Second would probably be the eyes. I think the issue with your eyes in particular on this character are they're not round. They're straight. I mean, like, I'm trying to think. This Yu-Gi-Oh does like the sort of these style eyes, right? Yeah. So I was about to say like that you wouldn't normally do that, but there are examples of it. How I would do this is I would just add like a subtle roundness to it. So I would keep the same form roughly, but I would add a little bit. I would just convert these from straight lines into curves a little bit. One big thing before I actually draw over this is that if I had to guess, if I go from corner of the eye here to sort of inner eye there, I feel like they're either the same size or it's a little smaller. It's not enough though, I think. I think
not purposefully smaller, yeah.
Yeah. That's why it doesn't feel, it feels a little bit flat. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna bring that corner in quite a bit. I'm gonna curve it in like this, and then we're gonna just do like the eyeball or whatever. This one, same deal. I'm just gonna make these curves. The straight line thing is fine, and just understand these are stylistic notes. They're not like things like you could definitely do these straighter eye lines and all that stuff, but in my opinion, you get a little bit more knowledge gain by trying to round it out, and it feels a little bit more anatomically correct, at least in my opinion. But I'm sure there's ways to execute it. I just don't know how. This eyebrow here, again, I feel like it would sort of have this curvature because it's existing on the bone of the skull. A lot of people tend to do their eyebrows very sort of flat, and I feel like if you even if you have like a neutral eyebrow, having it feel like it's wrapping the bone of the skull is really going to help sell the form of the eyebrow and the perspective. And it's going to be the same thing with this one. I think the bone is going to be a little bit more like here-ish, so I'll just do something like that maybe. Feels a little odd to me. But you mentioned specifically the hair. So this guy looks like he went to Turkey because he's got a straight line hairline here. So he got like the perfect lineup from some Turkish hair transplant place. He's got the wash and set, bro. This guy is crispy as hell. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna give him a little bit more, not like a hardcore widow's peak, like he's like a Norwood 6 on like the balding scale or whatever, but we're gonna just bring it in a little bit more of a curvature here. So something like that. And then these hair chunks, they work, but they work only up to about here, and then they curve inwards, which is fine, I guess, but it feels a little odd. Normally, because there's a sort of volume on the skull here, right? The skull has this contour shape to it. It's subtle, but it's there. There's mass, right? And because there's mass, the hair has to exist on that mass. And for it to exist on that mass, yeah, I don't want to do that all the way down to the brow. But for it to exist on that mass, you kind of want the hair to curve with it. So you can have it curve in, but I would do it a little bit lower and have it curve out first. That's sort of how I would make this feel a little bit better. Trying to think. This sort of directional change stylistically can work, I guess, but it feels a little like if his skull is round underneath here. Do the skull in blue. If the skull is round underneath here, I feel like he would probably have more of a curvature to the hair as it comes off of his head. So it'd be something probably a little bit more like this, you know? And one thing that I typically do when I'm doing like spiky hair or whatever is if one hair, the hair tips kind of like line up and have their own flow. So notice how these sort of have like a natural flow to them. Whereas you don't have to do it this way, I guess, but if I did something like this and then like this and then like that or like that, it just feels a little weird because it's, you know, we're going unnaturally here. Whereas having that flow just sort of shows like, oh, the hair is an equal length over top of the head. Now, if he has a fancy haircut, like let's say he has like, you know, some Samurai Champloo thing going on here where it's like longer on the sides, then, you know, that's different. But if we're just going with like a generic, like he got his hair buzzed out and he's just been growing it out for years, you're going to get a little bit more of a flow going through here on the hair coming out. So that's one thing to note. Again, with the thing up here, this is a stylistic thing that I'm saying, but I would just sort of tone down that angularity. I'm gonna just double check that things are looking right. His nose, to me, this looks like it's the bottom of his nose, and this looks like it's the top of his nose. That's a very tall nose, if you're lining these up, you know? It's not terrible, actually, when you connect it through, but I would say connect it, you know? A little bit more like that if we're doing like the anime nose. If you're asking me how I would normally draw a nose, I'd probably go, I'm trying to think, probably do a nostril here or something like that, and then come up like that, maybe make it a little smaller on the nostril so it's not as big. Mouth, lip. Now he's doing an O face. And when you do like a shocked face, like you can't see my face right now, but when you do like an O face, there are secondary features of the face that are going to also respond to that, because you don't do emotional expressions without something compelling you. You usually have like the emotional expression stemming from an emotion that's felt in your brain. And so when you feel an emotion in your brain, you don't just respond with your mouth, you respond with your eyes, your brows, and like the whole face, right? And so if you're gonna do like a shocked face, then you want to sell that as well in the eyes. So maybe you would like bring the eyes up a little bit and then sell the shocked face a little bit more like that, or raise the eyebrows up or whatever, you know? These things just sort of help sell the expression a little bit better than just having, you know, this dead stare in the face while having like an expressive mouth. And we had a critique from Kimdo yesterday where she had a mouth that was flaring its teeth or like flashing its teeth. And a lot of that stuff is like aggression, and there are other things that happen to the brows and stuff when you have like an aggressive face. So I'm not exactly clear what the expression is here. It kind of looks like he's about to interrupt someone because he's got his finger up. What was the intent behind this, Black Knight, if you don't mind me asking? It's more of an actually expression. Oh, that's a tough one. PK, if you were going to correct me right now, if I was about to tell you Dark Souls 2 was mid and you had something to say, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, let me screenshot that real quick. Okay, you're good. You can imagine I just never told you I was done, and you just stay like that the rest of stream.
Just freeze that way.
Yeah. So let's get PK over here and notice what happens to PK. So he's kind of got this muscle tension in his brows here. You can see there's a little bit. It's obviously not the greatest quality because it's a screenshot off of a tiny little camera on my monitor right now. But there's all these muscles that are activated in the face here, and you can even see it if you track like the wrinkles on this very youthful face. There's nothing wrong with the little wrinkles, but they help to show sort of the direction.
You wouldn't see these on a young character. Let me just
a young spry 31-year-old like me, you know.
If this is a young healthy character, you wouldn't see any of these things.
Yeah, signs of aging aside. So what we're gonna do is but really, like, what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of subtlety that goes into facial expressions. Like he's kind of got like a closed mouth, like, actually, let me tell you something, you know? And so all these things have to be captured. Sometimes, like, there's probably a very subtle nose flare here. It's probably not as extreme as if he was like angry or whatever, where you'd probably actually see some nostril show from this perspective. But you want to think of all of that stuff when you're doing an expression like that in particular. So if I were to do this expression, I would probably start with the brows. You know, I'd do like a sort of smug brow. Then I'm noticing how close are his brows. Obviously, he's got a little bit of a different perspective here, but his brows are going to be pretty close to the eyes. And so, you know, maybe we'll do something like that. Do we have, I can't really see with the glasses, but his okay. Yeah, so the eyes have like they're almost like the top eyelid is compressed down because the muscles are pushing down this way, right? This other eyebrow to me looks elevated, almost like a face, but not fully. It's like elevated. I keep color picking. Elevated, and that does that, and then so facial expressions are complex, and they're really, 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 really subtle. They're not the easiest things to do, but I would really recommend having reference when you do them. So there's that, and then what was your mouth like? Yeah, basically just like a straight line there. Even if you want to have the mouth be open a little bit, like now he looks a little bit more, actually, it's not the most beautifully elegant way to do it because I'm banging through this super quick, but this is how I would plan my shots out a little bit. And then let's do the cheekbone, and then maybe a chin here. And then that, you know, how does that look without? It's not as bad. It's not as bad. I could do better, but, you know, for the sake of demonstration, this is how I would approach something like this. And then, you know, maybe he's got some brow flare, or some wrinkles here, or whatever, you know. that's how I would approach it, Black Knight, and that's how I think you should approach it. And I want to point out, because I've given you feedback a few times, you tend to leave the eyes really neutral, and you really got to start putting the expression in the eyes if you want to sell these things, because having neutral eyes with like an expressive face is just not, it's or an expressive mouth is not going to really sell an expression at all. Like I inverse the curvature on the bottom lid here because I'm wondering if it's going to sell a bit better. I think it does. So anyways, that would be my feedback. Your neck also sort of connects to nothing here. It just sort of goes straight up. Whereas just tying off of what we told Yellow Leaf, the neck is going to originate at the back here, and then you're going to have sort of this relationship at the front a little bit. That's a bit stiff, to be quite honest. I would probably pull it back a bit, maybe like that. And then something like that. That's more or less how I would do it, and then maybe a little ear show here. Yeah, that's, the neck is kind of weird here. Actually, looking at it again, I think the jaw's a bit too wide. Yeah, something a little bit more like this probably. I'll do my best, Sensei Snack. Hey, that's all I want. That's all I want. I think the eyes are kind of low on the face too. But yeah. Anyways, that's a quick little mock-up of the things I would think about. Now, the outcome is whatever. You know, I could probably, if I spent an hour on this, I could probably get a better result. But in terms of how I would extract information from a reference source, that's the stuff I'm looking at. That's the juice, so to speak. But yeah, that's it really. That's where we'll leave that one. I'll send you this, and then we'll move on to the next one. And I know it feels like we're moving fast, guys, just because we're almost 6 hours into the stream, and you know, both me and PK have lives. So
I'll say on this one, as you're pulling up the next one, everything in even anime art has an origin, a purpose. It's a simplification of something. None of it is random, I guess, until you get to like Yu-Gi-Oh's hairstyles. But almost none of it's random. And that little silly like nose line that you see in anime is not random. It is an abstraction of the nose. Usually you see more or less of it. From my perspective, you see more or less of it when it comes to what I was saying before, the edge of light. So if you look at my face, when there's a bright light shining on it, and I start to turn, that bright light obfuscates the form of the nose. But as I go to turn, you can see the shadows start to be generated from my nose. This is the line that's supposed to be. So the more you turn towards the camera, the more the light flattens the face, so you don't need to distinguish between those plane changes. But the more I turn, the more those plane changes become obvious because of the light. Same for if I'm looking straight at camera, but the light is hitting me from the side. Now you want to draw this line over here because there's a shift there, so you want to show that shift. So it's all, none of it's random. And if you think about why it's done in the first place, you can try to land that like where you need to put it. Yeah. Even if it's a super simple stylization, it's you can always find a way to guide yourself on where it should go versus just vibes based, which is what I normally have to do anyway. But
yeah, for sure, dude. Also, this next one I think is tailored towards you, but we do have a question for you in chat here. Hey PK, random question: did you by any chance draw any of your tattoos yourself?
I drew one of my tattoos, and it's my least favorite one.
Oh, really? Do you have your
I drew
PK
one
guy on there?
No, he changes too often.
Okay.
He changes too often. Maybe someday I'll get a little PK tattooed on me somewhere. My partner wants me to draw her a little cartoony tattoo at some point, but I haven't done that yet. No, I've got this really crappy tattoo on my forearms. My first tattoo, and it's garbage. And I refuse to cover it up. I keep tattooing all the way around it, but it's just really crap quality done by a really terrible tattoo artist. So, yeah.
Well, it wasn't
boring answer, but yeah, I don't. I trust my tattoo artist to draw tattoos.
Well, look, if you want to get me tattooed
artist.
on you, you have my blessing, you know. So don't feel like.
Oh, thanks, man.
Ask. I know you've been.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. I'm okay. That you know what? I'm glad you said that because I have news. I can't show it on stream, but I do have little snack mouse tattooed on me.
Nice.
It's it would break TOS to show it though.
I see.
Yeah. Later.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. In DMs. This is a DMs thing only, guys. So
yeah. DMs only. DMs only.
Patreon
DMs
exclusive. Only. Don't forget to sub to my Patreon.
Right, dude. You got to be a YouTube club member or whatever it's called. YouTube membership. My first one was also done, not that good, but I got it redrawn. Yeah, I'm kind of being stubborn about mine, and I keep tattooing around it. But I'm in the middle of covering up all my old tattoos because they were all pretty trash. So who's this? This is Greed. Just joined from stream. Is that who I'm looking at? The anime?
I believe so.
Anime girls.
That's the next one.
Oh gosh. Okay. And anime girls are in my wheelhouse.
Well, they said they would appreciate advice.
Oh yeah, I see that. I see that rendering, color, and anything that would improve this piece. Okay. Good times. I wish that this was higher resolution. I feel like I'm so used to working at like 1 billion pixels that this is. It looks better quality. Let me see. Maybe I download it from here. I don't know why that's not. Open media link. No, that is the size of the image. Okay, it's very tiny. Okay, I'm spoiled. Okay, rendering for this image. Couple of things stand out to me. I tried sending in a higher resolution, but Discord has a 10 megabyte limit. No worries. Oh, this is okay. So this is Pride's. Cool. Oh, I like your. Do you use a different sin for every account that you have? Do you have a gluttony account and a wrath account, or is it just are you just Pride and Greed?
I'd be gluttony. Tag yourself, guys. Let me know what 7.
Tags. What would your sin be?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, lust, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with a tattoo like that, for sure.
Lust is my not safe for work account. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, what would I change? Man, this is a tough one because there's so much work that's been done in this already, and honestly, I think overall it reads pretty well, which is always my first question is the light helping or hurting the overall read? And this one reads pretty well. I like that there's clear distinction between what's in light versus what's not. I like that you've got some bounce light here because we are outside. You could probably actually crank that up a little bit more. I do think that you've got some spots that are in shadow because you feel like they should be in shadow, but we are outside and there's a lot of light that's happening. I think that the light on the, not to just immediately start with the skirts at the bottom, but I think that this is going down a little far, just given that they're not flared out that far. I think this makes it look like their legs are really far back in the skirt. I'm not sure that they are. So I'm probably going to bring that shadow up just a little bit. It's going to make it look like the legs are more in alignment with the torso. Like this shadow, for example, on the skirt itself looks like you've got it there because it's cast shadow from the shirt. I don't really know with a light source as strong as the sun that you would get those deep of shadows like that in those crevices. It feels more like that's where shadows go. So I'm going to put a shadow there. And then this is I'm assuming this is supposed to be shadow from the torso onto the rest of the image, but I mean, you would want to either take the shadow from the boobs, which are in front of the body, and extend that all the way down like this. So it's blocking all of that light, and this isn't that rounded of a form. The front of your body is or at least for these characters is going to be pretty flat. So you would just flatten that shadow out. So you get the cast shadow from the boobs, and then soften that edge because it's a pretty far away light. So light's really, really far away. So you're gonna have the cast shadow is gonna be a little bit softer. So I'm just trying to look at where I think the light should hit, how strong the light source is, how much bounce light there's going to be, and clean that up just a little bit because there's just not a lot. There's some shadow here that's just shadow for the sake of shadow. I think that's maybe hers would be a little bit more like this, coming down this way. But I'm not super confident in that. Definitely wouldn't get any light back here. You might get some light on this back shoulder, though. For arms going back, you would actually just get it back on the edge from that light hitting. A little bit of rim light if you wanted to add it. Definitely wouldn't be like in the front area. That should be totally in shadow. Yeah, actually the lighting is kind of odd because you've got this really directional light here, which looks nice, but then this character is lit top down, almost directly top down. Right? Am I seeing that right? Yeah. Okay. So a little fun there, but I mean, it still looks good. Like first read's still totally fine. Probably darken values here. So the darker values means that no bounce light or anything can get in there. And when you've got this crevice in between the two, you can be fairly certain you're not going to get any real bounce light or anything in there. So we can darken that up some. Similar to what you've done right here. Even though this is a white shirts are super reflective, so you actually probably would get some bounce light from that. I mean, yeah, it's just really little stuff overall. For the most part, I really like the lighting in general. One thing I will see that I noticed that you've done, though, is you've got reflected light on the jacket here, which is cool. So it's reflecting from ground back up to the jacket. Makes sense. You're outside. I think this wrinkle's a little bit dark. I was talking a little earlier about how you don't want to have shadows like that on the side where the light is. You never want to go darker than the shadow side of an object unless it's really, really purposeful. But here you've got bounce light, which is cool. The issue that I'm seeing, though, is your bounce light. I don't know if you used a blending option for this, but it's more saturated than your key light in your part of that's in light. And I'm not sure that would happen. Unless
I feel like that's an anime thing. I see that a lot with like the saturation on stuff.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna see that on skin tone for sure. And the reason you see it on skin tone is when you don't do it, it looks like so skin tone has all of this light that goes into the surface of it and bounces around 1,000 times and then comes out. Subsurface scattering is a pretty common, like people know about subsurface scattering, but if you don't, that's what it is. Light goes into your skin because it's translucent, bounces against your blood, and bounces out. So for skin, having a more saturated shadow helps to imitate that, so that way the skin doesn't look like material. But if you were to take like a photograph of a person in an eyedropper tool, unless there's something very, very saturated or you have a very, very desaturated light source, either way, this looks like it's glowing. what I would probably do for this reflected light is you've got the yellow light of the sun hits whatever this concrete is. I would grab this concrete color. I would bring the concrete color in with a light brush, just like that. Get a lighter stroke. And then that's the color that I would start to use as my bounce light. I would pull it directly from my environment if I could. And that's going to keep it looking like material versus that glow. Right? So it still looks like cotton or whatever. If you want to make your shadows saturated, that's cool. But just do it to all of your shadows, not just the bounce light portions. We've got a huge saturation difference here between these two sections.
Yeah.
So totally cool if you want to have more saturated shadows, just do it to the whole thing.
Yeah, I think what I would add to this as well, this is more like an anatomy thing or just an appeal thing, is the front on face. I feel like it's very flat to have a front on, like direct front on face like we have at the top there. I think even if you could have it be front on, but just ever so slightly 3/4, like just a little bit more 3/4, and it'll come off a bit more appealing, in my opinion. I always found like front on faces to be a little bit flattening. But that's just like a opposing critique. It's not really sort of an approach on how you drew it, but
yeah, and depending on what style you want to go for here, you're with that top down light, you're going to have a little bit of shadow from the nose. You're going to have a little bit of shadow from the cheeks. I mean, I get that you want to stay super simple because it's anime, but you can just give it just a little bit of form to help that read some. And then I really like this saturated shadow you've got up here for the skin tone. I'd bring that in a little bit too. But yeah, those are just some very small adjustments. So you can see with her, it's just making that light source a little bit more obvious and getting rid of some of these really, like, the more random shadows, like that guy stood out to me. This makes sense because she's kind of hiding behind her. See, like, how would her jacket in the bottom right-hand corner be in light, but her shirt wouldn't be, right? You could hide her in shadow more if you wanted, because she's kind of behind this character, but I don't know that it's makes a huge difference. Yeah. Like, where's this light coming from? The light that's on the side of his hand. Okay, but if we're just talking about rendering techniques wise, stronger light source is a more direct shadow, but the further the thing is away, forearm is away from the shirt, softer the shadow is going to be. Let's see. Bounce light for materials. I guess you just want to be consistent with the saturating in your saturation in your shadows. If you're going to do saturated bounce light, just make sure the rest of your shadows are saturated. You can really see how much this blue stands out here versus like this bounce light. And if you wanted to stand out, I guess that's fine. But it doesn't really look supernatural because, like, where's this blue color in the shirt or in, you know, below the boobs or in the hand, right? It doesn't exist anywhere else. It would be very blue down here in their legs because their legs are presumably very close to whatever's that causing that blue bounce light. If it's more saturated. Rendering. Sure. There's no, it's anime, right? So it's less detailed on purpose, understandable. You could pick a few different things out to drive home the differences in materials, but I do understand that's not really a thing we get in a lot of anime art, so I understand. So what would I do? I don't know, just pick one of these things. Like if this is supposed to be more burlappy versus, you know, cotton, which it just looks like cotton right now. You just want to rough up how it's blending a little bit. So it's, and you only ever have to worry about the transition points. You don't have to worry about what's in light, what's in dark. It's just where the light and the dark switch over from one to the other. If you nail those transition points, then it's going to make the whole texture look rough. You don't have to worry about anything else. If you got a highlight in there, then you can add the highlight as like a little bit rougher of a detail. And as long as you do that, it's going to sell the entire object as being just a little bit rougher of a texture. Pride, I don't know if there's anything in particular that you wanted me to comment on. Skin tone looks nice. I think that I really love that you've gone for this white highlight on the skin. I think that's very cool, especially for characters that are outside. I shy away from bright light, like bright white like that. And I wish I didn't, because I think it looks very cool. Love this pink saturation color that you're using in the skin for that subsurface scattering. Skin does have really reflective qualities, like this shirt bouncing back onto the arm. You could come in and bring in a lot of bounce light. Keep that pink in the middle, bring in the bounce light there. I'd bring in this pink into the hands as well. Is this you've kind of got a gray color here in for the palm, and I really like the pink that you're using. So grab some of these colors, more saturated colors that you've got elsewhere, and bring them into the shadows up top. That's a little orange actually. We got a better color. I like this color. Yeah, I like this one. This is a good one. And fill in some of these darker areas. You get a lot of color out of skin tone. A lot of fun stuff. There's a really gray elbow here. It's funny. And then, I don't know, you've got some really dark values here on her, but not really this character. I think you could bring some of those in, especially like underneath the boobs where the light is going to get trapped. And then maybe in some of these folds, but at that point, you know, we're really getting in the weeds. I think overall it looks really, really good. There's just a couple of lights in there that I would have just be a little bit more informed. Overall, I think it looks really cool. Yeah. Snack, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, my only gripe really is the front on face. I would just, like I said earlier, make it a bit more 3/4. I think maybe the scene is a bit overexposed. It's not like poorly executed though, but it's just like I don't know, just feels a bit overly exposed, I think.
It's bright. It's super bright. I mean, there's literally, that is pure white, man. That is that is pure white. So it's definitely super, super bright. Which I'm guessing is a result of using like blending options. That's usually when I see like pure white show up in an image, is because
like color dodge and like glow effects and stuff like that.
Yeah, I find it pretty rare that people purposefully pick pure white whenever they're color picking. That's just not something I see very often.
Yeah. I mean, I think it looks great. Like, I think it's really well executed.
Yeah, I think it's cool, dude. I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, I recognize this style. You know, it's not like, I don't really understand what's going on here. No, I totally get the super overexposed outside, like, anime. Like, it definitely does exactly what it's trying to do. yeah, I just think paying a little bit special attention to this is kind of a weird fold, isn't it? I'm trying to figure
Cool
out
though.
how. It's cool because it's like mouth shaped. Like it's got like a weird. It's doubling up as like a smile with this sack on this character's head, which is
Yeah, it
super
reminds
funky.
me. It reminds me of like you ever seen the movie Beetlejuice? You know the like people who have like their heads pulled back and they got like the really pointy
Yeah, yeah,
faces.
yeah.
Yeah, a little
Mm-hmm.
bit like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, but I'm just noodling at this point. I mean, I basically covered all the things that stood out to me is pushing this shoulder back, some darker shadows there. You could bring in a rim light for the back, but really it was this strong shadow. And then the shadow for the skirts was just a little too far. I mean, it looked like their legs were set very far back. And I don't know, and the saturation in the bounce light. I'm not sure that super necessary, unless you're going to saturate the shadow. How I drew a giant blue streak. Yeah, okay. I think I'm happy with that. Noticing the top of her hair doesn't have a lot of. She's standing out. We're blown out this much hair, super reflective. You would have much brighter highlights in the character's hair from that bright sunshine. Yeah, cool.
Cool. All right. Well, do we
Cool
want to
image.
move on to the next one then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I could just keep noodling away at this, but it's just the same thing over and over again, right? It's just that so much of this is so good. It's literally just cleaning up some of that directional lighting. Yeah, I don't have anything new to add other than just continuing to kind of noodle at it.
Mm-hmm. I could maybe say something about the the folds on the like screen right character on the screen left side of the screen right character. That fold feels very compressed to her body, whereas I feel like there would be a little bit of a draping off of the breast on the side there. Like I
Yeah.
don't think it would be as flush. That would be like if I'm really nitpicking, that would be an area that I would look at, I think.
Yeah, getting into like actually redrawing some of these clothing folds so they wrap around the characters a little bit more, like this guy.
Yeah. But beyond that, I think it's fine.
Yeah. This section.
So the next one on
And
the
just
docket. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. Cool image.
I was gonna say the
I
next
hope
one
I
on the
hope that some of
docket
that was useful.
is by Dallas A. And Dallas A says, "Do we think I need to polish these more or make them clear concepts or not?" I'm gonna be honest, dude. These are really nice. I don't have a whole lot to add to this. If I drew this, I'd be pretty satisfied with it, you know. So I think this is also gonna be a quick one. And I guess Dally, your question is, do I need to polish this more? It depends what the purpose is, right? This is going to be another one where it's like the feedback we gave to Jadu earlier with the wrinkles, and I'm not just saying that to move things along. I I guess what is the goal with this, right? Is it to put it in a portfolio and to show it as an example of like a late stage sort of like render? In which case, yeah, I would say you polish it, you clean up sort of the line art, you blend out some things a little bit more. If the goal is, you know, I want this to be sort of like you know, just an example of like how I can conceptualize characters, then I think it's fine as is, right? Um, I it really depends on what your intent is, Dally. And I don't know if you're around anymore, but the yeah, I don't know. There's nothing that sticks out to me that would be something to focus on other than line cleanliness and sort of, like defining things a bit more. But this is just, to me, it is indicative of like an early stage piece. Like you could take this another 20 or 30% and just clean all of this up, but the majority of it is done, right? So it just depends on how far you want to go with it.
Yeah, I think that the only thing I would say, just similar to what Snack's saying, is what's the end result? If this is for like costume design or for game design and not just character illustration or character sheet turnaround purposes, I the only thing I would say is you have to define the materials so that if someone is going to take this and send it down a pipeline either to a costume department or a 3D modeler, they need to know, is this leather, is this latex, is this, how shiny, how hard surface, are these sequins and that's why it's textured. You just have to define those textures a little bit, and if you get that, then, which a lot of people will literally just like circle it and have an example of the material off to the side. But if it's just to be like character sheet, then these look awesome. It's not as necessary for this one, because these are just clothes. Like slacks and shoes and jackets, we know the materials for those. This costume though, I would have, if I were upstream from this, I had to do whatever character piece. Even if I had to do like a promo illustration with this character, I would have a lot of questions. Are these studs? Are they sequins? Is this metal? Is this latex? Is it leather? Is it, what am I? Is this feathers? As long as you can answer those questions, then this is good to go. If it's just a character reference for you, then
yeah, it's like fan art of I can't remember her name, the singer. Chapel Roan, Basic Not Acidic said.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, if it's just fan art, then it's great. Yeah, absolutely, it's great. You can refine it forever. But
yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to add on this one. It seems like pretty well executed, and I know Dally works professionally in like animation and games, so like, with that in mind, I don't know what I would. Again, like, I feel like Dally kind of knows. I don't know like what the intent is behind this. If the intent is to have this as a rendered piece, like PK is saying, where you want to define materials a little bit more in a professional setting, then yeah, maybe take it a little bit farther. But I feel like it's more or less done, as is.
I'd bring in a gold detail down to the boots.
Oh really? Oh, just to match like the corset?
Yeah, well, you've got purple, pink, gold accent on the hat. You got it on the corset, you got it on the belt, you got it on the gloves. But the boots are just purple, pink. So I would say gold tip on the boots, maybe a gold spur on a heel. Make one of the horse heads gold or gold trim or something. But, I mean, you've got that same motif all the way through. But the boots are missing a little bit of that gold. I'd probably try to bring some down there if you could.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like overall,
or make the boots totally different color. Make the boots like white. Right, make them totally different.
That could work too, yeah.
But that's the only thing that stands out to me. Cool costume.
Yeah, it's nice. I really don't have anything to add. I'd like, everything beyond this is just sort of polish.
Yeah. What's the next one?
Let's go into the next one. I think I have quite a bit that I could add. This is to Pochi, and it's a beautiful, bodacious babe. We got a little anime babe on our hands. We're not.
I was going to make the horse gold, and then I remembered that her whole thing is pink horses.
Who?
Chapel Roan, isn't her whole thing pink horses?
I don't know.
That's like her brand.
The pink pony club. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna be like, oh, I could just make these little horse accents gold, and I was like, wait. That's actually the one thing that has to stay pink. Yeah, so you could just do gold accent down here, and that'd be cool to tie that in.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up Pochi's on my
go for
my
it, dude.
canvas here, and then Pochi's character is this one. Sorry, PK, I'm gonna get rid of you, and then
oh my god.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on here, and I think that's where I would focus it. Is it feels cluttered, and because it feels cluttered, especially in this leg area, it's really hard to differentiate the forms. I don't really know what's calf, what's cheese, and what's this gold trim. There's a whole lot of stuff happening here specifically, and I think this needs to be simplified quite a bit. I'm trying to think. This is the foot. Okay, I'm gonna draw what I
I like just the. Okay, this is the foot. Like
it is. Yeah, this is the foot. With the heart heel, which kind of sick design. I'm not gonna lie. It's a really nice. Can you actually show this one? I think the design's
cool, man.
Yeah, you can show this one. She's not naked. She's like she's covered up. It's a little lewd, but I mean, whatever. It's the end of stream. If they blur me out on Twitch, it's not the end of the world at this point. So we got this foot here. The calf feels weird to me. This leg feels super duper broken a little bit. Either that or the foot should be pointing out this way. The reason being is because she's got like a pretty hardcore elevation in her hip here. Right? This is her hip. Oops, where's my brush at? Go. This is her hip. Fine. Hip, butt. Okay. I think that's fine. It's a bit extended. Like, it feels like it's almost like skewed in this direction. Like, if I were drawing that butt, I would probably do it a bit more grounded, I suppose, where it just feels a little bit less stretched out. I think that's sort of, it feels a bit stretched out. You would get a pinch here as this leg sort of wraps up, which you have. The issue is, I feel like the second you're elevating this leg this high, and then you're also bringing the foot out across here and twisting this down, like it just, this whole area is like broken a bit. I think you can do the sort of leg up here, but the calf also being up to that extreme feels strange to me. It just doesn't feel right. Like, I think if the foot is like that and you want the foot there, I think the knee needs to point forward and not toward, like this to me is like where the knee is. That's sort of what I feel like you're trying to accomplish with the rotation. Love the style, not gonna lie. The color's immaculate. The colors are really, really nice. I'm not gonna make any commentary on the colors because I think they're really nice. I think that my biggest gripe is really this leg area and probably some anatomical stuff in the back and hips there a little bit. But or the shoulder, sorry. But the leg to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think the knee pointing this way doesn't work with the sort of hip. I think this hip would be over top, or that, not the hip, the thigh here would be over top of the knee. I think if you're tilting the knee out, so you're rotating it up this way, and you're tilting the knee out, I don't even, if you wanted to break it that way, I think what would happen is the foot would probably be a bit more like this, because I don't think you'd be able to tilt your knee completely like hyperextended, or basically like she's in the split position, kind of, right? Like if she extended her leg out, she'd be in a perfect split relative to her torso. And so keeping that in mind, like, you see what I'm talking about? On the you just take, I saw you smile, so I don't know if you just saw my canvas.
I was trying to do the pose.
Oh yeah, like it's hyperextended for sure. Like if you're really flexible, you could probably get a split like that. But to also have your knee and leg like you wouldn't get this much torque in the knee and the heel. So my advice would be to, if you want to keep the foot like that, and the foot has a lot of cool detail, and if you, especially if you want to show this heart thing here, that I assume is a pretty important focal piece, because I think it's cool. I would keep it personally. But to execute that, I would just change the leg. So maybe have the leg wrap around and underneath the guitar rather than over top of the guitar. And I think that would probably help sell the pose a bit better. So if you just have the guitar coming through like the crook of the leg, let's say, and then have the leg come down underneath here, the knee sort of like that a bit more. I think that would work better. The shoulder area feels a bit strange too. This is not terrible. The shoulder to me, I think, would be, it's just a lot of lumpiness. Like this and this in the shoulder feels weird. I feel like that transition between bicep and deltoid would be a lot subtler. The triceps, fine. I would probably extend it into an elbow here, and then have the forearm come out from there. The bicep I would just make a lot smaller. That's all. Literally just some subtle change like that. Instead of having this super aggressive bump in the bicep, just sort of a little bit subtler. Forearm comes down like this. I think the arm is actually kind of short here, so I'd bring the hand over just a bit. Something like that. The hip would come to here. I would not, instead of having, I know you're doing like fat deposits here on the, or hip bumps or whatever at like the love handles area, but I feel like from this perspective, I would just have this be a lot smoother. I think there's excessive like bumpiness to a lot of this, but I think smoothing this out would sort of help the readability, in my opinion. I think also bringing the butt in a bit, it just feels a little too pushed. The breast is probably fine. It's kind of a weird,
it's like the killer of fun, dude.
Yeah. It's the
kill.
Whoa, the shrinking the butt down.
Yeah, dude.
Wow. Well, you know.
Wow, dude.
I'm just saying. Look, you could have her butt be super duper long, okay, like PK wants, but I personally think that it would just look a little bit more anatomically correct to be a bit smaller. Also, I would bring the rib cage here. I'm just trying to think of where the rib cage would be. I think her torso is kind of small. Let me see where I would move the arm. I'd probably bring the shoulder up more, maybe. And shrink this area down. Just because it's almost like a profile view on the rib cage. Something more like that, maybe. This could come like that. The head is fine. I would have the shoulder overlap the chin a little bit. Breast is probably fine like that. It's one of those, like, it's the similar stuff with like Nancy's pose, where I feel like, dude, jiggle, shit, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling. It's a bit like Nancy's pose, where it's stylistically intentionally twisting in a kind of a broken-y way, but it's like it's intentional, right? I think this arm here would probably be, you'd probably see a bit more shoulder, maybe, is my guess. And then, you know, forearm, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna gripe too hard on the hand here. But if you're gonna take anything away from this, is declutter the leg area. I think these stylistic elements are cool, but I think there's too many of them in that leg, and it gets all sort of muddied in to where I can't tell what form is what in that region. So that would be like my big piece of advice on this, on top of like the arm being the big one anatomically, but also sort of that leg. I would say go with this leg rendition that I did on the, like this one here would be my advice. Do something like that. Have the guitar pop in underneath, like she's sitting on it. Or, you know, get ready to turn this foot this way, but I feel like that's kind of weird just because the way the hips work in there. For the face, I think the eyes are a bit strange, I think. Do I think they're strange? Don't know. Something a little odd. I think they just feel like the central like iris here feels like it's being squished in a way that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like this is the form of it, which is kind of weird. It's not terrible, I guess. I would, if I'm looking off down, I'd probably have the eyeball a little bit more like this, you know, where she's looking sort of down this way. A little bit more like that is how I would position it, I think. What's your favorite approach in learning anatomy? And what did you feel like was a more efficient way of retaining said information? Fearing clothing, dude, and just drawing like semi-naked people all the time, or people in skin-tight outfits. I know that's not the answer, but essentially it's just, you know, I feel like if you practice drawing anatomy and sort of understanding the flows and the relationships of the forms and stuff, that helps quite a bit. Eyes are the hardest to draw for me. They often look uneven. Topi, is this you? Is this your drawing that we're going over? Or are you just saying that? The eye on this one, again, just, I think the positioning is a bit odd. So let's do something like this. I think the nose, at this extreme of an angle, the nose would be a lot higher up. Just because you kind of got the nose in a central position on the face still, despite the really extreme. Yeah, it is you? Okay, sweet, dude. Sorry, Octo, I'll give you a better answer on the anatomy stuff. Honestly, the answer is just use reference. Start to understand the simplification of the forms, and then, oh shit. Okay. Young Con, thank you for the raid with a party of 86, dude. Damn, that's a huge raid. Welcome in, Young Con. How's it going, man? We're going over a chatter drawing right now for context. This is a drawing done by Topi in chat, and we're just giving some critique to see how we can improve the anatomy on the pose. How was your stream, dude? Welcome in, and Raiders, welcome. How's it going? For those who don't know, my name's Cat Snack. I'm sure some of you guys from Con kind of know me, and I'm joined today by my lovely assistant, PaintedKNAVE. And yeah, welcome everybody in.
Yeah, I posed for this critique, so that's what I'm here for. Yeah,
the images are off screen, and the outfit is basically is modeled from PK as well. But you know, for the sake of stream, we're gonna leave that in our DMs.
Right.
Yeah. Now, how's it going, dude? How's it going? That. What were you up to? Yeah, no worries, dude. What's up? Not from the raid, just coming back here for a bit. Hell yeah. Oh, you know what? I guess I'll yap a little bit about me, and then I'm gonna see what PK was up, or no, PK Young Con was up to today. Spartan Boomer, thank you for the follow. We'll come back to this critique in a brief amount of time. My name's Cat Snack. I draw all kinds of stuff. I drew these ladies here. We were doing a link rendering last stream, which we never finished. I have a canvas full of head drawings that we did like some explorations with that we never really... we did some stuff with them, I guess. I started an animation based off of this guy that is not done. But, yeah. And then we've got some paintings that I've done here. Some other character designs. And just... My canvases are chaotic, dude. My canvases are just filled with random shit. It's like ADHD-fueled canvases, basically. Just jumping all over the place with shit. See, this is the critique I gave. This is actually the critique I gave him, though, months ago. This canvas is so old. It's still on here. I think I said the exact same thing. I think back then it was a profile face, though. So there was a big change. And I think I talked about like flow and gesture. Anyways, all that to say, welcome in, dude. How's it going? We've made. I know you're gonna ask. We've made zero progress on this head turn since the last time you saw it, but I'm gonna play it through here as well. So here's the little animation. And also first animation and profile picture commission. Oh hell yeah, dude. That's dope. That's dope. Well, do you want to share anything? You're more than welcome to, Con. Whatever you want to link up, go crazy. Don't let me stop you. But yeah, with that, we're gonna be doing some. Today's stream is all about doing chatter critique. So PK and I have basically just been passing critiques back and forth, going over different regions. He's been tackling a lot more rendering stuff. I've been going over anatomical things. Yeah, so that's kind of the vibe today. Okay, we got a link from Con. Let's peep it. Oh, okay, there you go, guys. Guys, go check out Young Khan. He's been working through the taco anatomy books lately, and he's been doing these animations. They're all over his Instagram link that he just posted. And yeah, it's the amount of dedication that you've had to this taco book. I have no patience to study to that degree. But on number 109. Right, how many do you have left? I think last time you told me you were like halfway through. Khan's doing God's work, to be honest. Been studying both Khan and Taco. Hell yeah, dude. 35 more pages of book 1. Crazy. And yeah, PK here joining us today is also an artist here on Twitch. So if you wanna take a look at PK stuff, he's tagged in the title of the stream. So you can go give PK a follow as well. I just realized like I've promoted myself every single time people come in and never mentioned you at all. Sorry about that.
Dude, I'm here for your stream.
Oh well, we'll take it.
I'm just a fan.
Oh, hell yeah, dude! I appreciate it. Likewise.
Happy to be here.
Cool. Well, Khan, look, you're welcome to hang around if you got stuff to do. Don't let me stop you. Go live your life. Leave a lurk. Whatever you got to do. And yeah, I appreciate the raid, dude. Hell yeah. And with that, I'm gonna continue with this, but Toppy, just to reiterate. I would bring the nose up on this, and for those who want to know what we're critiquing right now, this is an artwork piece by Toppy in stream. Oh, Knave isn't streaming. No, just a special guest today, dude. Special guest. I've been slowly convincing everybody that he's my real face, but
it's working. It's working.
Yeah, everybody believes
that's why we're looking at this piece on stream, so that I can be held accountable to it.
Yeah, well, Twitch mods. Whenever you're looking for someone to ban, the name is in my description in the title.
Right,
of the stream.
right. It's in the title. Yeah. Snack, I've got just a few minutes left, and I've got to hop off to grab some food.
Hey, look, man, no worries. You've done plenty today. I'm gonna wrap this one up, and then I don't know if we're moving on to the last one or what. I think the last one after this. So I'm gonna wrap this one up, and then we'll move on to Octo. If you gotta leave, don't let me stop you, dude.
I've got one quick suggestion for this piece, if that's okay, and then
sure,
I'll
go
hop
for it.
off if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
So I obviously all the anatomy stuff is. I think the leg is the biggest thing. Having it wrap around under the guitar is super, super smart. I don't know if you can kick over. Yeah, so I just really quickly, the biggest complaint that I have is that it's really hard to read the leg in its current position. Changing, like if you didn't want to have to redraw this detail, I will say you can try to bring out the calf from the thigh, and solving that problem is going to help a lot. So all I did was I added in a layer that brightened up the foot and the calf, a layer that darkened the thigh slightly, and then your line weight for your outline is pretty even across the whole piece, but with something coming out in front, thickening up that outline can help it stand out. So you can do these little things that in conjunction will help that readability. I think the darker on the thigh is a little not quite what I would want, but just wanted to throw that out there of Like that's the biggest thing. If you didn't want to redraw the entire, like if you're like, nah, this piece is done, I don't want to spend any more time on it. You just need to figure out a way to pull that calf away from the thigh. There's just so much detail there, and it's hard to read. So yeah, that all I did was just brighten that up, darken behind it, and then thicken the outline. And I think it pulls it out to where it's a little bit more legible. But if you try to do this pose, you're gonna hurt yourself. So I think that long term, you got to go with snack suggestions for sure.
Yeah, I think.
But that's all. I just wanted to show them
in that position.
Absolutely. I just tried to do it, and I almost crippled myself. So
yeah. All right. Well, look, if you got to take off, thank you for coming out, dude. I appreciate all the contributions.
Thanks for the invite.
Today. Yeah, it's been great. Guys, go check out PK. I'm gonna give PaintedKNAVE a shout out before he takes off. Shout out, Painted.
If you guys are lurking and you're not following Catsnack already, fix it, dude. Follow Catsnack. He's the best. The best.
Well, thank you for coming out. Yeah. Have a good day, dude. I'm gonna jump into the last one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. I guess I have to figure. Wait, what am I? I almost hit in stream. Wait a minute. That's not right.
Yeah. Don't go live.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm gonna leave the call. Okay. Thanks for the invite, man. Thanks for having me on. This was a ton of fun.
Yeah. See you, man.
See you, dude.
Bye. I'm gonna switch to my main canvas here, and then I'm gonna leave the call with PK. And yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot more I would add to this. I think Octo mentioned in the chat there that the knee from this perspective would be pointing in that direction a little bit more, along with that hip. And that's what you meant, right, Octo? Just checking. This is a long one. Yeah, dude. It's been a very, very, very long stream. I'm very exhausted, but we only have one more to go through, and it's Octo's, and hers is fantastic. I'm gonna be honest, dude. There's not gonna be a whole lot to add to yours. I think your shit is cracked, so we'll do it anyways. But yeah, I think also just because I moved the butt over, I would reorient sort of where this leg is positioned. I'm dragging that leg down. Like Octo said, I don't think you would see the front of the knee from that perspective. You'd maybe a teensy weensy little bit, and I think that's kind of what you were going for, but it reads as a little bit more profile. So if you want to really sell the back of that knee, you show that like crook of the calf here, and it'll sell that a little bit better. But beyond that, I don't have a whole lot more to add. I think I would bring up the nose. The mouth, you could sort of, if you want to do sort of like an inverse curve like this, obviously not this exact shape, but, you know, having the mouth be a little bit curved upwards like this might help sell the perspective as well, rather than curved downwards, because that sort of indicates like a downward rotation on the head. But yeah, dude, my other big thing would be switch up the leg like this, and probably, PK had mentioned lighting stuff on this calf, but I would really say cut out some of these elements somewhere, just to give a bit more breathing room to really show that it's the calf. That would be my suggestion. Just try it out. I know you're going for like the heart stuff, but that would be my advice. I think if you tone that down a bit, it'll help. And with that, we're going to jump into, last but certainly not least, we're going to do Octo Gear's submission. And I'm going to send you this on the Discord copy. And we're going to jump into Octo's, which is, guys, this is like just fucking so nice, dude. I mean, you've been working on this for how long, Octo? It's been months, right? Like, I feel like I've watched you work on this for at least several weeks. Thank you so much, you two. Like I said, I'm not used to feedback, so it's really useful to have an exterior eye on it. Back to study anatomy, I fear. Hey, it looks great, Toppy, okay? It's just some clutter stuff and some anatomy stuff that I think could help a lot. But that's it. Otherwise, it looks fantastic, you know? So, jumping into Octo's piece, I'm going to clear some stuff off my canvas here. Your critiques, all of the drawovers I've done, by the way, guys, for today's stream, they're all in the Discord. So if you want to take a look at them, they're in the Discord. It looks like Link's stabbing my girl here. It's fine. So let's move him over. 25 hours, dude. That's That's not a lot of. I would have expected a lot more. I feel like for me, dude, this would be like 100 hours, easy, easy 100 hours. This is really, really, really nice. I'm gonna flip. Yeah, like there's. I don't know what the hell I would tell you to do on this one, dude. I don't know. I think, if I'm like, look, my main concern is the arms are too long and the one leg. That's where I was going. Okay. If you're specifically talking about this arm, is that it? Because this one, I don't know that it's not really like that it's reading too long. Um, I think it's just if you look at like the depth on this and the forearm length, like if the forearm comes, this is sort of like the crook of the bicep, right? Uh, like the bicep is here roughly. The width on that upper arm versus this far arm, there's just like a really big size difference, despite the fact that this one's a lot longer. Uh, Link says no cat girls. Oh yeah, I thought you were saying the link that you posted to the Discord. So you guys can post cat girls, guys. It's fine. No, not safe for work stuff, but I mean, lewd stuff's fine. Just no hardcore porn or whatever. But my main concern was the arm and the one leg. Is this the arm you're talking about? I feel like it's really not that bad. Well, the one thing I was gonna flag, and I was just gonna caveat and be like, this is super duper duper nitpicky, but I feel like the finger is the same. It's a similar color and value to this background element here, and it muddies up the readability from a distance. Like it's I'm nitpicking so hard though. Like it's really really nice. But that would be like the region that I feel like is like if I added like a value overlay on this, like if I check the values, let's see what we got here. You like this value's there, and then that one, like they're really close. If I toggle between the two, like the values are really really close, you know. So that's sort of why I feel like this figure kind of gets lost a little bit. I wonder if just adding like a shadow, because like there is like a link's right here. The light source is coming from the right. You could probably just darken that finger relative to the background. And I know the finger from your angle here is catching light, but I feel like there's so much going on that you could just say that his body is like blocking that finger and darken it a little bit. I'm not the rendering expert, but oops, and I'm drawing on your shit. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna take what's a good color to pick here. This is like a skin color roughly. If I just sort of paint this in, will it read a bit better relative to the background? I feel like darkening it a bit. Like obviously that's ugly and muddy, and I just sort of went over it. I just wanted to see if like it would be a little bit more legible in the distance. I think it is. And I guess if you wanted to sort of like shrink this arm down also with like cutting down this region, I think would help quite a bit if you're doing like a foreshortening thing. Let me see what happens if I just sort of grab some shit here. It's all on one layer, so obviously I know you've probably got these separated out, but and then I'd shrink it also, because I feel like it's kind of big. I feel like shrinking it out is going to sort of sell that depth. I don't know, dude. I'm really nitpicking here. I think it's super nice as is. But if I am nitpicking, that's sort of the area I would focus on, is just sort of the foreshortening on this arm and the size of that hand. It feels like it's not shrinking enough for how far back in space it's going, especially considering how small Link's leg is here. You know, like his hand is basically like his palm is like almost the same width as like Link's calf, you know? That's it though, dude. I really would not tweak a whole lot off of this. I think I think it's super nice. That's the leg I wanted you to look at, if you don't mind. Oh yeah, I mean, Link's leg does feel a little bit small, and I think it's also because you're doing the thing that the brain loves to do, where it's really difficult to foreshorten stuff. Um, but I am curious to know like how you would need reference for this. If you don't have reference in this exact pose, you probably would need some reference. Also wonder if the boot would come out more here. Like I know you probably hid the boot back here because because it would just sort of be like a like it maybe it makes a nicer shape. I don't know. But I feel like the foot would be a little bit longer. Really? Really what? Uh, alright. The leg feels a little short to me. Does it? This is his leg here. Hmm. More the foot is curving along the rib cage, or that's what I tried to achieve. Like I know what he's doing, right? Like it's in contact with the rib cage here. I think it's just the proportion of the leg. Like it's not the actual angle. The angle is totally fine. I don't think I would tweak that at all. I just think the foot is, or the leg is kind of small. A bit. I don't know how I would fix that though. Because the issue is, honestly, I probably wouldn't fix it. I probably wouldn't fix it. Just because I think like to fix it, you would probably have to bring this leg up, and then you start getting weird like you've got weird like negative space issues, and like you're getting you'd have to change way too much for the bang that you're getting out of your buck here. You know what I mean? So I don't know that I would even bother. Maybe have the hand overlap the leg. I don't know. I don't know, dude. That's I wouldn't change a whole lot. If you're gonna focus on an area, I really think this arm and just the size of this hand. That's probably an easier fix than changing this whole leg area. I would narrow down the space here on a lot of these sort of relationships, and especially like this. I don't really know. It's tough. Do you have a webcam or a laptop? If you have a laptop with a webcam on it, I would just put the laptop down at an angle, relative to like where it is. You can put it on a couch or whatever, and just lay down and just sort of put yourself in this position. And I feel like you'll notice a lot more foreshortening on this back arm. This back arm almost feels like fully proportioned for the depth a little bit, but that's it. And the thing is, I would have never noticed this if you wouldn't have flagged it, or if I wasn't in full on nitpicking mode. So I don't know that I want to like really sort of insist on that, because I think it works fine, to be quite honest. But that's it really. Let's see here. That's fine. Everything's fine there. What is I don't know if this is intentional or if it's just you accidentally touched it with your pen or whatever. But this doesn't seem intentional to me. The like green blob there. Skimming around here. It was an accident, yeah. Okay, well, we'll do a little circle there. That way, I said I did something. Um, yeah, I don't see a whole lot wrong with this. I really, really like Ganon's face. It's super well executed. Yeah, this is really, really nice, dude. But I don't have anything beyond that. I think that's it. That's what I would say. I would say check this arm here. Hand size, hand size, and I wouldn't be able to tell you without actually looking at a reference, but I'm gonna say this might be a little too long. Maybe I'm gonna put question mark a little too long. I don't know why I'm doing like the Spanish style question mark. All right, we're gonna something like that, a little long. Maybe this leg's a little short too. Maybe short. That's it though. I really don't think this is that short, but yeah. Can I ask about the upper arm being too short, or is that part of the lower arm critique? The upper arm being too short. Like this one here, I think this one's fine, to be quite honest. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. I think maybe you could show a little bit of like the forearm connecting here. Maybe. I don't know. It's like really, really nitpicky at that point though. But yeah, this is really good and the anatomy is good. No, I mean the one in perspective. This one being too short? Oh, like can you ask? I mean, sure. Feel free to ask. I think the issue is just the size of the hand. It's kind of small. Ganon's a huge guy though, so like proportionally to Link, like Link is like a teenager, you know? So honestly, it's short compared to the length of the torso now that you mention it. The leg, both legs. Yeah, a little bit. But that's it. These are super nitpicky. If you presented this as is, it still looks insanely good, dude. Like this is, you should be really, really proud of this. But that's if we're getting into like crazy nitpick mode, those are the areas I'm looking at. I really like the texturing you did on like these regions here, especially like having done my own Link already. I'm like, yeah, that's sick. That's really smart. But yeah, dude, that's it. That's what I would say. I'll send you this on the Discord, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else to add on this piece. It looks awesome. Thanks, dude. No worries. Thank you. Let me send it. How did I post that? There we go. And with that, guys, that's the end of today's stream. There's been a 7-hour stream. Holy fuck, this is like a work shift for me, dude. I think it's time for me to wrap up. We can raid Gladsask. Gladsask is a regular here, and she's doing some quick painting studies. She's only been streaming for 2 hours, so she's probably gonna be live a bit more. Let's raid into Glad, guys. I want to thank everybody for coming out. This has been a fantastic collab stream. I'm very happy with how it worked out. I appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you to everybody who made a submission. Yeah, it's been a great stream, guys. It's been awesome. Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time for the next stream. If you want live notifications, don't forget to join our Discord. Go into the rules section and then toggle on the live notification roll. It's just the little purple react button. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna set up the raid, and we're gonna go say hi to Glad. And appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got, guys. I'm exhausted. I'm not gonna lie. I think something about being in yap mode for 7 hours straight and actually using my brain to think about shit is so difficult. The moments where like PK was taking over, I was like yawning the whole time in the background, like, oh my god, I'm so tired. All right, guys. Thank you all for coming out. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.